Hello, everybody, and welcome to the premiere event of our Bad Batch countdown for Star Wars culture. My name is Hannah. If you have not seen me before,
And my name is Jordan if you haven't seen me before. And if you haven't seen us before, welcome. But
then
also, what are you
welcome.
doing with your life? Um, we're going to be taking you on an everything Bad Batch related walkthrough today
Mhm.
in our eager lead up to the new episode drop later tonight.
Later tonight, it is so exciting. I can't believe it came around fairly fast, actually. This Bad Batch
Yeah.
episode and the start of the series, which is very exciting. But yeah, we'll be hanging out with you all night. All well, for me, it's Australia. It's middle of the day, but for
Yeah, all
you
day.
Americans, it's middle of the night. I know.
Yes.
We'll be hanging out. We've got some trivia. We've got some amazing guests to do some Clone Wars deep dive arc analysis leading up, going what are the clones and the stories behind them and the history of them. And we have an exclusive, exciting interview with the one and only, the armorer, Emily Swallow, the actress that plays the armorer in the Star Wars The Mandalorian. We have an exclusive interview with her that me and Jordan did. She was a lovely person, wasn't she, Jordan?
Yes.
She was
Yeah,
she was
most
amazing.
definitely. I
Yeah.
want to interview her again. I want to be best friends, as a matter
I
of
want to be
fact.
best friend, right? She was just amazing. So
Yeah.
stick around for that, and there's going to be an extra little little snippet of the interview on our Patreon as well later on. But
Yes.
you'll taste a bit more of that a bit later. But yeah, stick
Yes.
around for the 6 hours. We've got lots to come.
Yep. And thank you all for checking in and tuning in. If you want to get to know any of us more here at Star Wars Culture, you can find us on various social media accounts. On my Instagram is at tbluepulsar66. You can follow our boy Nikk at TK7272.
And you can follow me at Han the Raeside at Instagram and Twitter. I'm both at Han the Raeside there. And for more great pop culture content, videos, articles, good times, and memes, be sure to check out Culture Slate on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all those good places where you want to get more content, all at Culture
Yes.
Slate. And like we said before, join our Patreon. We have some good things on there. We have bloopers. We have insights of how we make the show, of our like what happens in the meetings. We have photos, all that good stuff. But most importantly, like I alluded to before, we have an amazing interview with Emily Swallow, which we will be showing in this live stream. But there is a couple of questions and a bit of a conversation that we have that is only exclusive to Patreon. So if you want to find out more of that juicy goss that we got from Emily in this interview, be sure to check out our Patreon. What is the link for that actually? That's Patreon/Culture Slate. I believe I'm
Mm.
gonna go on a limb and that's it. And if
It's gonna, yeah,
someone
it's
can
gonna be in the
correct me.
description, so they'll find it
Yeah,
in the
it'll be
description.
on this. Yeah.
Love
Thank you,
that.
Nick. There you go. That's what
Love
we
it.
get. An engineer. There you go.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Let's
Let's
do
get
it,
into
shall
it.
we?
Let's do it. I'm so excited. We've got lots to talk about. There's lots of different elements going into today, and we want to
Yeah.
start off just by what are we about to expect? What are we about to embark on? We are about to get a brand new series, a brand
Yep.
new animated Star Wars series, which is
I'm
just so exciting.
yeah, I'm really excited because a lot of stuff that happens after Order 66 is, as far as like Star Wars content, is kind of like referencing what happened, or
Yes.
you get
Yeah.
like flashbacks. They're about to put us like right in the mix of all of it.
I know.
Like we're
Yeah.
probably going to end up getting another perspective of 66. Um
Absolutely. That's definitely what I'm like holding out for. Like, I just
yeah,
want to see more 66 content.
for
Which
sure.
it's kind of funny because you think you don't want it because it's
Right,
so
but you want
heartbreaking.
it. Like it's
Like,
like
yeah.
I don't want to be traumatized
Oh,
again.
I
But actually,
know.
yes,
I
I do.
know. Because that's what happened with me with Clone Wars season 7 is that we got that,
Mhm.
amazing Siege of Mandalore arc, and we saw how, Order 66 played out for particularly Ahsoka and Rex. And it was just like, I hate this so much and I'm so heartbroken, but this is
Yeah.
some top-notch Star Wars content. It
Oh yeah,
was
for sure.
incredible, right? It's such a dichotomy. It was just like, I hate this so much that I love it.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm definitely hanging out for some more Order 66 content. Um, because Jordan, we are big Clone Wars fans, aren't we?
Oh yeah.
Through and through. We like it's like the first thing we bonded over, and like the first thing we talked about.
Yes.
We're like Clone Wars, and you're like Clone Wars, and I'm like, okay, we're good. This is set. It's set now.
Yeah.
But which is so exciting because we only got introduced to Bad Batch right at the end of Clone Wars in season
Yeah.
7. We only just got a bit of a taster of who they are, what they are, what they're doing with their lives right at the end of at the beginning of season 7, at the end of the series of Clone Wars.
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk a little bit about when we met the Bad Batch. I very much remember my first thoughts and feelings, but Jordan, tell me, what did you first think and your first opinion of the Bad Batch was?
I mean, I thought they were great. They, were different from their what do they call them, normies? I don't regular
Regs, the
regs,
Regs,
yeah.
yeah, the
Um
Regs.
and that's always pretty cool. I
Mm.
was a Hunter stan through and through, but towards the end of it, I was like, I love Wrecker. I love him. He's my boy. And I want
Re-
nothing but the best for
yeah.
him. He's my son.
That's so wholesome. But yeah, there's something about Wrecker, like Star Wars did a really good job at trying to kind of encapsulate the kind of the humor and that kind of childlike humor, and then also make it interesting
Yeah.
for adults too. And I like that about Wrecker, is that we had that, what was the episode where they're up, they're about to, they've just rescued Echo, and they're on the like the high wire, and that whole running joke that Wrecker is afraid of heights. Like that's, it's so slapstick and just so, childlike comedy of, oh, he's scared of
Yeah.
heights. But it was just, it brought that fun to the show, and that's what Star Wars is. It's just good, good fun. It's adventure. It's
Yep.
it's emotion, but it's a fun time. And yeah, I definitely feel that with Wrecker. Wrecker's definitely got that kind of real bounce around energy. He's got a good
Yeah.
energy, actually. That's what.
It's
Yeah,
just so amazing. Yep.
yeah, yeah. He's a good time.
But he's definitely my favorite, so don't even bother asking me who my favorite is
I
because
was
we
gonna
already know
say,
who it is.
really, is he your favorite at Bad Batch?
Absolutely.
Yeah. With my favorite, I'm just trying to think of my favorite now. I think it's Hunter. Hunter's got the leadership, but the quiet leadership is what I really appreciate. And when in that first couple of episodes, where he's having this kind of conversation and he starts to figure out dynamic with his dynamic with Cody and his dynamic with Rex. And because Cody and Rex, we've known for 6 seasons, we know how they lead, we know uh, how they present themselves. And so we know them so well. But then we get Hunter, this other leader, but he was a totally different type of leader. He was this quiet but strong leader, which is just interesting because we all have all different types of heroes within the Clone Wars, within Star Wars, all different types of heroes. And then I love Hunter's style of how he kind of acted with the Bad Batch and acted with the regulars, and he was a mediator, and he knew who he was. And there's a fantastic scene, I think it's in the second episode or first episode, where someone asks, I think it's either Kix, I think Kix the medic, he says, what's Hunter's deal? Like, Wrecker's the big brawly guy, Crosshair's the sharpshooter. What's Hunter's deal? What's his, you know, special ability of this Bad Batch? And he says he's heightened senses. And I'm like, what a niche, like what a niche like mutation to have, that his senses heightened, that he can like feel, sense, and like
Yeah.
feel the vibrations, like over a whole scape of a planet. Like that
Right.
that was very fascinating to me, how they went down that line. But I definitely like it. It's very not it was predictable, but totally not. It's like, oh yeah, he's the leader, Hunter's the guy that's like leading them all. but
Yeah.
then but then it's just so different. It was just a nice I like how it's not just like, oh, he's strong,
Mhm.
because even
Right.
because
Yeah.
Rick is the strong one, but it's like not just like, oh, Hunter's the smart one. It's like, no, well, he's got a very specific kind of way he deals with them. What did you think of
Yep.
Hunter and the way he kind of interacted with everyone?
I think he was a good balance, like not necessarily a good balance between like the regs and 99. He was a good mediator because he was like, hey, we gotta do this, let's get along, but also
Mm.
regs, I'm watching
Yeah,
you.
media.
I thought that I
Yeah.
just think he was interesting. I haven't seen the episodes as many times as I would like to, so I'm not like too like have like an in-depth
Yeah.
type of, oh, I like them because of this. Yeah, I just know that I like record because he is my son.
I love that he's my son. Um, yeah, it's interesting, and what were you just talking about there? The way they have interacted with the regs, as they call them, which are
Yeah,
just regular clones, which we'll get into later. But I don't think every clone isn't regular; they're all special.
yeah.
But isn't that nice?
But
Um,
that's what Clone Force 99 had to learn.
yeah.
That was like their
Ooh.
lesson. Like,
Ooh.
hey,
Yeah. Yeah.
just
There
because
was
they're
there's
not
a lesson.
mutated like
There's
we
something in it
are
for all of
doesn't
us.
mean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's a really good point. But the dynamic between, like, off the bat, they were a bit suspicious of the regulars, and then who went with them? It was Kix. Who went with them to go
It
like
was,
to the
yeah, it was
citadel?
like kicks. It was Jesse, Cody.
Kix and Rex. I think that's
Yeah,
all.
yeah, yeah,
I think,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you're on this, if you're in the comments, correct us if we're wrong there. I believe that's the four
But we're not.
regular
No, I'm
clones.
kidding. We could very well be wrong. Don't listen to me.
um, and right off the bat, it was just everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Kix and Jesse going, oh, who's these lot? And like they're getting on the gunship to go to their landing zone and wreck it. I don't know why I found this so funny, but when when they sat, like, everyone loaded into the gunship, and Wrecker sat like on the edge of the gunship, and then he just, like, out of excitement punches. It's either Jesse or Kix, and he just like punches him as like, oh, come on, buddy.
Yeah.
It's just like just that jovial sense was just so refreshing and interesting. And I think also for um like for the first episode of season 7 of Clone Wars, like think of the whole um, build up to season 7. We just got an announcement that it was coming back. Everyone was just losing their mind. It's coming back. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get this conclusion that we have been waiting for. And then the first episode, we get this real clone centered arc. Do you
Yeah.
like what do you think? Was that a good decision? That should they have like
Oh, for sure,
started
because I think it gave
that
us
more?
like that last final push to love clones before they, betrayed the Republic and made
Mm,
everyone sad. So I
yeah,
definitely
yeah,
think it was a good move.
yeah. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of argument of what is Clone Wars about, but it's like it's in the name. It's literally in
Yeah.
the name. Clone
Yep.
Wars is about clones, and
Yep.
and yes, we've got this amazing character, Ahsoka Tano, who's just the light of
Love
my life,
her.
right? And we get the stories of Anakin, and we get more in depth about Obi-Wan and Padme, and we get all those amazing stories that we all want, but it's about the journey of the clones, and what their how instrumental they were into that war, and why the war was named after them. And yes, there was the Force and the powers and the Jedi and the Sith, and there was Palpatine, and it was all orchestrated for them. But I mean, Rex has that great kind of realization at the end of this season, and where
Yeah.
he's talking to Ahsoka, and he's realizing, he's like, I know I'm over this war. I've always thought about what I'm going to do after this, but I'm almost grateful for this war, because if it didn't exist, we wouldn't
Exactly.
exist. And
Hmm.
and it's just an interesting thought. Yeah, just that whole idea of trying to get the positive out of the negative. And so yeah, the journey and the story of the clones is just one that is truly special to the Star Wars fandom, I think. Um, and it's a good journey to be on. And speaking of clones, and speaking of the journey that we're about to, we've talked about the amazing Clone Wars journey that we've had of
Yep.
the clones, but we're about to get this new one, like we've talked about before, and we've had a couple of discussions about it in the past couple of weeks, and we've been talking about some predictions, what we want to see, what we think we might see. what's something ridiculous that we could see? We've have all these discussions, but Jordan, let's call it now. Let's call it what a couple of our predictions and certainties of the show that we can go back after we've seen this episode later tonight. We go, hey, we called it. We called it.
Well,
What are some of our things?
First of all, Cody gonna be there somewhere. We're gonna see him, and he's gonna be like, I don't know, guarding Camino, and like angry because that's all he's doing now.
Angry.
And
Yeah.
then he's gonna like pull our heartstrings to talk about Obi-Wan. They're gonna be like, oh my god. That's really my biggest prediction. I don't really have a lot because I don't know what to expect from this show because I try not to look too much into it just so I could be surprised. I made that mistake with The Mandalorian, so I'm just kind of like not necessarily dodging things, but like trying to stay on my toes as far as like what I speculate and like, you know, what I research. So I'm not like, oh my god, this.
I was gonna say, are you do you like hunting for spoilers? Are you a big spoiler person?
I used to be, but for Star Wars, I'm not. I would do it for any other franchise, but for Star Wars, I'm not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Star Wars is so. I mean, they're pretty good, usually. I mean, Luke being in Mandalorian, pretty good secret. Pretty good secret.
Yeah, I did. I literally did not know that.
Yeah, Baby Yoda. First time we saw him, no idea that was gonna come. So there are those, and it is magical, and everyone can think of like I remember like I don't know about you, but can you remember the time you first saw Grogu or first saw Baby Yoda as we knew him then, and you were just like, oh, what? Like that moment
I was
of
like who?
shock and what is that? What, Yoda? What? No, we're like past you. What? There's that kind of sense of wonder with Star Wars that definitely comes when we don't spoil it for ourselves and things like that. But yeah, going just back to the predictions, Cody, I think that like he has to be in it. I don't know if he's going to be in this first episode though. I don't know. I feel like if we're going to see Cody, it'll be like a couple of episodes in, and we'll get quite an in-depth look into what he's up to, whether he's like some right-hand man for Moff Tarkin, Grand Moff Tarkin. Sorry, my bad, Grand Moff.
Grandma Tarkin.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Grandma.
You always mistake Grand Moff for Grandma Tarkin. That's amazing.
It's because I can't hear.
So, Cody could be the right-hand man of Grand Moff Tarkin. He could have like, I don't think so because he's a very kind of dogmatic kind of thinker. I don't think he's going to have some sort of a time where he's like, might go away from the Empire. I think he's going to be pretty deep in Empire territory.
I think so too. Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about, I always forget the name.
Omega.
Yes. Omega. There's a it's just interesting. I remember the first time watching the trailer that came out. Ooh, that would have been about a month ago now. A couple of weeks, 3-4 weeks ago. That first full trailer that we got, and she was in it. And I remember just audibly going, "Who's that? Like, who? What are you?
Yeah.
What?"
I still don't know who she is. I'm just kind of like, okay.
Yeah. What you doing? What you up to? That's it. And she looks like she's going to be a integral part of the, like, I don't know if she's going to join the Bad Batch or if she's just going to be like around a lot. But yeah, I'm interested about her character. I can't really predict anything about her, but I just have a lot of questions that I'm.
She's a Palpatine.
Imagine she's a Palpatine. Oh, let's have a look at the chat. Who's going on in the chat?
Someone in the chat did say, what other 212 clones are still alive at this point? Not Waxer. Rest in peace.
Speaking of, Boyle. He's alive.
Boyle, yeah.
Yeah, he's alive, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's around.
I think so. Yeah.
We're going to talk about that later, but the Waxer death scene. Not over that.
That was like top 5.
I'm like,
top 5
everyone's upset over Vibes and Echo. I'm upset over Waxer, man. Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
that
well
was.
still alive, right? Imagine.
Yeah.
Going to predict that Wrecker is going to blow something up. Chad Benty in the chat. Yeah, well, yeah, that's almost. I'll pay you $1,000 if that doesn't happen. He's gonna blow something up. Definitely. Joel Davis. I'm gonna predict someone is a Palpatine. Yeah, well, Omega could be a Palpatine.
Omega is a
Should we call that
Palpatine.
now? Let's call that now and see what happens. If someone could be a Palpatine, who would it be? Well, it could just be Palpatine.
Wrecker. He's a Palpatine.
Imagine. I
I
want to
want
see
to.
Cut McLean.
Yes.
Yes, McLean. Is that his name? Is it LeQuain or McLean?
I
I
thought it was
pronounce it.
LaQuaine.
LeQuain?
I
I don't
don't
know.
know.
Well,
I don't
look,
know.
that guy, the deserter.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
we know who you're talking
deserter.
about. Yeah, I would love to see him actually because he would fit into that kind of space of what the Bad Batch is kind of about, and I think they're going to discover the Empire's not that good. We shouldn't be helping them.
Yeah.
Like, I think Cutler Quane's kind of not theology, but kind of outlook on life, kind of really lines up with that of the Bad Batch. So that would be interesting if they have a kind of like a meetup. Like maybe accidentally they like almost like the deserter episode we got in Clone Wars, the Bad Batch like crash on the planet and like happen to run into them.
Yeah.
Or we do know Rex is gonna be in the show. What if Rex is like, hey, I've got like a mate you could go talk to about, wanting to leave the Empire. You could like do a referral to Cutler Quane.
Yeah.
McQuain? Yeah, I don't know. Jesse Bennett, Omega is Ray's mum. I don't know if that can work. Can that work?
I don't know.
I don't know if the age works. That would be hilarious though. Imagine. I'm loving the like this is slowly getting more ridiculous, these predictions. These are hilarious. Maybe we'll still see Grogu. Will we see Grogu?
Maybe.
What's the timeline? Yeah, no, he's alive. He would be a wee little baby. He would be a tiny. I mean, he's a baby at 50, but he's gonna be like even smaller, like a
babier.
little,
Yeah.
even babier. Thank you. That's the phrase I was trying to go for.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I like
Weston E says, I want to see what happens to Barris Offee. I do too, but I don't think they would show that in like a Bad Batch centered show. I don't know.
She could become an Inquisitor, but again, maybe
Yeah.
that's going to be off Bad Batch track.
And Palmer also said, I think
yes.
Crosshair is going to betray the Bad Batch and stay loyal to the Empire. And I wouldn't put it past him because he's my least favorite clone in the Bad Batch. So
really,
yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that theory tossed around of Crosshair might just stay with the Empire, not necessarily betray. Maybe just go, look, guys, I'm going to let you go. You've been great pals, but I'm going to stay here. He might not be as aggressive. I don't know. But yeah, that would be interesting, an interesting take. But I think a lot of people have are predicting that and going, it's a bit iffy, he's a bit edgy. There's a couple of pointers in the prequels. What the hell was I going to say? A couple of pointers in the trailers. I meant that he's just a little bit distant than the others to the Bad Batch. We have a question, Jordan. Do you want to read out Joel's question for us?
Yeah, I'll read Joel's question. Joel asks, what arcs that Clone Wars didn't use do you want to see recycled in Bad Batch? That would require me to know what they didn't use.
That's a good question.
am not very knowledgeable about what they did and didn't use. Other than some YouTube clips, like from Anakin complaining about Ahsoka leaving. Other than that, and some YouTube stuff. But other than that, I have no idea. So that question is a little hard for me to answer.
Because we know that we know that the Bad Batch arc was tweaked from when it was it like not storyboarded, but we had that little excerpt of it at Celebration. It was tweaked from them, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is like we know what Bad Batch is." No, we don't. What's this again? So there's always that little bit of difference, and I think Star Wars likes to have that kind of surprise, not just surprising of like, "Oh, look at this character that you didn't know was coming." Even storyline wise, they are very passionate about making a storyline that you didn't expect would happen.
Yep.
And they were pretty good at predicting as a fandom as a whole. I reckon we
Yeah.
can call things. Um, yeah. What arcs? I'm on the same boat as Jordan. I'm not up with all my unused arcs in the background that weren't used in Clone Wars. But if I had to see something happen, again, it comes back to Cody for me. I just really want to see Cody fleshed out. We got a lot of him in Clone
Yeah.
Wars, and we saw how he turned out. Like, we saw him in Rebels. We saw what he did at the end in Order 66. Cody, we just know, shot the brick wall, the rock wall that Obi was running
Not the
on
brick
that creature.
wall, huh?
Yeah. Like when he shoots that and he's like, yeah, you can't have survived that. And they're like, all right.
Yeah.
I feel like we could get more conclusion to Cody's
Some closure.
story and
Yeah.
direction. Yeah, some closure. I want some closure on Cody, please.
Same.
That would be lovely. That would be
Yeah.
nice. Right, Bespin 5's Waxer. I'm gonna keep coming back to Waxer. I'm just
Deserved better.
yes, right.
Yeah. So my question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I did not mean to. I was just gonna ask, how do we think that this will affect the fandom?
I think because we've come off a eventful, that's what I'll say, an eventful 5 years of Star Wars movies and content.
Yeah.
A lot has happened, and even since Rise of Skywalker, a lot has happened since then. And it's been almost 2 years, well, a year and a half, and there's been a lot of kind of exhaustion of how things have been done, how people have been treated, of writing, whether it's the actors or the writers. There's been a lot of disagreement and unrest in the fandom, as there always has been, and there probably always will be, and good, so that they should, but as long as we're going in a direction that's positive. So I think the Bad Batch will impact the Star Wars fandom in a very positive way, where, like, correct me if I'm wrong, when Clone Wars first came out, it was still very much like, oh, this is a kid's show. Like, you watch that if you're like 10. And I mean, I have to say, as a 10-year-old, I did watch it. But, the adults and the larger fandom didn't really acknowledge it.
Well, I think
coming off the movie.
It's funny to hear people call the Clone Wars a kids show, because I never really, like, no one ever really officially said it was a kids show, as far as I know.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. Disney Plus doesn't even list the Clone Wars as a kids show. Rebels and Resistance are listed as kids shows.
Yeah.
So it's always funny to hear people say that. Like, I'm not telling anyone they're wrong, but it's just funny because technically it kind of is, but it's also officially not, because as official Star Wars hasn't really said it was,
Yeah, and
plus, you have Darth Maul chopping people in half with hallways and like all that kind of stuff.
I'm gonna say that it's actually more of the fact that, like, it was revolutionary. I think George went with the idea knowing that he was gonna treat it like how the movies were, and it's kind of like a segue. You're gonna start with it kind of light, and then as it went on, he had a plan with that, and I think that because at that time when it came out, cartoons were still known for, like, oh, kids just watch cartoons. Why are you watching cartoons? I mean, even for people that watch anime, that was like a stigma too. Like, people will be like, oh, you watch animes, cartoons, or whatever. It's like, it's one of those things. But I think he was onto something, and now look at it now.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was that,
I agree.
that stigma that I think he definitely broke. Definitely broke. You're right there, Nick. And it's interesting that it's in an animated medium, and like, imagine if it's Clone Wars was live action. It would be so intense.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of money, actually. Yeah, you've got a really good point there. It was that stigma, and it's very much in the vein of George Lucas to go against the grain of literally everyone on the planet. So that's good. That's very much in the style of Star Wars. Hey. But it worked. It definitely worked for him. And I like the word you used there, Nick, the revolutionary. And that no one really kind of saw, no one could see what Clone Wars was going to become. No one could foresee that it was going to be this impactful show with these deeply connecting characters that so many people have related to, and it's helped, and it's like made people have grown up with. No one could have predicted that, the impact of that, and the potential of it is in Bad Batch, in my opinion. I think whether it's like the same people, like it will encourage the same people to get back into it, but also the new fandoms and the new fans, sorry, um, are gonna get drawn back into it and go, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, this show is amazing.
So
Let's go.
yeah, no, I see a couple of people in the chat too, like saying like George Lucas himself said that the Clone Wars is a kids show, which is true. Yeah, it is as well, and it's just like Star Wars
Yeah.
it was meant for kids,
Mm,
but the
Yeah,
idea it's
because I
meant
was
to
gonna say,
grow.
yeah, I was gonna say George Lucas also said that the original trilogy was for children. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean it was.
and
We all loved it. We all grew up
yeah,
with it
yeah,
too.
yeah, exactly. And that's that appeal that it's really hard to age Star Wars. Like
yeah,
in the sense of you can't really age the audience, but also like literally the content has not aged. It came out in 1977 and it's still like the bloody amazing movie. So it's like
yeah,
it's just timeless. It is just timeless, and it's a testament to the writing behind it, definitely, and the creation of it.
yeah.
Um, so kids show or not,
Joel
it's
asked another question,
yes, Joel.
and he said, "Do you consider Bad Batch to be the unofficial start of what I will dub Star Wars Phase 2, to use Marvel phrasing?" And my answer is no,
Mm,
only because I've never really seen Star Wars in phases. I think it's all just things connecting the dots between each other, and I don't really see that
that's a
in
good
like
take. That's a good take.
phases. I just see
Yeah.
them plopping things in different parts of the Skywalker timeline and just
Mm.
making them all connect somehow. You
Yeah,
know?
that's a really good take of it. It's and everyone's made that kind of comment of, oh, this is like phase 2 of Clone Wars, Clone Wars sequel, um,
Yeah. It's Clone Wars
which
season 8, let's be honest.
but it's like that's not actually a bad thing. People are going, oh yes, it is, or no, it's not. It's like that's not actually a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's like what you said, it's connecting. Everything's connecting in the Star Wars universe,
Mhm.
and that's what all this content is meant to be doing, and that's what we're
Yeah.
getting with all these, bunch of bunch of
Series
series,
is
series.
Yep.
That's not a word. With all the series we're about to get, it's gonna be a long 6 hours. I'm so excited.
Yay!
Series is, everything does connect, and it's all this connective tissue that's between all these stories and characters that we love and know, and it brings that depth to it. So is it phase 2? Yes, but that's not a bad thing. That isn't a
No,
bad
not
thing.
at all.
Good
Mhm.
question, Joel. These are great questions. Um,
Joel, if you
yeah.
want to call in, let us know.
Oh yeah, call-ins. If you are on our stream having a little listen and you've got some ideas or questions or want a conversation about it, be sure to welcome into our video call, and you can talk with us about anything.
Yeah.
Nikk, our fantastic sound guy, I'm sure has
Our literal
on the screen,
lifesaver.
literally lifesaver.
Literal.
He can put up on the screen the what do you call it? The link for the for the call if you want to jump in at any time and give us a
Yeah.
question or a comment of what we've been discussing. As
It would be
people are
called. You would call .cultureslate.com. Again, it's called .cultureslate.com. One more time, it's called
I was like,
.cultureslate.com.
that's
I was like,
amazing. You should
Nick, what are
that
you
feels like an
doing?
advert. That was amazing. Oh,
And
I
then I
love it.
realized what was
Call
happening.
dot
Yeah.
culture slate. I already forgot it. Call this culture slate.
Call.cultureslate.com, Hannah. It's literally flashing across your
Come
face. I'm
on.
watching it flash
I
across
know,
your
I
face
know.
right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, one thing that I always so the animation style of the Clone Wars is my favorite animation style of like any of the shows or whatever. So I'm glad to
Mm,
see it come back.
yeah, and it's well done. It's like
Yeah.
it's very easy to watch, like visually,
Hmm.
and it's quite interesting.
Yep.
Um, I know when Rebels came out, I don't know if you thought this, Jordan, but when Rebels came out, it's like the same. I don't know what it is about Rebels.
It's
like
the same, but
but
it's so
different.
very different.
It's so different. I love the memes about how Yoda looks in Rebels.
And
It's
Anakin,
so bad.
like, oh my god.
I'm like so vocal about it. Like, I don't like to be negative, but Yoda looks so bad in Rebels. Fix it, please.
In the most respectful way possible, in the most nicest, less problematic way I can say it. I hate the skinny lightsabers with a burning passion.
Yeah.
Don't like it.
It's just why?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
just
know
those
why.
little things that it's like but it's like the same style.
Yeah.
Different. So I was very excited to see in these trailers like how it's pretty, to my knowledge, to what I've seen so far. It's pretty much the same as Clone Wars, which is exciting because it looks good.
It's like I said, Clone Wars season 8.
Yeah, very familiar with it, which is makes it a lot more enjoyable.
Also, something else I want to point out.
Yes.
If you haven't checked Disney Plus today, they have redone all the art for any Star Wars related content to celebrate May 4th.
So?
And I hope they keep a lot of it because it looks fantastic.
Yeah. That's there was actually something came out. What I'm just going to look up this news. We got a news release of some Star Wars things. It was apparently in Australia, Disney Plus too. We have some new. They're not shows. They're not shows. They're snippets. They are snippets of something. If someone wants to jump in the chat, I'm blanking on what it was released. But I want to say there was something called Star Wars Biomes and vehicle.
Disney Plus?
Yeah, no, it only was, I saw it just before we went on. That's why I was like, oh my gosh, we have to talk about this. Seekell, I know you're in our chat. If you could help me out here with the titles of these little Star Wars Disney Plus snippets that were just released. Apparently it just randomly exclusive for Disney Plus for May the 4th. I know he might be onto it.
It's not Star Wars Blips, is it?
Not Blips. It's not. It was called Biomes. It was really strange. And it just came out of nowhere.
Maybe it was only in Australia.
Oh, brilliant!
Caller.
Well, let's have a caller while I figure out this news article. Yes, bring him in.
Hello. Just kidding. He's not here yet.
Hello. How you doing? We can see you, but we can't hear you. I think it's just the audio's.
Oops, sorry about that.
Oh, there you go. Hello.
Of course.
Hello.
My favorite person in the world.
This is Joel. Hello, buddy.
Hi. Joined the podcast. Got some pasta here for food.
Oh, life is good. You are
I
set
know.
up. Oh, amazing.
More prepared than I am.
I know. It's a good hype. It's so exciting. Tell us. Have you got some thoughts, some questions, conversations?
I think what I'm excited about Bad Batch, like a lot of people are like still skeptical about, the Bad Batch. We really want the A-Team or TMNT of Star Wars. Although I'll argue there's some great Turtles content out there if you go look for it. But I think what I find interesting about the Bad Batch, where it's starting, is if you think of the pilot as like the Bad Batch and their status quo, like they're clones of the Clone Wars. And, that's their job. They're supposed to take on the Separatists and stuff like that. And then the Bad Batch is going to come along. It's like, their status quo is going to get shaken up real quick. I mean, Republic becomes the Empire. Clone troopers are going to start becoming stormtroopers. They're going to start getting regular people. Like, who are you?
Yeah.
And now, of course, in the trailer, we see Omega, this kid. Like, who's this kid? So it's like, their status quo is going to get so shaken up. So I feel like that's going to make them kind of get out of their comfort zones. And we're going to really learn about them as characters.
That's a fantastic point, because there is something interesting about, getting those amazing fight scenes and getting those action scenes, and we get to see how they work. But the character comes from when a character has like to face some sort of adversity or some sort of issue or problem, and they like all individually, but also as a group. I feel like, you're totally right that we're going to learn so much more about them, because they're going to face.
They're gonna get out of their comfort zone.
Completely out of their comfort zone. Right on. Which is going to be interesting. Do you think this first episode that we're going to get, this 70-minute episode, is gonna happen is gonna be Order 66 in this one
Probably.
episode?
I think so. I mean, if it's 70 minutes, that's a lot of time to fit a little bit of maybe start off a little bit like the tail end of the Clone Wars, like we're cleaning up some battles, and then Order 66 happens, and wait, what's going on here? What the heck? Why are we killing our commanders? What's going on?
Absolutely.
And then maybe some fallout, because what's going on with this Empire thing? Why is the Chancellor all crusty?
What happened to his face?
Why is he going all crusty? I hope that's in someone's dialogue. I want someone to say that.
Aren't we supposed to support democracy here? Why are we now why is our new slogan tyranny and obey?
What?
Yeah.
Right?
What's happening?
And it's I feel like we're going to get some interesting action about to unfold before us for these 70 minutes. So you're right in that. I think we could get a bit of a taste of what was happening in at the end of the Clone Wars, because we did see in the trailer that they were fighting battle droids. There was a couple of shots of battle droids and things like that. So I've always wondered that too. Is are we going to actually see kind of that just before Order 66 and then it happened? So that's interesting.
Yeah.
How do you think the battle droids are going to be involved, or do you think it's going to be like a flashback?
Ooh,
just gonna shut down.
That'd be fun. Yes, that's what I mean. It could be
we're gonna see them for
5
minutes. We're just gonna see them for 5 minutes. And they're just gonna go, and then we'll never see them again.
That actually would be kind of cool. It's like they're fighting the battle droids, they're in the middle of this big battle, and they all shut down. It's like, that normally doesn't happen.
Yeah.
That was easier than I thought.
Yeah. Wait, who did someone not turn the lights off, but
turn the switch off?
What's happened? Yeah. That's so interesting. We've got another caller, but just before we let you go, Joel, what do you think? What are you most excited for? What are you super?
I think I'm just excited for a new series to talk about. I'm really got a lot of hopes for this one because it's on streaming service. It's got the budget for it. They have they've had the story people for so many years now. They're tight. They got their skills sharpened. First female head writer for an animated series.
Yes.
That's what I'm excited about.
How good is that? Hey.
I know. So I'm excited for that. So just all around hype.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
We're entering a new Star Wars season for sure, and I'm so ready. Absolutely. Mainly because my TikTok account's going to take off again because Star Wars is going to be popular again. But other than that, no.
Yeah, Star Wars is going to get a little bit of a boost here.
But Joel, remember, you can call in later. If you want to talk to us 20 times tonight, you can talk to us 20 times tonight.
All right.
Thank you for calling, Joel. Good chat.
Bye-bye.
Up next.
The hype is real, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Who do we have next? Jordan?
We have Chad. He's such a Chad.
He's such a Chad. Oh, did you? You've muted yourself, Jordan. Hello there. Oh,
I don't know how I muted myself.
Yeah, sorry.
It just was it just
you were
decided
just that shocked. It was Chad.
My Zoom call was you don't need to speak. And I was like, okay. Yeah.
He was just so spooked.
Yeah.
All right, Chad, give us the insight, give us the lowdown. What do you reckon?
Right. My question is for you guys is what other Star Wars thing are you pretty excited for? What's your dream announcement to come?
Announcement.
Finn's own series.
Mine is Solo 2. I just out of the blue to be
Solo 2?
Hey,
I also need Solo 2. Yeah.
That's mine.
Mainly because I want space to Daenerys, but
Yes.
That's right. Yeah. I know there's comics about it, but the 10 years between Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, I want to see young Anakin Padawan and young Obi-Wan Master
so you want to see the 10 years between the Phantom Menace and the Clone from the invasion of Naboo and the Clone Wars. Okay.
Yeah, it's what happened? And then the whole point of he's I haven't seen Padme in 10 years. It's why not, mate? You're dying you're I haven't seen her for 10 years, and the next minute you're dying over her. It's what stopped you? What physically stopped him? Because clearly he was just I'll just go. I mean, but I know the kind of the Padawan, experience is quite strict. You can't just go off willy-nilly, if you will.
Yeah.
But that's what I want to see.
Except if you're Anakin's Padawan.
Yeah, true. Actually, Ahsoka's
Only
pretty loose.
exception.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Solo 2 announcement. That would be, yep. And yeah,
And-
like what you said, like just out of the blue would
Yeah.
be best.
Yeah, I mean, I figure it's probably not gonna happen, but that would be
Yeah.
like super awesome to see. Like, hey guys, Han Solo 2 right here. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it'll be just like around the corner too. Be like, oh yeah, here it comes. Come on. Yeah, very interesting. Bad Batch related question for you, Chad. Favorite Bad Batch member?
oh, Wrecker
And why
all the
is
way.
it Wrecker?
Yeah.
Oh,
Facts.
it's always Wrecker. Give me more
So
Wrecker.
good, yeah.
A man of taste.
Yeah, I mean,
I just my favorite scene is when he's like one arm bench pressing a gonk droid and eating like well, it wouldn't have been turkey, but like a turkey
Space
leg.
turkey.
Space
Space turkey.
turkey. Yeah. And he's just like having a good time, and oh yeah, he's a character and a half, isn't he? Yeah.
I love it when he was like crying over like blowing up the ship. Like,
Yeah.
I get to blow something up.
Yeah.
Best part.
Yeah, it's just like that kind of classic, just light Star Wars humor that it's just so satisfying.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, this feels so classic. It's just so, yeah. Wrecker's a good time, isn't he, Jordan? I just love how
He's the
passionate you are
best.
about. Yeah.
I mean,
He's the
he
best. He
I
is
mean,
he's my son. That is
Yeah.
my son.
But speaking of, I feel like we haven't mentioned Tech enough today, actually.
I mean, Tech was pretty cool, but like,
yeah.
I mean, okay.
Just yeah.
I like how
I mean,
he
he was-
can. I was just gonna say I like how he can like talk languages, speak different
Yeah.
languages.
Translate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna
that word. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say he's the way that whole scene played out, that he could like translate, and like it came into like his helmet and screen, and then he could like typed up like what he needed to say. Like that was
Yeah.
cool. That was really like that's some real like nerdy good stuff there. That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. And we've got another caller waiting for us. But Chad, what just before we let you go, what are we most excited for? What are we most looking forward for in Bad Batch?
I don't know. Just I'm ready for more Star Wars.
Same.
Yeah,
It's
that's
been
it.
it's
Yeah,
been
that's a
too
good
long
answer.
for
We
new
just
Star
did.
Wars, and I mean the Marvel stuff has been pretty good. I mean, new Captain
Mhm.
America and all, but like, give me more Star Wars, please. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. I'm loving this hype today. This is so good. I'm so excited. Well, thank you so much for the
Same.
chat. Thanks
Yeah,
for
thank
calling
you.
in. Appreciate it. We'll talk
Later.
soon. Love that hype. Love that hype. And who else have we got here?
Hello. Oh, I'm like not in the chat.
Hello there.
It's Palmer. I know him. He's
Palmer.
muted. I don't know if he knows he's muted, but he's definitely muted.
He's in the call. We're waiting for him to unmute. What? The suspense of
Is
what
that
he has
how
to
I-
say.
oh, what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Palmer. How you going? Are you excited for Bad Batch for this new episode?
Oh, definitely. I'm staying up tonight for it.
As
Amazing.
are we.
What are you most excited for about this new series? What are you most anticipating?
I'm really excited for because we have seen Rex in trailer footage. I'm excited to see Rex
My boy.
adjusting like right after like into the Rise of the Empire.
Yeah.
Adjusting.
Having a mental breakdown.
Yeah. No. It's a really good point though, because we see him he's with Ahsoka at the end of Clone Wars, and then we see him in Rebels, and like they haven't seen each other for years. It's like, what did you get up to? Like, we know you found old mate Wolfie, and who else did he find? Wolf and
Gregor.
thank you. Yes, Wolf and Gregor, and it's like, what happened in that time? And especially, yeah, because Bad Batch is going to be the immediate aftermath. I believe it was quoted from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is Rex doing? What is he up to? In kind of coping with the dramatic change in the galaxy, and what's he doing? That's good. Are you a big Rex fan in general from Clone Wars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm also really excited for Wrecker. Just Wrecker.
Yes. Oh, the Wrecker love today is big
Same.
time. Yeah.
My son.
No, he's an amazing character. I think he's definitely one of the most favorite of the Bad Batch, definitely. What do you love most about Wrecker's character?
Just his like brawler personality. Like
Yeah.
he's ready to fight you at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna get some real badass like fight scenes from him. And like Crosshair has that a cute shot, and his tech is that kind of smart one. But Wrecker, just the absolute carnage that Wrecker brings is just so fun and satisfying.
Also, don't forget Echo's a Bad Batcher now. He's not
that's so
50
true.
burst.
That is so true.
He's a 99er, so let's not.
He's a 99er.
Put some respect on it. Put some respect on it. We love you, Echo.
What was he titled? He got given a name actually. Echo. He got given
did he?
the hacker, because it's like Hunter's the hunter.
Yeah.
Wrecker's like the brawler, and then Echo's the hacker, which is a good point because that whole scene in season 7 where you can like hack into the main system of like the separatist thing, like that was cool. That was well done. That's a cool like superpower.
Yeah,
for
sure.
I'm ready to see Echo just punch someone with his scomp link and just poke someone in the eye with it.
Yeah,
I want him and R2 to have a hack off. I want them to hack something and then see who can like do it faster.
That's such a good. I love that so much. I want to see that so bad.
I had a bit of a question or a bit of just an idea.
The answer is 13.
As it is with everything. But do you think there's a possibility we could be seeing some characters from Jedi Fallen Order make an appearance?
I hope so.
Wow, that is a good thought.
I hope so.
Because it's not that far of a time gap.
No, it's really not.
What was the pilot's name? What was his name?
Grease?
Oh, yeah. We could it could be like even like one episode, like the Bad Batch are trying to get from like point A to point B, and Grease is like just happens to be like a pilot transporting them like to.
We could see the
clone /
stormtroopers hunting down Sari and Trilla.
Yes.
That's a really good thought. Oh, Fallen Order and Bad Batch crossover there. I have not thought of that until you just said it, and that's a brilliant idea. I love that theory so much. Yes. Who would you want to see from that? Like, if there was a character to come over from Fallen?
Let me
Cal Kestis.
Cal Kestis above all, but
my boy, I love him. I also just really love his actor, so
that's true.
Yeah, I think Seer and Trilla, like them being hunted down, would be like the most likely.
Yeah, definitely. I like to see a bit of Trilla action, and because I feel like there's going to be a lot of like hunting down of certain people and empire.
Hunting.
Yeah, like there's going to be a lot of that kind of
there.
bountying. Fennec Shan's going to be involved somehow. So they're very much like kind of bounty hunter-esque, kind of find certain people.
Do you think we'll see teenage/young adult Boba?
Maybe.
Complete silence.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. What do you think, Palmer? Give me this one.
I know that, Jordan meant you guys mentioned it earlier, like unused arcs of Clone Wars. I know there was one. It was Boba becoming like more like his father, donning the Mandalorian armor. I do believe it ended with him killing Cad Bane. That's in it, like explained where Cad Bane went.
Yeah.
And then
we never see him again.
Yeah.
In the den.
Maybe.
They could be recycling that. I'd like to see that.
That would be interesting. That's actually a really cool storyline. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for Palmer for calling in and your.
Absolutely.
I can't get over that Fallen Order theory is just blowing my mind. That is brilliant. So thank you for your input. That was super exciting.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Enjoy the episode. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on it. And thank you so much for calling.
If I stay awake, if I'm awake by then.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That is
we'll
true.
be here. Don't be afraid to call back in.
Oh, I won't. See you, bud.
All right.
Oh
Oh.
man, that is. We are having some talks. Okay, Palmer.
We are
Bye.
having some talks.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
so
great.
it is great.
Yeah.
It is great. How good is Bad Batch? Well, that kind of wraps
Yeah.
up our kind of initial thoughts of the Bad Batch and what we're predicting.
Yes.
We want to see Cody. We definitely got to see Cody. Wrecker's going to blow something up. Omega could be a Palpatine.
He is.
Um,
Omega could and at this point, unironically, should be a Palpatine. I'm just gonna say it.
That sounds like a good band
Yes.
name.
With that
Unironically
being
Palpatine.
said, yes.
Yes.
With that being said, in several minutes from now, a few minutes, maybe now, we are gonna transition into our next little segment.
Yes.
It's my favorite because we're gonna, go back in time and talk about some Clone Wars arcs and the best Clone Wars arcs in our opinions.
Yeah.
We have like 4 or 5 we're gonna talk about. It's gonna be a
time.
great time. We have 3 people joining us.
I was gonna say, what friends
I
are we
think
gonna
they're
have on
here.
this?
Yeah,
I'm
we
so
have
excited. Should we introduce them?
Dominic from Star Wars Unrolled. We have Nikk Dowd, who was just here last week, and we have the Zach Bravo all here right now.
Hello,
I think
everybody.
my windows are all over the place, so I can't see anybody.
You all look fantastic. Can we hear you? I feel like you're all muted.
Merry Star Wars Day Eve, everybody.
Merry Star Wars Day Eve. Woohoo!
Well, it's actually already Star Wars Day where I am because I'm in the future.
Happy Star Wars.
Oh, yeah, all right. Well, may the 4th be with you, Han.
Oh, the backpedaling was so good there. Oh, that was so good. How is everybody doing on this fantastic eve for you? Is everybody good?
Pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty all right, yeah.
I can't complain. There's new Star Wars premiering in 5 hours now? I can't complain.
5
Oh,
hours.
man.
Oh, it's so good. It's so exciting.
I am literally so ready.
Guys,
I don't even know what to do.
Right. Like when I was just
like so much information is going to be thrown at us in 70 minutes. Like the first episode.
I don't know. I have the capacity for this.
That, but the show is like 16 episodes in length. So we have this 70-minute episode and then 15 more episodes of stuff we have to sort through.
I'm not ready.
Oh, it's 16 weeks of this. Oh my god.
Yeah.
No. We're gonna be dead by the end of this, I swear.
Yeah.
I would just like to say thank you to Dave Filoni for giving us more content to talk about for 16
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's a good time. It's a good time to be a Star Wars
Have
fan.
you guys seen that meme of like Lucasfilm and Disney being like, no, you can't do Clone Wars season 8, and then it's Dave Filoni with like a picture of the Bad Batch poster.
Bad Batch.
Yes.
That's absolutely That's exactly how the meeting went.
Yep.
Oh, very good. Well, guys, we've got you on here today because we are so excited to do a bit of a look back into the best clone-related arcs of the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting topic, and we're going to go through a lot of interesting stories that we've experienced and seen on screen. We're all big Clone Wars fans. Let's, come on. It's a damn good show, am I right?
Like it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
We are big Clone Wars fans, and we want to, like I mentioned this before in our previous segment, that it's clone related. It's in the word. It's in the name of the show. It's everything is about these clones. And so in this build up to this new series of Bad Batch, we're going to be getting all this new clone content. We want to have a little look back in the best of the clone content of Clone Wars.
Mm-hmm.
So to start off our little rundown of the best clone arcs, we get I think this is 2009 we're talking. The Rookies episode of Clone Wars.
Oh, yes.
The best episode of the season.
Arguably.
That's
up there, yeah.
Probably.
Hands down. Will not take any arguments at this time.
All right, then I'm just going to log off now. Then.
Goodbye.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
Let's do a bit of a roundtable of everyone's just kind of initial thoughts of what they thought of the episode, what they think it kind of did for setting up the kind of the direction of the clones for the rest of the Clone Wars, especially meeting Echo and Fives and Heavy. Oh, never forget Heavy.
Heavy.
But let's do a bit of a roundtable. Dom, I'm gonna throw you into the deep end first. Give us your rundown of Rookies. What was your first feeling of the episode?
Well, Rookies in a lot of ways is such a game-changing episode for Clone Wars, which is strange to say for the 4th episode of a series or the 5th episode of a series. But it took these characters that we'd seen briefly in Attack of the Clones, briefly in Revenge of the Sith, and then spent a little bit of time with in the Clone Wars movies and the first couple of episodes. And it took them from being kind of faceless automaton, proto-stormtrooper characters and really showed us the different personalities that these characters could have. And so you wound up falling in love with these characters. And Heavy is a character who we hadn't met before, and he dies at the end of the episode. And yet you just have to mention his name to Clone Wars fans, and everybody remembers what that character means. So it just showed us this whole other side of the clones and showed us what they could be. And I think it's safe to say we wouldn't have the Bad Batch if it weren't for the episode Rookies.
I completely agree. I think that's it. And it sounds like a big call, but it's totally, you're so right. We wouldn't have gotten it. It was a very good jumping board for what we were about to absorb and learn about the clones. And you're definitely right there that you brought the start of the new journey we're about to go on there. Very good, very good. And Nikk, what about you? What was your first impression of Rookies?
I think coming from episode 2 and 3, where we see the clones not really have too distinct of a personality other than Cody out of Revenge of the Sith, I think I was a little bit worried about the characterization. Like, we all know D. Bradley Baker is a god amongst men, like we know that, and he could portray a million characters, and I'd listen to every single one of them. But I think when it came to Rookies, I was a little bit worried because I was like, okay, how many different personality traits can you really infuse into these characters, But then, the second I saw it, I started remembering, the quote that said, the clone had said, sir, we're expendable, that's what we're made to be. And then I think it was Plo Koon that had said, not to me.
Not to me.
And
I'm sorry.
That's the exact. Yeah, can I do it? Yeah,
I was gonna say exactly. Yeah, that was actually pretty good.
But it's that quote kept replaying in my head, where I was like, "Oh my god!" And now it makes sense. Okay, now I get it. Everyone's gonna have their own personality. This is great. And I kind of like Dominic said. I mean, we would not have these distinct clone personalities if Rookies was not good. If it didn't make sense. If the audience wasn't able to attach to a certain character, how do you go about that? How do you navigate the clones without having them be, personal? So, definitely. Worried, but definitely at the end of the day, one of the best arcs, period.
Yeah, absolutely. And you make a good point there where the clone, it's just such a contrast. It's like they're called clones. By definition, the word clone is the exact same. And then the whole point of clones is that they're different, they're individual, they become humanized, characters, but it's they're just so not what their name is. They're so not.
Yeah, I mean, if it weren't for their face, I couldn't tell you that was a Jango Fett, because they're all so very different. So every time someone says, "Oh yeah, they're calling him Jango Fett," I'm like, "Oh, I forgot he was the thing."
Right. I love the different haircuts too. I just have to mention that. I love how everyone's got Rex is bald, and they
they got the tattoos or whatever.
The tattoos, It's
I want to get a Fives tattoo so bad. When shops reopen, I'm getting a Fives tattoo.
Are you gonna get the 5 on your forehead that he has?
Just right
there. Please do.
That's great.
You have to premiere it here on the show.
So someone has to get the Jesse tattoo though, where it's the Republic
emblem. The Republic symbol just on the half of his face.
Mac, I think you're up for that one. I think we're putting that one on you.
Oh, that's gonna be me. I have to do that. Oh gosh. I'll be like the true Mike Tyson of the group if I do that.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
So Zach, what about you though? What was your first opinion and thoughts of this Rookies episode?
I mean, yeah, Dom and Nikk brought up some really good points. Like it's the introduction to what we see throughout all the seasons. Yeah, no, I was very excited to kind of see like, oh, like they have thoughts of their own. They're not like, I mean, they're trained to do the job, but like they also have thought processes of what they think about it.
Yeah.
And going back to what you said is like it's in the name, so it's very much about the clones. Like sure, like we get Obi-Wan and Anakin storylines and all that stuff, and like we know the characters that we've seen in the trilogies, in the prequels.
Yeah.
But with the clones, it's a bit more special because like we didn't really get to hear their side of the story.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about like in general in retrospect, but that episode, a beautiful way to start off, letting the audience know like, hey, like, yeah, they're clones, but like they have feelings too, you know.
Yeah.
What Clone Wars did is it took a sequence in Revenge of the Sith that is already tragic in Order 66, and it just added a completely other layer to it. Because when you're watching Revenge of the Sith and you haven't seen the Clone Wars movie, you're just thinking, oh, it's tragic that the Jedi are being killed. Oh, look at there's Plo Koon, he's crashing. Ki-Adi-Mundi is being shot. It's terrible. But then,
wait, what? That happened?
Spoilers. I'm sorry.
Zach, don't start.
You're gonna be shocked when you see the Bad Batch.
Yeah. Like a lot, buddy.
But what they did was they then added a new layer of tragedy to that, which is now you're watching that moment and it's the clones, and we've seen all of their individuality and all their personalities and their tattoos and their haircuts and their armor paint jobs and all of this stuff, and it all disappears in a flash. And they played with that so well this time last year in the Siege of Mandalore arc that wound down Clone Wars, but it's there in Revenge of the Sith now too. They've added that second layer, and again, all of that comes back to Rookies, because that's that first episode where you get to know these clones and you see they aren't a bunch of Jango Fetts, or they aren't just a bunch of Commander clones. They all have these different personalities and these different ideas, different ways of living their lives, and then in an instant, with just a couple of words, they're right back to being automatons.
Execute Order 66.
Sorry, that was really needed. That was well done.
Do you think that, because, you know, Clone Commandos, obviously not really seen that much in mainstream Star Wars media other than the video game and some comic books, things of that nature. And of course, you know, we got the one episode where, you know, we get to see Gregor on the moon and we get to see Commando armor in its full, you know, gloriousness, you know.
Yep.
Do you think that there's a possibility that we're going to get to see more Commando-like armor in Bad Batch? I have a sinking feeling.
It might be possible because I mean, now that we have the Bad Batch, which, you know, the group itself are like distinct individuals, even though they are clones from Jango Fett. I don't think it would be passed. Because, you know, there are different types of troopers.
Yeah.
So I think I mean, especially I would hope to kind of see that transition where they kind of switch the outfits, like how we see the stormtroopers from the clone troopers to the stormtroopers. That'd be very interesting to see. But I don't think that would not happen,
because Wrecker uses the commando weapon, the DC-17M. So I'm just like, how did he get that? Did he just like meet a random commando and take it? Like,
Probably.
Like, how does that work?
He said, "I want it."
Yeah.
In his mind.
Yeah, I mean, the Bad Batch themselves, they feel like sort of a spiritual sequel to Republic Commando in a sense. Like it's this elite squad of 4 troopers. Yeah. It very much feels like they're taking that energy from that video game and that book series and just cranking it up, not even to 11, to like 17, and saying, "Here's the Bad Batch, go."
Yes, yeah. And I think it's needed. I think off the bat, like, you know, Clone Wars, we love Ahsoka, we love getting more Anakin and Obi-Wan, but everyone loves the clones. It's like, who hates Rex? Tell me one human who doesn't like Captain Rex. Come on.
Losers.
So it's like,
Did I say that out loud? Oops.
oh my goodness.
I think we forgot to mute you, buddy. Sorry.
Oh, I don't even know. But exactly. Who can't love him? And that clone content is what people want. And again, I don't think people knew that they wanted that, or like, well, I definitely didn't know I wanted.
I certainly didn't.
Until we had these connections.
I was all about. Up until the middle of season 3, I was all about those lightsaber wielding maniacs. I was that Star Wars fan that was like,
That's fair.
if it has a blaster, keep it.
Yeah.
I want a lightsaber. But
Absolutely.
the show definitely gave me a love that evolved into an obsession with clones and anyone else who isn't a force wielding maniac.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, pardon my French, but like I love when Star Wars is batshit crazy. And I think the Bad Batch is like the definition of that. And so I need this series to blow my socks off in like every way possible and pull out like the weirdest stuff. Like the Bad Batch arc itself is like the Techno Union. I didn't know I wanted to see more of the Techno Union, but they're cool.
Right?
It's like, oh, I'm invested now.
Like, great, you showed me. Now I want more.
Yeah, exactly. Real quick, I'm gonna need y'all to hit that subscribe button. Like I'm gonna need everyone watching.
People watching.
If you're listening, yes, Hannah. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and do that.
Oh my goodness, I think.
Why are you not subscribed?
If you're right,
That's
exactly.
Why would you not subscribe?
I mean, it's very easy. You just gotta go on
saying.
Your computer or your phone or any sort of device that you have.
And hit the bell.
And hit the bell. Hit that.
If you're not up with the technology, just get a dove and put a little note that I want to subscribe to, and put a picture.
And we'll take care of it for you.
There you go. Beautiful.
I will come for your knees. I will come for your knees, and I will come for your toes. So
you heard it from Nikk.
Why the toes? We need the toes.
You don't need toes.
Specific.
You don't need toes.
You just need nubs.
No.
Dude, I wonder if the clone troopers have toes.
Oh my god!
I mean, okay, like think about it. Like, sure.
We know that Tamura Morrison has toes because if he does, then I think they do.
Okay, yeah.
Let's get him on the show.
Yeah, call up Tam.
Yeah.
Oh wait, actually, hold on 1 second. Tamara's calling me. Hey, Tamara.
Do you have toes?
Do you have toes? Did you? I know you have toes now, but like, did you have toes in Attack of the Clones?
Or did they grow in the span?
Oh, he hung up. All right, I'll get him next time.
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
No, he probably doesn't want us to spill the spoilers.
No, right?
Can we get him to play Old Man Rex?
That has to be a thing.
Maybe
that has to be a thing.
Yes, Focus series is coming up.
I know.
And Kenobi. He could be Cody.
Oh,
maybe.
Please
I don't
let
know.
us
No, you know what we need? What we need is to see what happened when Darth Maul left in that ship. Now, I know I'm assuming I'm the only Darth Maul stand here that's like heavy duty, but I need to know what happened.
When I said lightsaber wielding maniacs, I meant all of them.
I meant all of them. Right?
All of them.
My goodness,
the Jedi and the Sith, they're all maniacs.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, now that I know that we have 16 episodes, but more importantly, like we have a 70-minute episode, there could be like a little touch of like, oh look, there's Darth Maul. He's doing his own thing. Like there's something.
He's just like angry, going to Dathomir, just being grumpy.
Damn it!
It's so good.
Like should be like Ponda Baba and Dr. Evazan's cameo in Rogue One, where just Wrecker's just walking down the street and bumps into Maul at one point.
Yes.
They have to be kept apart.
Yeah.
Watch where you're going.
Yeah.
Watch where you go.
Oh man.
Oh, incredible.
So now that we're done talking about rookies, let's talk about Clone Cadets.
Clone Cadets.
Cadets.
The biggest thing in Clone Cadets that happened, we got introduced to a very specific character. We got introduced.
And I love him so
99.
much.
Stop.
Old
I'm
man.
already crying.
99.
No. Start crying. Stop.
No.
The effect these clones have on people. Wow. But we get introduced to, I think he's just called 99. That's what they call him.
Yeah.
99. I call him Old Mate 99 because I feel like it's more apt.
Mate.
That means we never got to know his real name.
I wonder what his tattoo is. Oh, but that almost kind of begun this kind of got the ball rolling for the idea of maybe not every clone that the Caminos have produced are perfect, and we've got a couple of, I don't know what happened in the little incubation cell, but a couple of leaks or what have you.
A couple of screws got loose.
A couple of screws loose, and we have this character with 99, and then we have this clone force 99. What was everyone's impressions of the clone cadets as an episode? We got introduced and got a fantastic insight into how things are run at Camino at the different levels. That was actually quite interesting.
Okay. That episode actually made me mad because that guy who was like training the clones was beating up on one of them. I think it was Heavy. I wanted to know who he thought he was. Real ghetto for a second.
True.
I was like, excuse you. What? I was so mad. I was like, who are you? And why hasn't Shock T beat your ass yet?
Right? Shock T was a bit too placid in those scenes.
Mate. Shock T was like, oh, it's okay.
Come on.
That's why she died 5 times in canon.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my goodness.
Is there any explanation as to, like, does her species, like, can just die and revive a few times? Like a cat, like, has 9 lives?
No, they just chosen which one they want to make canon.
Yeah, so they just keep...
It's still up in the air. So.
Dave!
They just keep...
Wait 1 second, Dave's calling.
Oh, God, here we go.
David's on the phone again. Does Dave have toes? Maybe this is where the whole...
David, do you have toes? Is that why the clone troopers don't have toes? He hung up.
Oh, man.
I'm going to let Dom and Zach go first because I have like a whole soapbox rant about 99 that just... Go ahead because
let's open this up. Dom, let us. What do you think of the clone cadets and this arc and getting this little insight into Camino life?
Yeah, I loved it. It was sort of it's a Clone Wars story that has everything to do with the Clone Wars, but also nothing to do with the Clone Wars because there's no battles, there's no real enemy. The enemy is inside the characters. They have demons, that sort of thing. So it's a really fun episode in that regard. Just getting to know these characters, even though we know 3 of them are doomed essentially.
Right?
Yeah.
Great for them. But and again the introduction of 99, it just, I mean, the empathy that they instilled in that episode and the way you just wanted that character to have a happy ending, and then of course ARC Troopers comes along and not so much, but it's a terrific episode, and the whole Citadel training ground thing was incredible, and that's something I'm really looking forward to seeing more of in Bad Batch, because when that popped up in the trailer, I was like, all right, here we go again, let's see.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely want to do that training course.
Yes.
I want to have a go. I reckon I can do it.
Yeah.
Like just watching it, I'm like, I just want to be there. I just want to try that. Come on.
I just want to be on Camino.
just in general.
Yeah, I just want a vacation on Camino.
I want to ride one of those giant like manta ray things.
There is in VR. I found in VR chat. There's a room that they've recreated the Camino training space in VR. And you can run around as, they have all the avatars and things like that. And you can run around. You can't do much, but you can run around the train space. You can climb the walls. You can interact with droids and stuff. Cool. It's actually really cool. Awesome. But, nothing would be actually being there.
Yeah.
Right.
Galaxy's Edge hit that up training course. That's
I want to
that's
go to
right,
Galaxy's
please.
Edge so
Yeah.
bad.
I want to go to Galaxy's Edge too. Guys, let's just go to Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's do it.
forget the
go.
live
I'm
stream.
gonna
Let's
go
go.
from. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
ride one of those giant manta rays from Australia to America, and I'm gonna ride one of those.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, like the one that
Manta rays.
Obi-Wan, the one that
Yeah,
Obi-Wan
the
rode
big
in.
thing.
The,
What does he say to it? He's like, "Thank you, friend," or something.
Yeah,
yeah.
he's like, we've got to
Yeah.
stop meeting like this.
No.
All right, Kenobi.
You cracker. You absolute cracker, Kenobi.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Yes.
but yes, clone cadets. That there's again brings so much more interest and depth of like how things are working, how they grew up essentially, even though a lot of it's accelerated. Zach, what did you think of cadets? What was your thoughts on it?
I mean, I just loved the like what Dom said. Like it wasn't it was like a Clone Wars story, but like it didn't really have like it could have essentially be mistaken as like a filler episode, but like there was so much context behind it. As to like how they train, how they're ranked. Because it's because like, you know, I mean, I'm very simple minded. Whenever I watch like shows, it's like, oh, okay, it's this because it's given to me as such. But but it was interesting for me to like see that episode and just be like, oh, so they don't just come out of the machine and be like, I know how to shoot. They need to train for that. So like the whole ranking and all that stuff was also very interesting because like, you know, it just makes sense. I mean, they're heading into battle. They're getting into a war. So like there needs to be different clones that like are better at different things than one another. And of course, you know, I would say the majority is like out in the battlefield, but there are others like behind the table or like being more of the strategists. But with that being said, like they all have to be strategists, which was very interesting to see where like they all had one thing in mind, but that was the thing that was messing them up. So they had to think collectively as a team. And I was like, that is so cool. That is amazing. And 99, I mean, okay. I'm okay. But
I'm fine.
It's like he's very much this, like, you know, it's like that wholesome grandpa. That wholesome grandpa, nice. And they're just like, yes, and it's so sweet because like he definitely had like that thrive, that heart to like want to be like a trooper, but like, you know, it's like I don't know if he said this like verbatim, but like, you know, it's like I just wasn't made that way, like or something. I was like, please, kill me. I'm sad.
And yet he's the best of them all.
I know. You were the best clone. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. But that's my piece on it.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. And what about you, Nikk? What do you think?
Nick,
of this?
what is your beat?
Okay.
What's going on?
So,
on?
This is my soapbox for 99. 99 is not only the personification of, you know, anxiety and depression and, you know, kids everywhere that feel as though they're not up to snuff, you know, based on the labels that are put on them, right? You know, you always got the clones running around saying that 99 was never bred for battle. He was bred to just be like a maintenance guy and someone to like a stepping stone and, you know, a doormat. And as someone who has felt that way for people, who has felt like the doormat, who has felt like someone stepped to their next thing, when I saw the 99, I don't think I really kind of fully understood the weight and impact of it until I rewatched it as an adult and realized, shit, man, like it gets me even more now because I start looking at the clones that start to accept him and just understand that, like, hey, these guys labeled him as, you know, a failure. They labeled him as something that is just meant to be here. He's never going to see the light of battle. But at the end of the day, he has more heart than the rest of us. And he's willing to put his life on the line where all of us are just trying to beat up droids. He's the one who's going to jump on the grenade. He's the one that's going to fly in with, you know, a gunship and just wreck shop to make sure that we get out safe. And I think it's the personification of fighting your own, you know, labels over and over and over again until you get that one opportunity to showcase who you really are as a person. And I think that's why 99 hits home so hard for me, because, and it's probably, millions of other people feel the same way too. I'm sure everyone here feels the same way.
Yeah.
But it's the one opportunity that you get to really just kind of push and be like, no, I don't care what you say about me. This is who I am. And that's what hurt the most when 99 just, oh God, that's what hurts the most.
Absolutely. And
Not a great soldier, but a good man. A good
yes,
man.
exactly.
Ooh, that's good. That's
Captain America.
Walker. Yeah.
But yeah, fantastic points you make there. And like you said, sometimes, especially if you're a younger child watching it, you don't really understand those real big concepts of what it's doing to you. And I definitely had a lot of those moments all throughout Clone Wars of watched it as a kid and then watching it now as an adult, and you realize so many impactful things about the stories and the characters and the connections, and go, wow, that actually taught me something about confidence. It taught me something about how I see myself, how I see others, what, how to be more empathetic. Like you could list the things that Clone Wars has actually been really amazing at showing.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it's so wonderful that it is still kind of a kid, like it has no age range, and kids can watch it because it's teaching them those amazing things of believing in who you are and defying people and going, this is who I am. So
yeah, especially defying people, because I'll tell you right now, this in the one of the Mandalore episodes, when Ahsoka went to teach Satine's nephew and his friends about corruption in the government.
Did you just say Mandalorian episode? Oh, as in the episode that's on Mandalore.
On Mandalore.
Right. Sorry, not the show.
When she was teaching them about corruption in governments, I was in middle school and high school. And as a Black teenager in middle school and high school, I was starting to realize a lot of those things in my own governments. And I was like, oh shit, I have to start questioning people and holding people accountable for things that happen in my community, So I definitely am holy shit.
There's something powerful in Star Wars storytelling.
99 could be interpreted as a masterclass in representation, because
definitely.
I used to do volunteer work with a bunch of autistic kids, and I cannot tell you how sweet those kids are, because all they want to do is be around people and be understood.
Yeah.
And if they had leaned a bit more into the spectrum for 99, that would have just made the character 10 times better. If he just leaned into it, he is an absolute masterclass in understanding how to deal with what you consider your failures, but also what other people consider you to be.
Absolutely. Yeah. Really hit the nail on the head there. Yeah.
That was
so safe to say Clone Cadets is a good couple of episodes, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then ARC Troopers, ARC Troopers was only one episode. I feel like it's a continuation of that.
ARC Troopers, yes. Yeah. And again, anything on Camino,
unless you consider it part of the Clone Cadets arc, I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving right along, because we got a couple of cadets to go. Well, a couple of arcs to get through here.
Let's see. There's Fives, Echo, Arcades.
Oh, this is. I'm having a good time, I swear. The hidden enemy. Now, I think this was only an episode long. I think it's an episode long.
Yeah, it was only one episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this episode was we were speaking about before the show going. This is actually quite an interesting episode where the character of Captain Rex and Commander Cody is displayed very interestingly. And it's the episode where Ventress, if you need a reminder of what the episode is, it's the episode where Ventress sabotages, if you will, and convinces one of the clones just by paying him that for information. And one of the clones starts betraying, the Republic, and starts working with Ventress, giving her information about plans, attacks, and what the Jedi generals are up to. And we find that out later to be Slick. We all that little Slick.
It
Good
was
name,
Slick?
Slick.
One of
Yeah.
those
Slick the
classic Star Wars.
trainer.
Wasn't so slick after that episode, to tell you that much.
Ooh,
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Dom?
that was like our.
just another
I
one of
feel
those
like that was
One
that
of those
was on my
classic Star Wars
first
bad guy names.
taste.
Yeah, classic
Right.
Star Wars bad guy name. It's just
Yes. I feel
Bad,
like
bad
that was
guy
our
name.
like look. That was our first look at like a clone betraying Jedi and like the Republic. Essentially, it was our first
Yeah.
little taste, you know. Because I mean, obviously we know it's gonna happen, but Dave was like, just friendly reminder.
Keep talking, Jordan.
It was I remember watching the episode like because I am kind of stupid, so like it literally took until one of the clones were like, it was Slick, before I was like, it was Slick, because I was like, I don't know, it could have been one of the Jedi for all I know who betrayed and gave information of interest. And I also, and that episode was actually technically before the Clone Wars movie as far as events go along. Um, because at the end, Ventress is like, go march on the city. And then you see General Lotham and like all the people on Christosis. And you're like, oh, this is like some pre Ahsoka, like we haven't met her yet. And it was interesting because it was like towards the end of that season, I think. Was it season 1 or 2? I can't remember. It was season
Probably
1.
one.
I'm gonna say 1.
Because it was
I'm
old
gonna say
school
1.
animation.
Yeah. So it was
Mm.
1 or 2.
Yeah, it was, and what I love about it is that we find out it's Slick, and it's this like shocking turn of events. You're like, oh, how could he do that? But then the whole story of how Rex and Cody start to figure that out, start to piece that out. There's no Jedi around; it's just them, and they are having to showcase how they creatively problem solve. And I loved that so much that we get to see this process of elimination. It was very much like a Sherlock Holmes, oh, look at the footprint, oh, what does, he must go in the vents. Like, it's very, kind of classic, but it shows that, let's get the magnifying glass out, like,
Elementary, my dear Cody.
And then you see like words just like pop out in the corners here and there.
Right. Yeah.
They pull out a whiteboard and it's beautiful mind everywhere. Well, it goes here and he was here.
But I love that so much. And again, adding to that idea of, we're going on this clone journey. And that's something I really valued. And we're doing a deep dive about this later in the stream, about the Umbara arc. But that was my favorite thing about the Umbara arc, is that clones are such creative thinkers. Like, they are. They're clones. They're trained the same way, but everyone is figuring out a problem differently and getting new ideas of how to go around it. And Rex is definitely that creative thinker and going, okay, well, if we try these avenues of doing it, where are we going to get to? And Cody, I think, complements that well. With Cody's quite dogmatic, and he's in his ways, and he's quite by the book, but in a good way. I think it's in a good way to an extent. Dom, what do you think of this? What do you think of the way clones, and especially Cody and Rex, had to problem solve in this scene, in this episode?
Yeah, it shows how smart they are, which contrasts them with the troopers that we see in the other trilogy, right? Like, we think of stormtroopers as not being the sharpest tools in the shed, but here you have Rex and Cody. They're separated from their Jedi generals. They're separated from their advantage in theory, and they have to just sort of piece this mystery out themselves, like you said. And we get to see them just sort of work it out. We see a different side of them, and we see, we get this appreciation for who the clones can be. And then on the flip side of that, you get Slick, who again shows sort of the other side of the coin to what we saw in Rookies, which is like, yes, okay, there are, these clones have a personality and they're different from each other, but that's not always a good thing. That means some of them are going to go bad. Some of them are going to do bad things. Some of them are going to be like, oh, you just want to give me a bunch of money to betray my friends? Yeah, sure. Why not? Hand it over. I'll take it. And again, it shows the clones having a different personality, which again sets us, this is a season 1 episode. It sets us another step further down the path to where we are now, of seeing, clone a show where looks like the clones are gonna both be the good guys and the bad guys, which is gonna make for some confusing voice acting sessions for D. Bradley Baker, I'm sure.
I know that guy. Oh my goodness. I don't know how he does it. Like, he surely has to break it up. He would get so confused of who's.
Yeah.
Like, that's full on. to be like a whole entire army, that's a big ask.
That's tough.
But
with a million more well on the way.
My goodness.
That's
Yeah, I think that's what Dave Filoni said to him when D. Baker says, "How many voices do you need me to do?" "Oh, a couple, and a million more on the way."
Yeah, that was after the fact.
There needs to be a meme that's like the handshake meme, and it's Tamir Morrison and D. Bradley Baker shaking hands, playing 2,000 characters with a million more well on the way.
Or
that's a good one.
Could be the Spider-Man meme with the two of them pointing at each other. Like,
yes.
Oh yes.
Who's a million? You're a million. Amazing. Nikk and Zach, what did you guys think about this episode and what it showed us of the character and the stance of the clones at this point of time?
Well, I think it gives a good example of what the cadets should learn to do. Is that, like, when all else fails, you have to be one unit. You have to work as a unit. Especially, I don't know if like Cody and Rex had like huge differences between each other, and if they do, I'm trying to refresh myself a lot with Clone Wars stuff, but I don't remember them always always arguing. They've definitely butt heads, but like in this case where like they've had to work together, they're set on, because it's like that's part of the job. So I thought it was like a prime example of what the cadets should learn to do. If we were to go back and like see, like if the cadets were like in a room before going out to battle, and they saw like that episode with Cody and Rex on screen, and they were like, oh, okay, so we just have to do that. Great, we just have to like listen to each other, and then they would have succeeded.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. There's definitely a lot for the clone cadets to learn from that, the way they interacted. And you got a good point there. They really, like, they're two different things, but like two different people, but they figured it out, and that whole working and collaborating was just like, you should learn this. This is like very helpful. This is a good life skill, kids.
It's definitely a good example to show on television, especially for kids, because it's like, it's not always this one thing that you think. If you open up other reasons to do whatever, open to interpretation from other people, then you can go even further to from point A to point B.
Yeah, absolutely. What about Nikk? What do you have to say on
I think this episode kind of reminds me of that line in Big Hero 6 where Hito says, think your way out, use your big brains of yours way out.
It's big brain time.
It is big brain. It's big wrinkle brain time. And it just exactly reminds me of that, meaning, if there is no physical evidence and you literally have nothing to go on, where do you start? And how do you justify starting where you start? And honestly, again, props to D. Bradley Baker. I don't know how he portrays 7,000 personalities at once and makes me cry at every single moment. But the man knows how to make independent characters, but also give them some sort of commonality between them. You could label Captain Rex as, an ENFP, and you could label Commander Cody as an ISTJ or whatever. But at the end of the day, they're still clones, and they still think kind of alike. And it's really interesting to see how he can not only, meld this idea that, okay, everyone can think, their own thoughts, but at the same time, everyone kind of knows what they're thinking. It's like, okay, yeah, I got you. Instead of being like, I have no clue what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Sure. We did get a a fantastic insight of their inner workings as such, and how they thought through things and their processes.
For sure.
On the next episode, actually, I'm very interested in everyone's take on this episode because I love this episode. I loved.
Also, happy 140 subscribers, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Stop it. Did we do it?
God.
Our
Congrats,
goal
guys.
for today, our goal for the end of the stream is 200. So keep it pumping.
Ooh,
keep it.
yes.
I bet you could do it.
Subscribe
Yeah.
button hitting if you're watching and you haven't subscribed already.
Yes. But while you guys do that, we're gonna
very good
move
episode.
on to the most emotionally jarring episode I've ever experienced in a television show in my life.
Oh no.
No. You skipped one. We're skipping one.
I know. Well, then what you're talking about is what I think we should finish with because it is emotionally draining.
Okay.
And we need all the emotions for it.
Yeah.
So
strap in, folks.
Before we get emotionally drained, let's talk about the deserter. And I thoroughly enjoyed this episode. I love Cut LaQuaine. Great guy. I love his philosophy of life. I want to be him. He's just hanging out on a farm with his family.
With his Twi'lek wife and kids.
Yeah.
What a good time. What a good time. And it was the first look at seeing a clone, a deserter, and what that looks like, what that means, and seeing especially Captain Rex's reaction to that. Rex is quite an open-minded guy, but he was quite, jarred by, you're a deserter. What do you mean? What do you mean? And it took that whole kind of story and getting to know Cut LaQuaine for him to come around to that idea. So let's open up again. Dom, actually, I would love to hear your thoughts on this first as well.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, The Deserter is one of my favorite episodes in season 2. I think it's just such it's such a different episode from what we usually get with the Clone Wars. There's just a whole scene around a dinner table, which I can't really think of many others in the Clone Wars. And you just get sort of this.
I mean, there was that awkward dinner between Padme and Anakin in Attack of the Clones, but that doesn't really count. Where he's
I guess when you use that as your.
What kind of a dinner is that? What?
Dinner and a show.
But yeah, it's a dinner scene. It was very
good. And
that got me, Zach.
Sorry.
Because I just imagine one of the waiters or one of the servants coming and just seeing Anakin do this.
Just being like,
do I go? I don't
know. Like, am I interrupting anything?
I'm gonna bring you more pears. I'll be right back.
Padme aggressively pushing the panic button.
Get me out. Padme's like, I need an adult.
Just before we keep going on with the dinner, we have to mention Jar Jar's dinner scene to a couple of the Trade Federation people.
Jar Jar supremacy.
That's dinner and a show. That is dinner and a show. That is where he juggles all the plates. Oh. That is iconic. That is
almost choked on my water.
Top tier storytelling.
But yes, the dinner scene with Cut LaQuaine.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, that's terrific. Just the back and forth between Rex and Cut, and it's another big moment in Rex's journey where he's being exposed to the fact that people think differently from him, that there are clones that don't embrace the same life that he does, and when you get to the Bad Batch arc in season 7, you have sort of this moment where Rex is realizing all of the friends that he's lost. And I can't help but imagine that he's thinking back to Cut. He's thinking back to what Cut told him about how, the Republic, while they let the clones have names and they let them have fun haircuts and tattoos and everything, they still really just see him as cannon fodder. They see him as expendable and exposable. And what Rex realizes, I think in season 2 and then again in season 7, is that he's there for his brothers. He's there for the other clones. At the end of the day, that's why he keeps fighting. He's not really interested in the Clone War as a war anymore. He's just there to fight for and protect the other clones. And it's a pivotal moment here in season 2 that, again, changes the trajectory of that character and sets him off on a different journey, and one that we see picked up on in Rebels, and we will see picked up in later in this season on Bad Batch. And I'll just make a quick prediction here. I think we will see Cut Lawquane again by the end of the week. By the end of the week.
That's a tall order.
Have a look at what episode 2 is called, and then come back.
What is it?
What is it
Hold
called?
on. Wait a minute.
Come on.
Stop it.
See, okay, Google.
The Deserter Part 2.
Right? Like what?
The Returner. I don't know.
I can save y'all some.
The
Googling.
Return of the Clone.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Wait. What is it?
Called Cut and Run.
Cut and Run.
And the description involves the Bad Batch tracking down.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I forgot I'm not talking to my friends. I'm on a live stream. I can't be saying that.
And the description says something about the Bad Batch tracking down an old ally.
What if it's Rex and Cut? If that's how you find Rex, because
maybe that's where Rex went.
He's like, Cut, I really need your help. Like, my army lost its mind, please.
Oh God, let's not start, because we'll start going down that rabbit hole. It's like, what if it's Rex, Cut, Cody? What if it's Heavy's ghost? Like, we'll just go down the theory rabbit hole forever.
Right. And then it ends with, you have toes.
Yeah.
You have toes.
We only figure it out because Cut Lawquane wears like sandals, and you can see it.
Yeah.
Oh wow! What a rabbit hole we've been in.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Wowee.
Oh man! Can we talk about it now?
Can we? Let's talk about this.
Oh God! Is this the emotionally draining one?
Oh,
well,
no.
this. Yes. I mean, there's a couple. That actually happens a few times.
There's a couple, but this is the one that like did it for me, and I was like over Dave Filoni as a person, because not to be dramatic or anything, but season 6.
This was the OG,
yeah. This was the OG Order 66 arc in season 6, the lost episodes. Where Fives came literally that close to just disposing it all.
He was,
and Anakin would have been with Padme, and they could have had their kids.
But
and
yeah,
this is why I'm over Dave Filoni as a person.
Yeah, no, but we went on this journey that Dave takes us on of Fives and his plight to kind of understand what was happening to Tup. And he was just, I mean, it shows how caring and compassionate Fives is, and that connection and that brotherhood that is fantastically demonstrated throughout the show. But it's just like so deep. He just wants Tup to be okay and alive, and he goes with him to Camino because he just wants to be there for him. And then this whole journey of him figuring out what the chip is and what that means and what that could be doing and what just what the hell in everyone's brains. Very intense couple of episodes. Very intense. Very kind of lore and story heavy, I found, because you had to. There was a lot of connection. I like the connection of him trying to figure out who the order of who put the order in for the clones and all that kind of thinking. Yeah. A lot happened in here. I'm going to reverse the pattern. Nikk, what do you think first about these couple of episodes? Fives getting so close to figuring out Order 66.
I love this arc. I love that it's so kind of not only heavy in the sense of
heavy. I see what you did there.
It's very,
amazing.
It's kind of, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this because, we all know how Order 66 ends. They came out with Revenge of the Sith so far before they came out with season 6, and so for me, as much as it hurts, and as much as Fives' death and everything happening is so punch to the gut, emotional, just like, oh my god, he was so close. I think that obviously it would have been a bit more impactful if Revenge of the Sith had come out after that. Obviously that'll never happen because that's just how scheduling goes and that's how they have to do it. But I think for me, the impact of learning about Order 66 kind of softens a bit because we as an audience know it's going to happen regardless. And so whatever he does the entire episode, we know he's going to die. Like, it's all leading to it. We know he's going to, and we know he's going to fail. We know it's going to be emotional. And it still hurts. But I think if it was structured maybe just a bit better, or if there was a little bit of a difference in how he came to the information, then I think it could have hit as hard as they wanted it to. But since we already know he fails, why does it matter?
We're setting up for heartbreak.
Like, we know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we know what's coming. Yeah, definitely. Zach, what about you? What did you think about these episodes?
I mean, with that, it very much reminds me of what Darth Maul was trying to do in season 7, where like we fully know that he is the bad guy in this story, but he did have a point. He had some points that he was trying to get through. He was like, all right, forget the horns, the Sith tattoos, just forget everything, all right? Just listen to me. And lo and behold, no one listened to him. Not even Ahsoka, who is actually very is known to be like very level balanced.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Sometimes. Yeah. But to kind of see,
not when Lux is around.
No. No. But
no. Sorry, just had to say that.
No. But to see that with the clones and the thought of like the clones could have possibly stopped this themselves. Even though, oh man, this is where it gets like all like twisted and everything, because it's like we all know that every single one of those clones are chipped, except for the few. They're chipped. So no matter what opinion they have, they're going to execute the plan. And so it's sad. It's very, very sad. Whereas like, and this is where I definitely felt it the most, because it's like I try so hard to explain myself, or just explain that like it's not this, it's actually this, and then just not being heard whatsoever, and then you're just kind of just kicked to the curb, just not heard. Just the thought about not being heard is very hurtful to anyone. So to see that really strikes, and the fact that they just like gonna go on like it's just another day at work, Fives is just being annoying. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that absolutely what hit me hardest about this episode, because like Nick, what you were saying, like we knew what was going to happen. We knew he's not going to figure it out and tell everyone, and it's not going to be happy days at the end. So it's like that was kind of settled down, but then the whole way they portrayed Fives understanding it, and it's like, because you're so engrossed in him going, oh, you're figuring it out, yeah, keep going, and so as the audience, you're with Fives on that journey, even though you kind of know it, but you're with him. So you, like, I felt myself feeling isolated, going, oh my gosh, no one is listening, not just like listen. And that like plight of like what you were saying just then, Zach, of being misunderstood and not being heard is like such a hurtful human experience to not be heard. And you just really felt it with Fives. Is he just was at the end, he was so isolated, and like he wasn't at all, I don't think he was crazy, and like I don't think he had like an imbalance or anything, but it's like just everyone, the sense of everyone not willing to listen made him feel crazy. And that's a very kind of, I feel like a real human experience of
It
you
is.
just you're going,
Yeah.
am I
Oh,
am
yeah.
going am I crazy?
Like, am
Going,
I the
why-
crazy one? Yeah.
Yeah, like
Mhm.
You know, we give a lot of credit to Dave Filoni, but like the writers of the Clone Wars, my God, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're
yeah, like,
incredible.
this is so depthy and so
Yeah.
intricately written. That is a good point. Amazing writing. Dom, what have you got to add to this? What is your insight into this arc?
Yeah, it's an incredible story because, like you said, Hannah, there's a part of the audience that's like, you sort of forget. Or at least I did. I sort of forgot that Revenge of the Sith was a thing, and I'm going along watching the story, and I'm seeing Fives make these realizations and put together the mystery, and I'm just thinking like, yes, just you'll get it, and they'll believe you, they'll get it, but then the reality comes crashing down on you in those final moments of, oh yeah, no, there's a movie from 9 years ago that kind of says we can't.
Oh wait.
Yeah,
Like-
I'm definitely in denial when those things happen.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, Fives is gonna tell them it's gonna be fine. Like,
Yeah,
he's gonna tell them, and Anakin's gonna go yeet Palpatine out the building, and it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, just
And it's-
Anakin, it'll all be good.
Yeah, and then in even in season 7, I was like, Ahsoka, she's gonna listen to Maul. It's fine. You know, it's fine.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, they'll figure it
everything's
out.
gonna
They'll
be
stop
fine.
him. Yeah,
Luke and
they'll-
Leia will live happily with their parents, and it's all gonna be fine.
yeah.
And
The other thing about this arc, though, is that it shows the sort of the brilliance of the Palpatine story and
Yeah.
Palpatine as a character, because the thing is that this lie, this mystery that Fives just uncovers and solves is so big and it's so unimaginable that nobody wants to believe it. Nobody can believe it. It's so horrible, and so in what it means for the galaxy is so terrible that even if Fives, I think, had managed to tell a few people, they wouldn't have believed him. Because Palpatine is just a kind old man. He just wants to help you. But there's a real, it's so awful that people would just refuse to believe it, and that's Palpatine for you. That's his whole plot through episodes 1 through 3.
Yeah.
And it kind of made sense when the Kaminoans or even Shark T to an extent, you're like, they weren't believing him, and that kind of made sense. You're going, okay, why they don't really have any reason to kind of particularly trust Fives. But when it was that scene with Rex and Anakin, and they were like, we love you Fives. They didn't say that, but we love you Fives, but you're a bit cray cray right now. Like that whole tone of, even you can feel Anakin and Rex going, I think he's not right. But it's like, oh my gosh, he's so right. Just damn listen.
Got it. He's figured it out.
Yeah, like that's when that just made it all the more worse. It's just like even the people that were just so close to him and knew him so well got it, but were like, you're a bit crazy. Which actually forced like that moment then in Clone Wars season 7, where Rex has that incredible moment of the 3 seconds when Order 66 happens and he flinches, and all he can get at is Fine Fives. It's like you could feel like that's oh man, I just got chills thinking about that scene.
Fine Fives.
Like Fine Five, like it just made sense for him. And I wonder if it only made sense in that moment or he actually got it beforehand. I don't know. But the fact that he knew, like he was just like, this is what Fives was on about, like Fine Fives. And it's like, wow, that's a big call. Like you have 3 seconds where you're about to shoot like your best friend Ahsoka. Like, what are you gonna say? So I'm like, that's a good thing to say.
I mean, Rex probably has one of the most tragic story arcs throughout all 7 seasons, going from being a dedicated soldier to seeing a deserter to seeing how war, affects the other clones, how Jedi generals maybe aren't what they, assumed they would be, to seeing how different tactics can get stolen, and then ending it with, seeing his best friend die in front of him. If he had just listened, I feel like Rex at that point when Order 66 happened, he knew that his mistakes had caught up to him. He knew. And there was nothing he could do other than, save Ahsoka for those 3 seconds and then try to get her to understand, what's going on. I mean, Rex, God, one of the best clones, if not the best.
Yeah.
Wrecker is right there, but I guess. I'm just kidding.
Like 1 and 1A.
One
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
I mean, this is a crazy theory, but like if we really want to think about it, like what if there was something in the chip that could tell that it's being compromised? Therefore, like it, of course, it makes everyone think like the chip is like, no, don't think that, and then outside is like, hey, you're crazy, like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Like, what if it was like that? I'm probably looking too deep into it, but like,
But that's how
They have-
intricate it is. It's like
if
it's,
they
it's
have the
pretty-
technology to like make
Yeah.
anything, let alone clones, I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
they could make
like
Yeah.
they'll be
some
like,
sort of chip where it knows that it's being compromised.
Yeah. Oh man, all this
How good
greatness.
storytelling.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh my goodness. Well,
yeah. I mean, with that being said, thank you
was a-
for how many of you are in here? 12, 3.
12.
Thank
We
you.
Yes.
We all brought
Thank
4
you.
clones with us, so
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
With 1 million more well on the way.
yeah,
Great.
Right.
Stop.
With toes.
Stop.
With
Yeah.
toes.
just what the world needs. More of us.
Thank you.
Before we
so
jump off,
much.
do you guys want to plug your social medias?
Yeah,
Nick,
oh,
where
yes.
can people find you?
The only thing I want to plug is I am doing a 100,000 follower on TikTok giveaway. I'm going to be
Hey.
giving away 2 Bad Batch helmets that I'm going to make. I'm going to 3D print them and make them for them. And I'm going to be giving away 2
Same.
RGB TSQ lightsabers. So
Nice.
want one.
So where can
I need
people
a
find
sign.
that? Where can they? Yeah.
you can find me at _ups and downs on TikTok. I don't think we're gonna hit it today. I want to hit it before May the 4th, but obviously I'm gonna do this probably.
Let's get you there. We can get you there.
I'll do
Yeah.
another video next week, but yes, there's gonna be a huge giveaway coming very soon. So
Execute. Follow Nick on
Amazing.
TikTok.
Incredible. And Zach, where can people find your hilariously satisfying content?
Well, thank you. You can find me on both IG and TikTok. On IG, I'm at _Zach Bravo, and then on TikTok, it's just Zach Bravo. Follow me there. Check out my crazy saber shuffle videos over there. That's what I've been doing.
Gotta love it.
That's what I've been doing nowadays.
bro, he kills it. You should go watch it.
Saber shuffle. It's like
Thank you. I think I might have something coming up for May the 4th. So spoilers. What like
so good. Amazing. So good. And Dom, where can people find you?
People can follow me at DominicJ25 on Twitter and Instagram. I am on TikTok, but I still have not found the nerve to post my first video yet. So we'll see when that happens.
Let's find that nerve. Let's find that.
The first one is the hardest, man. The first one is the absolute hardest, and then after that, it gets a lot easier.
Let's get that nerve.
I imagine it's that way, but the place you can find me the most consistently is on the Star Wars Underworld podcast, and we do those weekly. And we're about to launch Podforce 99, breaking down every episode of the Bad Batch.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Can I'm just saying, me and Hannah are available.
Selfish plugins.
I've heard that. People keep yelling that at me. People can find those on StarWarsUnderworld.com.
Awesome.
First episode will be out Friday.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Well, thank
you again,
all
guys.
of you. Yes.
Thank you for having us.
I know. Thank you. That was great.
It's always fun being with you guys.
Yes, likewise.
Pleasure. Gotta love the Clone Wars. All right, well, enjoy Bad Batch tonight, guys. Enjoy the episode. We can't wait to hear all your thoughts and comments about it, and I'm sure we'll be chatting about it soon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
May the Force be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
Yes. The 4th.
Hey, Australia.
The 4th.
The 4th.
Yes.
So good.
Bye. Now, they're all great. My 3 kings.
That was so
great.
fun. That was so fun. They're incredible people.
Yes.
Now we've got so much exciting stuff coming up for you guys. We have an exclusive interview with the one and only the Armorer, Emily Swallow, the amazing, the starter of This Is the Way. We had a fantastic interview with her a little while ago, and we have an exclusive on the show tonight. That's coming up in about
Yep.
about an hour-ish. So stay tuned for that. That is an amazing interview. She's such a lovely person. And be sure to check out our Patreon because we have some questions and conversations that we had in the interview that aren't going to be posted here. No. It's going to be in our Patreon.
Got to get to that Patreon.
Yes, that is.
Oh, yes.
I always forget it. Patreon.com/Culture Slate.
Yep, and it's in the description below. And before before the interview, we'll be playing a trivia game with Jason Solo, a former guest, Captain Stella,
fantastic time.
And the Republic Rangers. Yeah, it's gonna be great, and that's coming up pretty much in the next several moments.
Moments. I like that.
Trivia with the Republic Rangers and an interview with Emily Swallow. So y'all get strapped in because those are some two very exciting. Yeah. It's gonna be.
So buckle up and enjoy this trivia, and we'll see you real soon.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our most chaotically exciting segment that we have had on this show. We are having a trivia, Star Wars, Clone Wars, everything kind of questions, game time. Jordan, are you excited for this segment?
I'm so excited. I even put up, you only see in TikTok videos, I had that much energy to put all this on. So you're welcome, audience.
Yeah,
I know I shouldn't be complaining because there's like all this armor in this chat right now, so I should not be complaining. But
we've got a couple of friends with us today, don't we? We got just a couple of us.
Yeah.
But we're going to go ahead and introduce who we've got here. We've got a couple of our Republic Ranger friends here. Now, for this trivia game, we have split up into two teams, and we are going to be going head to head. My team, Hannah's team versus Jordan's team with the Clone Wars trivia. So I want to firstly introduce the people and the fantastic guests we have for my team. So Commander Sprite, give us a wave. So I've got Commander Sprite. I have Greaser. How you doing, Greaser? Give us a wave. Oh, I love that blaster. Looking good. I also have Dawn's Cosplay. Hello. Give us a wave. Looking good. And we've also got Lord Dominate on my team. Oh, what a salute.
Yes. And on my team, there's... I didn't know if y'all knew that. That's me.
You're Jordan? You're on your own team? Good.
Yes, I am on my own team. Not all the time, but today I am.
Today.
We have Bespin Fives. Hello. Hey, best friend. We have Blackout, the homie for life. We have Captain Stella, Jason Solo, and Athena.
Howdy.
Oh, this is so good. I'm so ready. Let's Nikk, our engineer, our fantastic engineer. How you doing, champion? Are you back there?
I am good and I am ready to go. I hope you are all ready for some questions.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Okay, so here's what we're doing. So we're gonna probably go up 3 rounds. 4th round will be a tiebreaker if we get to it. Each round will be 10 minutes. We will start the timer. We did a heads or tails shoot, and it turns out that Jordan is going first with his team. And how it will work is the question will be asked, and the first team will get to respond. You work together on how you want to respond to the question, and who wants to answer it, divided on yourselves. If you get it wrong, it goes to the next team. Same thing applies. You work amongst yourselves, try to figure out how you would like to answer the question. If both teams get the question wrong, then we will do a spitfire for whoever thinks they know the question. So
I like it.
Just have to, since we don't have a buzzer, just be like, ooh, me, or do something funny, make yourself aware, and we'll obviously whoever grabs it first and I see gets first, yes, we'll go to it. Pretty simple. We'll go from there. So I am about to get ready to start the timer, and Jordan's team, are you all ready?
I guess so.
Yes.
All right. Timer is about to start now. First question is, along Clone Troopers 5s, one became an ARC Trooper at the end of ARC Troopers. Who is that clone?
Oh no.
Wait, can we just say it?
If you know it in your team, and go ahead.
It was Echo, wasn't it? Or did I?
Is that your final answer?
Maybe.
I don't like that.
I'm gonna say Echo.
Yes.
That is
yes,
correct.
it's the final answer.
Ooh.
Period.
Yes, sir.
Jordan came in clutch.
One tally for Jordan.
Yay, love that for me.
Always go off your first instinct.
Yes, King. Yes, King.
All right, Hannah, you ready? Your team ready?
Okay, team, are we ready? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, great. Let's do
Okay.
this.
Now that they finished their mission, Echo and 5 has returned to Nemo, and General Grievous is planning an attack. Who spies for him?
Is it Ventress? Yeah, Sprite, what do you think?
Ventress.
Ventress, yeah.
That is
I'm
correct.
loving that. Yeah. Yo, go, yes. Right, all over it. So good.
All right.
I don't like the under the eyebrow look you gave, Sprite.
I don't either.
I love like the handwriting.
He's like,
You ready? Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka attempt to leave the planet Mortis. They fail to escape. The reason for their failure is because Sun kidnapped one of the Jedis. But which Jedi did he kidnap?
Oh, I believe Ahsoka.
That is correct.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Look at
Yes,
us, Clone Wars
ma'am.
fans.
Sure.
Go, everyone's doing so good. All right, we're ready. Let's go.
All right. What is the name of the prison that the Jedi attempt to escape in this episode?
Next question.
Wait, what?
What
Yeah,
is the name of the prison that the Jedi attempt to escape in this episode?
In the Mortis arc
The
episode.
episode is called the prison. The name of the prison is called the episodes.
yeah,
If
okay,
that's a
what I
hint.
was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I know that can be a little confusing. Sorry.
Sprite just.
I think Sprite is
Right, you're all over it.
The Citadel.
Oh, the Citadel.
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Right, it's
I was
very-
like, what?
You see, he's a
That
commander. He
is
needs to
gonna
know
get
these
so
things.
big. It's not gonna fit in the helmet after this.
You're gonna
No,
have
he's got
knocked it
multiple
out.
helmets.
That's
Better
okay.
get knocked
We
out
made him a
fast.
bigger one. It's fine.
All right. In this episode, which we're talking about the Citadel, who was captured by the Separatists and placed into the Citadel?
Wait, can you say the question again?
In this episode, who was captured by the Separatists and placed into the Citadel?
Tarkin.
Are you sure?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
No.
There's a Jedi, and I don't know his name.
Do
I
we,
can't remember his
do
name.
we get to answer?
Now,
you're asking
Hannah,
just
yes.
for the Jedi? My
I
bad,
think-
y'all.
I need some backup here. But guys, do we think it's Master Peel?
Yes.
I want to say that it is.
Master Peel.
Yeah?
Yes.
That is correct.
Let's
Yes!
go.
See, I was gonna say
Jordan.
Tarkin and Peel.
Go.
I was gonna say Tarkin and Peel, but I was like, wait, I need to get one right first before I'm like, oh, it's
Hey,
one
hey,
of
hey.
them.
Connect the
It's
dots,
the
connect the
important
dots.
one out of the two.
Yes, yes.
Ooh.
Sprite is out for blood.
All
Don't
right,
worry,
now,
don't worry. His
so-
sass level gets to a certain point, and then he gets one wrong, and then it just plummets.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna have to worry about it much longer.
You gotta make it personal, man.
All right, so this one actually goes back to Hannah's team because it's their turn now. So this
Yes,
one
sir.
is, in this episode, Clone Cadets. What is the name of the Jedi Master stationed at the training facility?
Yes, Sprite.
Lord Dominate. Lord Dominate. You
Shock T.
Yeah, I reckon.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah?
Yeah.
As it yes? Yeah, cool.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes.
That is correct.
Oh, he's
Love
on
that.
to
My man.
Hey.
That's why we brothers. My man.
Yeah.
Bone bros for life.
All right, Jordan, you're all ready.
I thought I was before.
Jordan.
So instead of yes exclamation point, I'm going to say yes question mark.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. What enemy helped Boba Fett try to kill Mace Windu?
Or sing. Wait.
Is that your final answer? Discuss with your
No.
team?
It was or sing.
I'm gonna look to Jason on this
Yeah,
one.
no, he's right. No, he's right.
That's
That is
my
correct.
final answer.
Yeah, he's right.
That is correct.
Here.
That is
No,
correct.
when you said or, you were like, wait, and I was like, for a second, my
Or
brain was like
sing.
Cad Bane, and I was like, wait, no, no, you were right. Don't. I told
No,
you,
'cause
trust
I
your
was-
first instinct. You got this.
Yes.
You got it.
Well, that's because I was remembering the episode where they go to Felucia and Hondo's like, "That's not mine, is it?" And
Yeah,
so that's why I
exactly.
was like,
All right.
Hondo. He said it just
Excuse
like
me
that.
there. Woo.
That's
Sounded
not
like a
mine.
damn Wookiee.
Oh,
All right.
okay, question.
You ready? Okay, the question is, I was the first clone to die in the Citadel arc.
Oh
First
no.
clone to die.
Who was the first clone to die in the Citadel arc?
Wait, who or how?
Who?
Who?
Oh,
But
I will give you a hint, because this one could be a little bit tough. The name of the clone starts with a C.
Charge.
Is that your final answer?
Oh,
That
charge.
sounds right.
that does
Yes.
sound familiar.
That does sound right.
Or is that your final answer?
He's grimacing, but I
But it hasn't
trust
been wrong.
Sprite on this one.
Lock it in.
Yeah, just
I think
lock
it's
it in.
charge.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go with that too. I'm gonna agree with my boy.
Okay, this is a tough one because I get where you're going with, but I'm going to say no. That is the incorrect answer.
Whoa, who is it? Oh no, sorry.
Yep.
Go to the other train.
It's plummeting time.
I will say that was close. Very, very, very close.
Oh my!
It
I
was
know
on the
what
tip of
it
my
is.
tongue. I'm trying to think.
I don't know. I don't.
I remember someone.
No, that was the deserter. I know what you're thinking about. I think.
No. It was like pretty simple. Like it was along those lines of like charge.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if it was
Charger. No, please don't get in.
Oh, your final.
No,
Was that your final?
it's-
No. Okay.
No, absolutely not.
It has something. It has something to do with like something mundane. I know that.
First
I
clone to
completely
die.
blanked out right now.
I don't want to. I'm
All
gonna be
right.
honest. After watching the Clone Wars, I blacked out on everything, so I literally have no
You
idea.
are. I will say
I
this.
literally
You are.
warned them that Star Wars knowledge across the board, I am literally the perfect candidate except for the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars, I watch it 100 times and I will lose half.
Yeah.
of it
And
every
that's
time.
why you're gonna lose.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I like it.
So, do you
There
want
you
to
go.
attempt an answer or take a skip? If you take a skip, I will go ahead and give the other team one more chance to answer it within a 5-second window. If you don't answer it or answer it incorrectly, it doesn't affect anything. So you can give it a chance, and I will reveal the answer. Go. 5, 4, 3,
I could say something.
2.
No, I
Yes.
can say something. Charger.
Yes. Yes. That is
It was
correct.
Charger.
Charger.
Guys,
You were both so close. You were both so
I'm
close.
done.
Yes.
I'm over it.
Jordan.
I'm good.
Okay, come back. Come back. It's okay. It happens. I blanked out too.
Said
So
to go
it's
with your
alright.
first instinct.
I told you first
I
instinct every
was
time.
joking.
I even made a noise trying not to be effective,
The
and I was
thing
like,
is, once he said Charger, I went.
I'm over
Pass,
it.
pass.
I'm over it.
Oh my word.
You're gonna need it. You're gonna
Never
need it,
doubt
Jedi.
yourself, Jordan. Never doubt
Wait,
yourself.
I know.
Question: Is it a
Jeez.
little? Is it too late to switch teams?
Hey, you
Nope,
didn't,
we're
you
here
didn't
for
get to
life.
pick the team you were on, okay?
Jordan,
we were about 3.5 minutes left into the first
I know
round.
Okay.
you're a Jedi. I
Okay.
still love you. Don't
Who?
worry.
Whose question are we up to now? I think it's back to Jordan. Yeah.
It's back to Jordan, yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Whoever
What-
said I
That
still
was
love
Ready?
I was like broke a sweat.
What is the name of the new droids launched for this attack? Oh, sorry, that didn't make sense. That is the wrong one. Let me read
The
this
answer
one.
is yes.
The answer is yes.
Above.
Yeah, sorry. I read two different things. My bad. Which episode was Asajj Ventress in the first time she appeared in the Clone Wars?
Which episode?
Yes. What is the episode called?
Oh fuck.
Girl, I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Time out. So when you say the Clone Wars, you mean specifically the CG animated one, not the 2003 animated one, because that's when she technically first appeared.
Yes, the Dave Filoni,
Got
George
it.
Lucas.
All right.
Damn it.
If you need a
I
hint,
know
each
what it
team gets
was.
one
No, I
hint.
don't. Don't listen to me.
Could we perhaps get a hint?
Yes. It rhymes with Wookiee.
Wait, it's our turn, right?
Rookies.
Yes, it is
Yeah,
our
it's
turn.
rookies. Yes.
That is correct.
Is it?
At first, I was gonna say pilot because it was a pilot episode.
Rhymes. Rhymes.
Pilot.
I wasn't
question.
listening to his rhyme.
Answer.
Quick question. Hey, not the fact check or nothing, but wasn't Ventress on the
no.
first episode of the show, like with Yoda and the three
Was that ambush?
ambush? Yeah,
What is that ambush?
she was an
Oh.
ambush.
It's ambush. Producer stepping in. It's ambush.
It was in the pilot. Oh my god.
Sorry, I just I don't
Okay.
You dare take a
pilot-
point away from us?
Okay.
Ah,
I
but
heard you.
Okay.
the ambush was in the pilot episode or the movie?
That was that first
It was
episode
the
of the
first
show.
episode.
Show.
Yeah.
First
Okay.
episode.
Fair enough. Yes.
Sorry.
I have a new answer. I'd
All right.
like to put in my answer as ambush. I don't know where I
It
got
wasn't
that.
their
No.
turn
Yeah,
yet.
I don't know where I
No.
got
He
that
didn't say
from.
final answer. He never asked if it was the final. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
can we
I'm
get
gonna put
another
that out
question
there.
So
in?
yes, you would go back, and I am adding time to the clock.
Sprite is on fire tonight.
I'm gonna light him on fire. I swear to God, if you continue.
Okay.
Well, your whole life has led up to this.
Here you go.
Guys, y'all made the mistake of following a Jedi. I got my orders.
Next question. Back to Jordan. We'll go back here. Who is said to be Darth Maul's brother?
Oh,
Savage.
Savage Opress.
Yes.
That is correct.
Sir.
I know my Zabrax.
Love that. Oh,
do.
we know.
We said it at the
We
same
know.
time, so we should get like an extra half point.
I agree with this.
Oh my goodness.
Lilac, fight me.
Hannah, you ready?
Right. Yes. Ready.
All right.
and-
What is the name of the planet where Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan find themselves? I know that
themselves.
they're in
Oh,
space.
I was gonna say there's a lot. That could
Yeah.
be a lot of answers.
Did they literally find
I want to
themselves?
say
yeah, like it's
Like woke up.
What planet did they wake up and find themselves?
Oh, after they were like unconscious, like they woke up on a planet.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Are we talking about Mortis? Because they kind of clocked out for a minute there. That's not the answer. I'm just discussing with the team.
I want to say it's that one because that's when they woke up. They're like, "What planet is this?" And then the father's like, "Hello, my children," and it's like, "Who? Jesus?"
And then,
No. Anakin is Jesus. Clearly, come on.
My
Come on.
God.
Mortis wasn't even a planet, was it?
But it was, yeah, because
I believe
it's
that is the
like
answer.
end of the arc. They woke up back in the
Cube
Twilight.
in space or something like
All
that.
right. So we need, so what's the answer?
Is Mortis the name of the place though? Is that?
Is it
That's your
pronounced
answer?
Mortis or?
I say
Han, that doesn't matter. Han,
I
tomato,
was gonna say
tomato.
Star Wars hasn't been very forthcoming with that.
Mortis.
So.
That is correct.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yes. Oh, okay,
Stacey?
cool. Woo.
There you go.
Woo, good time.
Pay attention to detail, kiddos.
I was
All right,
hoping
we-
Dom was gonna ruin that one for you. Be like, it's not technically a planet. I was gonna be like, we're just gonna go ahead and sit Mortis.
We are at the 40-second mark now. So this may be the last question for this first round. So this goes back over to Jordan now. Are you ready?
1,000 points.
First round.
That confidence.
Yeah. Ready? All right, here we go.
Yes, we are ready.
What technique? What technique do the Jedi clones? Oh my God, tongue twister today. I feel like Jar Jar. Yeah, what technique do the Jedi and clones use to stop their foes from sneaking into the Citadel?
Oh,
What technique?
they freeze themselves.
They freeze them in carbonite.
Freeze them in carbonite. I don't want
That is correct.
Yes,
sir.
that's good.
What's up?
Is anyone keeping score? Because
I am. Don't worry.
I'm
I
just
am.
saying, off topic slightly, carbonite freezing must have gone downhill since the Clone Wars because they just got right out and were fine. Whereas Han was
Yeah.
like fine for 6 months.
Yeah, dude, he was going.
That's true.
We
They just
are.
got out. Ahsoka was like, "All right, what are we doing?"
So this is called. We're at 20 seconds here. So the last question is: who was sent to protect the Duchess Satine?
it was me.
What two Jedi were sent to protect the Duchess Satine?
What two Jedi?
Who two Jedi?
Obi-Wan and Anakin.
Obi-Wan. Yeah.
That is correct.
With my team. Yeah.
Jedi
And
Master
that
Obi-Wan
is
Kenobi.
the end of round one. We have completed
Yay.
round one. Okay.
Good job, everyone.
Hannah's team, please go ahead and read back your points.
Yep. Did I tell you that? That's a good question.
I did. All right.
I did.
I was just about to say, I was like, just in case, we're literally any of us keeping track.
Yes, I was. I
I got
have
the
it here.
tally
Hold on
right
just a
here on
second.
my
I
arm.
was,
Oh
yeah.
my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, what do we get?
The shock, she's like,
60.
7?
That was true, actually. I did get 7.
Can we get a point for keeping track?
Yes. No.
Yes. Oh.
That's the deciding factor. Responsibility.
We're 2 points behind them.
Yeah.
For now.
So give us a
For
point
now.
update, Nick. What is the point score as it stands?
It'll be one for each question. So we're just doing by like tally. So you'll be doing ones. So hold on here. I'm pulling back up here. Hold on. I closed out. Give me a second.
I have them.
Going on a quick pause.
Just like, prove that we're actually good. It's okay. No, we're not done.
Now we're
Don't worry
coming.
about that.
Now
Well,
we're
we
coming
can't.
for
Okay,
that.
you can't
Haley, stop.
destroy a man's ego without building it up first.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah, we let
exactly.
you
You
have
know
that
what?
round.
You
Coming
should
for you.
I know you. I know you.
I know you.
It's right in Among Us. It gets ugly, and we get pulled between them.
I like scream at people in that.
We've
game.
had to
It's
take a
so bad.
solid hiatus off of that because of the deception that has just
It
come
has
out
been
of it.
banned. It's been banned from our.
I literally we start when
Mine's
we
been
got
crazy.
into it. I was like, guys, I want you to know that when we meet, that I love you, that you are my best friends, and that this has this is not a showing of my character in any way, shape, or form. But I have to lie to you now, okay?
And then I get ejected immediately.
It's always done.
Jason, Zilla turns around and he's the most manipulative person I've ever met in that game. I swear to God.
Only in a
Like, he can
hypothetical
stand
sense.
still.
Only in a hypothetical. Only when it
Only
comes to winning
hypothetical.
the game. That is all.
Let's
That's all.
keep it going though. I want to see this competitiveness. Wow, that was a difficult word to say. Nick, let's
Alright.
take us into round 2. We're ready.
All right. Starting the clock. Round 2. First question. In Overlord, Anakin Skywalker is said to be which of the following?
Whose is this?
Which team's question?
Is it team?
This would be Jordan. It would be Jordan's. It is said that he is the chicken one, the hot one.
Multiple choice?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying the chosen one. Thanks. All right. Point for
That
us.
is, yeah. All right, there you go. That was an easy one. I'm trying to go a little bit smoother this one. All right, that's 1 point. All right, Hannah.
Yes.
When Ahsoka is trapped in the holding cell, a creature visits her and talks to her. Who is this creature really?
Holding cell. When was the holding cell?
This was in Mortis.
A creature
Oh.
talks to her.
The snake. It's like a snake.
So let me repeat the question. So in Mortis, when Ahsoka is trapped in the holding cell, a creature visits her and talks to her. Who is the creature really?
The sister. I'm pretty
That
sure it's
your
the sister.
What was?
final answer?
Wasn't it like a negative creature though? Wasn't the creature like trying to?
Oh wait.
I'm thinking back, and the only thing that I can remember with Ahsoka is like her seeing her dark version of herself.
She was in a holding cell.
This is
The only thing that comes to mind for me.
I do remember some kind of snake creature though, like
Yeah,
you were
snake
saying. I don't know what it was though.
But it sounds like it was somebody.
It surely would have
Wait,
been
you said it was somebody, or it was just
Who
a
was
creature?
it really?
because it was a
Yeah.
creature.
Who was it really? Who was it? It was
Who
a creature.
really?
It was a creature, but who was it
So-
really?
Well, maybe it was the brother because it was trying to. Like,
I would say it
deceive
was the
her.
brother then, because I'm thinking the owl, because the owl was the one that follows her in the rebels.
yes,
But
that's
in
true.
that scene with the snake, it would be the brother because he's trying to deceive them. So I think it's the
Yes.
brother.
Let's
That was
go
correct.
with the brother. Yeah, okay.
There
you go.
Woo, yeah. Go team.
I took the son, but the brother is acceptable.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna let it slide, but technically he's known as the son. But whatever. I was gonna say, as soon as you said creature, I was like, there's literally a scene where he turns into the sun.
You know, the back of my head, I almost
also
said
it's-
Loki.
It's Sam Witwer who does the voice.
Back of my head, I'm like, no, don't say it. You're
Hold
gonna
on,
sound
time.
stupid.
Space Loki.
Negative points.
Okay.
Roscoe.
All right.
Yeah.
Is it Roscoe?
All right. So here we go. Next question. Which of the following characters are not in this episode of Mortis? The Mortis arc. The mother, the father, the son, Obi-Wan, or Anakin.
The mother.
The mama.
Mother.
That is correct.
Say there's no mom. What are you
Is she?
Yeah,
Ain't no mama?
yeah.
The broken family.
All right.
As soon as he said the mother, I was like, unless he says like Mace Windu, then this is
Yeah.
They don't have a mother, just like us clones.
He's taking pity on us.
It's okay. I'll be your mom.
Oh,
Mama
Jordan.
Mama Jordan.
Mama Jordan.
I'll be your mom.
Okay. Question. Hit us.
Which of the following people did not accompany the rescue crew in the Citadel? So by people, I am going to change that to Jedi. Which of the following Jedi did not accompany the rescue crew in the Citadel? I will say 3 Jedi. Mace Windu, Plo Koon, Shakti.
Plo Koon was around, but I don't know if he was. Was he like up on the ship? Or
Okay, wait.
something?
So the question was, who wasn't there?
Who did not accompany the rescue crew?
It was Shakti because she stays on Camino with the boys.
With the homies. She pretty much spends the entire Clone Wars
on Camino, being Mama.
Mama.
Fortunately,
that was a wrong way to say that. I don't get
Fortunately, that is the wrong. That is the wrong answer.
On the city.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan
Yes. This
What can you say the 3
a
answers?
company of the
again?
rescue crew to. So, which of the following Jedi did not accompany the rescue crew to the Citadel? Mace Windu, Plo Koon, or Shakti?
I would say Mace Windu.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Mace Windu.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with Mace.
And Shakti was
Yeah.
That is incorrect. That is incorrect as well. One more chance. Yeah, so the answer is actually
Wait.
Plo Koon. Yeah, so yeah. So that is going to be a miss. Both miss.
She seeded her mind games into us from the start.
Yes. So Hannah was on the right track.
Plo Koon was around.
Yeah.
Plo Koon, I would marry Plo Koon. I think that's like
it's the voice.
He's-
Oh, it's so
yes.
soothing.
I think any of us would.
It's like so
Okay, in
It's
the
almost like a Bane. You just gotta cover your mouth. Ahsoka.
Yeah, it's like Bane. Yeah.
in the movies,
Winter's
they
gloves.
did
We're expendable.
in the movies they didn't make him attractive, but in the actual show,
They
you're
did
just
him
like,
so
oh
wrong.
no,
Did him dirty.
I like aliens.
The same with Kit Fisto. They made
with Kit Fisto.
they made
no.
Kit Fisto look like a crackhead.
Kit Fisto looks like the baby from Men in Black in the movies, and then in the show, it's like, oh, I'm just saying, they took his shirt off for a reason. Just putting that out there.
Because he's
Oh, I'm very glad that they did.
Okay.
All right.
He had that chiseled jawline too.
This one goes back. This goes over to Jordan's team now. In this episode, ARC Troopers, Asajj Ventress fights Anakin Skywalker in a lightsaber duel. Who fights General Grievous?
General Kenobi, I believe.
That is correct.
Good job. Yeah, smooth.
Okay.
Quick.
Hello, General
I
So
know,
we
I-
are now tied 8-8.
Oh, buddy.
They can't be.
Execute Order 88.
Really, Jason?
Really?
What? I didn't say anything.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I got this question from someone, but it will make sense. But also, I don't know how I feel about this one either. But this might give it away. No, this one's funny. Who is Ahsoka's best friend?
Me.
Who is Ahsoka's best friend?
Oh,
Yes,
Oh.
Said ex friend or best friend?
best friend.
Is this a
Depends-
trick question?
Depends how you see it.
I feel like this
I
is
want to say
to say so.
Is that one boy from
Lux.
Mandalore? I don't know.
Best friend.
They're like
Oh,
trick question. It was her. She's your best friend.
Ex friend.
Ex-friend. So they aren't friends anymore.
Oh. Barris?
Oh,
That is correct.
ex-friend. Oh, I was like,
I heard best.
X.
yeah,
Yeah.
Like your
ex-friend.
BF.
Yeah. That's why I kept asking. I was like,
Barris.
X. I'm pretty sure he's saying
Coming
X.
at Ahsoka, how dare she? Barris, that little.
That's a weird person.
See, that's why I was a little bit X and best. Well, same thing, you know. She
Yeah, that's what she
was.
Yeah.
They
That's
both
so-
favor the color red, so.
All right, Jordan's team. We ready here?
Yes.
Yeah, let's get it.
My ID number. My ID number is CP27555.
That's fives.
Fives.
My
It's your
boy.
boy, Five.
My
That is
boy.
correct.
Oh, come on.
Come on, the five first did him dirty.
My enemy.
My name's
That's like it's like I don't even bother to remember his name.
We're still tied 9-9, and we have a minute and minute and 40 seconds left here in the clock.
Rest in peace.
Okay, let's do it.
Rip to the real homie.
What old friend dies in attempt to get more ammo in Camino? Camino.
Old mate.
I wonder.
99.
99.
That is correct.
I hate it. To our homie, Clone Boy 99.
I genuinely cried when I saw that.
Oh,
My
I was
homie.
like limping.
He used to pass me an extra ration.
I was
Got a
so
hero.
upset.
Oh,
PTSD, man. So sad.
That's the homie.
we have time for one
All
more.
right. Yep. All right. When a rock falls and nearly hits the daughter, who pushes her out of the way and saves her?
Wait, can you read the question again?
When a rock falls and nearly hits the daughter, who pushes her out of the way and saves her?
I'm going to go on a limb and say Ahsoka.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna say Ahsoka as well.
So your final answer.
Unfortunately.
That is incorrect.
Out. I just watched Clone Wars for the action.
I
I don't
have a
know.
weird
No,
feeling.
I know exactly who it was. Oh my god. I
Big
just
brain
thought about
time.
who it
19
was.
seconds, Hannah. Team.
I have a weird feeling it could be the brother, and he has this. He like pushes her, and he's like, "Oh, but I hate you, but I actually love you because you're my sister." I feel like he has
9,
this whole moment.
8, 7,
Anakin
6.
Skywalker.
The brother.
That is correct.
And
Go dumb.
Oh,
Wait, hold on,
good.
time out. Is it the brother or
Wow.
Anakin? Because
Anakin. He's a hurt Anakin.
I'm
Yeah,
going to shut my mouth from now on.
But hold on, everyone was
No,
mute there.
Ahsoka. Okay,
Sorry.
I think Ahsoka was a good like guess because their connection later in like Rebels
Yeah,
and
I
stuff. So
feel- Yeah.
it's not a bad guess.
Yeah.
Don't try to like sugarcoat it. Just say I was wrong.
No, it's okay. I have to protect
Be
my
fair,
children. It's fine.
I did say
You're wrong,
Anakin
you failed
twice.
us.
Okay, so that was the end of round 2, and we have Jordan's team at 9 and Hannah at 10.
Wow, this
Oh
could be
yes.
Go team.
Just
I am the master
It's
commander.
all been Sprite. It's just.
He's gonna
Ooh.
be
Sprito. I'm
You
still
do
gonna
realize
call you by Sprite.
After this, we're gonna have to actually attack Sprite. I'm sorry.
I
beat him in the street.
Right, we're gonna have to talk about.
Never make your
teammates look bad again.
We're gonna have to talk about your position in the Rangers. Right?
You said we actually have to attack him. Like you've tried to like
Well,
metaphorically.
they've tried. They've tried.
Let's not look
You
too
will
far into
try.
it.
we have his address. So.
You will try.
We do.
Epic backflip fails.
Well, I guess
Double
Dom.
Benedict.
Protect him.
Oh my! That was so ready. You had a gun ready there. That was good.
Oh,
We're literally all strapped. Like,
Yeah, you all ready?
At
Like at a
all
moment's
times.
notice, can everyone just
Well, I have
immediately pull a gun
my-
out?
I have my
weapon is on
actual
the other
rifles,
side
but
of
I
the
don't want to
room.
get your
Pulls out a
guys'.
holocron.
I don't
Let
want
me
to get you
have
guys
my
demonetized.
knowledge.
we've been
I
in
have my actual
we've been in
rifles.
so many like actual Mexican standoffs, so like we're all ready at any given
I don't have a gun, but I
What's
do have
that?
flavored
What was
water,
that?
which I think could blind someone to
Jordan,
panic.
General. I got you.
Stop.
I had a pager.
You stop that.
You stop
Oh my
it.
goodness.
So we can
It's canon.
either continue to go on for one more round. Or
Yeah.
you guys call it.
Yeah.
All right, we have
Yes,
one round left
absolutely.
here.
One
Um,
round.
if you
Let's do
want-
It's
it.
too close. It's off by 1 point. If
Yeah,
they
it's off
had
by 1
like
point.
4 or 5, then I guess fine. But no.
I'm just
Here we go.
Got it.
Give it away.
Let's tuck in.
Round 3. Fight. All right, first question. Which bounty hunter terrorizes the Republic cruiser for revenge?
Wait, who's
The
question
Jordan's
is it?
team?
I think it's Jordan's
Yes, this is Jordan's team. Left off.
I want to say, you said a bounty hunter.
Yes,
I want to
For
say
revenge? Boba Fett.
that is correct.
I guess he's technically a bounty hunter, even though he's a minor. But whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, is there
I was gonna say
really a law?
revenge.
He's got
Revenge
some
is the
stuff
key.
to work out.
Yeah.
10-10.
Okay, all
Baby
right.
boy Boba.
Ooh, 10-10.
Boba.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Boba Fett.
What type of droids appear? Whoop. Sorry.
You gave it away again.
What droids?
Okay.
This one again.
Here we go. What type of droids appear in this episode? Bounty hunters. First time they appear, I believe.
I wish this was a lightning round.
In the episode Bounty Hunters?
Yes.
Rad.
Is there multiple or just one?
It's like a
Is it like a
what type of droid?
yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Like an IG unit, maybe?
I think
What
it's
do
a
you guys think?
in the episode Bounty I think it's a security droid. Isn't it those like weird cop ones? They're like
Oh.
Yeah. Are they called security
Like-
droids or
in Bounty Hunters though. I'm trying to think.
police?
Wait. Where did that bounty hunters take place? Like where?
Yeah, what planet was that episode on? If we can ask that.
Or should we? Or is that not?
It was
allowed?
on
That
the
was
planet
beautiful.
of business.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm talking
Okay,
about
okay, wait.
episode.
No, I'm talking to the team. Bounty Hunters, was that the episode where they were taking the holocron, or was that a different episode?
Or is that Senate Spa?
Was this the one with Zero the Hutt in it, or was that not this one?
I will give a hint. In the beginning of this episode, they attack the Jedi, forcing them to eject from their ship.
Attack the Jedi forcing them.
My gut is saying IG droid, but I have no idea.
I really
It's not.
don't know.
It's
now.
not that one where it's like those vacuum trash droids that like get past Fox and then like they turn into like these big old.
Cleaning droids.
Oh.
Don't help the enemy.
Oh.
Help him. That's the name.
He's like, you don't know. I could have been sabotaging.
Yeah, I think it's
He's like
I
trash
think you're
droids.
right.
Say trash droids.
Yeah, it's like this weird little
trash
trash droid, and then they're like, "All
droid,
right,
and
go
then-
on through."
and
And
it
it's
just like
Fox.
falls on like Transformers up, and it's like,
Yeah.
hey, we're here.
I don't know what they're called. But
Yeah. The
I know which one you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Those cleaner
Yeah.
droids
Yep.
cleaner
that like
droid,
stack
Let's
together
just
and
go
turn
with
into
cleaner
a
droid.
bomb.
That's
But they
yeah.
don't.
Yeah,
Should
yeah.
That's our answer. Cleaner.
Yeah, cleaner
droid.
droids.
Let me see if I can classify as that.
I personally don't think it's that though.
No.
I mean, we got charge wrong it was Charger, so I don't know.
That's true.
It's instead of cleaner droid, it's cleansing droid.
Dude, I'd be over it.
Yeah. I will. Okay. I will. To be fair, this because droids can be confusing. I will give this. It is a droid that is also a ship.
And then it's the hunter killer droids in
Vulture droids.
Is that your final? Is that your guys' final answer?
Okay.
But is it like the first time we see them? Did you say?
Or is it the only time we see it?
It's either
You thought it was the first time.
Vulture droids, or there's like tripod droids with like the big sphere in the center of them.
It says.
What did you
The
say?
question. So the question is, what type of droid appears in this episode, Bounty Hunters? At the beginning of the episodes, they attack the Jedi, forcing them to eject from their ship.
I think it's the Vulture droid.
Vulture droid.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Let's go! Yes, sir.
Let's go.
There you go, Greaser.
I'm glad I shut up.
Oh, that was so stressful.
I was trying to keep a straight face the whole time. I was like, for the love of God, please say cleaning droid.
Oh no.
Oh
All right.
wow. Wow. Okay. I'm exhausted now.
All
All
right.
my energy.
So intense.
All right.
God.
Jordan? Is
Right.
Jordan
All
ready?
right, Jordan.
Yeah.
What is the name of the Republic captain first shown in the Citadel? Republic captain. If you need a hint, I can give a hint.
Yes, please.
This captain actually becomes a Grand Moff when the Empire takes over.
All right, that's what I thought. It's Tarkin.
That is correct.
I was gonna. You said Captain, and I was like, he wasn't Grand Moff yet, and he's the only like.
Yeah.
Like you said Republic, you didn't say clone, so I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Tarkin.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I didn't hear him say Grand Moff. I heard Grandma, and I got so confused. I was like,
Grandma Tarkin.
Grandma. I was like,
I will say he was wearing slippers on the set of A New Hope, so you know.
True.
Well, he's halfway there.
Perhaps.
Oh,
With
it's so
little
good.
strawberry candies.
You guys.
Oh my god.
I've blown up your planet.
Energy up,
Eat this,
Sprite.
it'll make you feel better.
All right. What is the name of the clone who was killed while defending the escape shuttle in Counterattack? Presumed killed in the episode Counterattack.
Counterattack. Is this a part? That's a part of the
Presumed
Citadel arc,
killed?
isn't it?
Presumed killed.
It's
Echo.
right? Echo.
That is correct.
Yeah, you had to have a Bad Batch teaser in there. You had to put it in there.
Echoes, my boy. I was so distraught.
The homie.
I was saying he said killed. As soon as he said presumed, I was like, say something other than Echo. Come on.
Gregory.
All right, we have about 3.5 minutes left in this round. Jordan.
Yes.
This powerful Jedi almost single-handedly annihilates an entire droid army on Dantooine, including destroying a huge seismic tank. Who is this Jedi?
Did you say general?
Jedi. This powerful Jedi Master almost single-handedly annihilates an entire droid army on Dantooine, including destroying a huge seismic tank. Who is this Jedi?
I really want to say Yoda, but I could be wrong.
I want to say either Yoda or Mace Windu.
I think it's.
Mace?
I'm thinking it's Mace.
Yeah.
Isn't it when he uses Shatterpoint?
Yeah, Mace Windu.
Yeah,
That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I did something, guys.
Because at first I was thinking the one where he just beats the ever living hell out of some super battle droids, and I was like, no wait, that's the 2003 one. No, he still did beat the shit out of some battle droids.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Oh, that's when he does the whole Kung Lao thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like,
yeah.
Who needs a lightsaber when you have fists?
Yeah.
So 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yes.
This goes over to Hannah now. Who is the dying Jedi who gives the secret information to in the episode Citadel Rescue?
Master. Wait, who gives it?
Yes. Who is the dying
You're saying
Jedi?
it right.
Was that the dude with Keely?
No, wait.
Was it Master?
It's literally the answer we had earlier.
Yeah, Master Peel.
Master
That's
Peel.
Because he's like dying and he's like,
Yeah, and he gives it to Ahsoka.
Sure. And then I don't know who gets it, but yeah, Master Peel.
That is correct.
Yes.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
You
About a minute. Minute and 50 seconds.
Why am I stressed?
I am going to pause the clock here real quick. Everyone take a breather. Jordan's
thank
team.
God.
I didn't take a breather.
I was gonna say it's
Y'all have got to be hot.
hot, super hot.
There's like 3 layers of tactical gear on me right now.
Use this as a fan.
All this hair.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, Sprite. How's it going, bud?
Right,
Ooh,
not a sponsor. Right. Put the goldfish down.
Look at the camera, dude.
I like goldfish.
Oh, I gotta go label out.
Look at Jason.
Blackout, you've even got one of the Galaxy.
I gotta
Edge
represent.
bottles.
Oh, the girls are fighting.
What is the tea? The girls are fighting.
Oh, that is so cool.
Except I finished it.
Upgrades.
Someone like ship me some of that Galaxy Edge bottles, just the bottles.
I'm gonna be hopefully going to Disney around Christmas time, so maybe I can get one. And
Yes,
just
please.
throw it and
Yes.
hope you catch it across the sea.
Yeah, just throw
Go
it across
on.
the ocean. It'll float
Yeah, there you
over.
go.
In September.
He just whispered to it, just like
Flutters away.
Is everyone ready?
Yes.
Yeah, let's get it.
Hell yeah.
Team, are you ready? Because I'm not.
Oh, team.
Blackout's
Wow,
been sitting back just intimidatingly the entire time.
Dude,
He's just like, yes, I concur.
I watched Star Wars for the action.
I agree.
He's like, when I see clones, I start it, and when there's talking, I fast forward.
I watch Star Wars for the things.
Have
that
you
blow
seen
up.
my videos? Is there any lore in my videos?
There's an underlining story, but no one needs to know that.
All right, back over to Jordan's team. This one is in the episode Overlords. At night in the cave, whose ghost does Obi-Wan Kenobi see?
Qui-Gon.
Master Qui-Gon Jinn.
Qui-Gon.
That is correct, you guys.
He's my boy. I love
Master
him so
Qui-Gon?
much.
I could quote that whole scene. Seriously. Qui-Gon's my boy.
The first time I ever watched a movie where he dies, I had watched it by myself, and my family did not tell me. And he was my favorite Jedi. And when it happened, they walked in on me just screaming in the living room, and they're like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "You freaks!" I was so upset.
I love it because at the time, if you think about it, Liam Neeson was like the biggest actor in that movie, and they were like, "Ah, well, we'll kill him. It's fine. No, it's fine."
Yes.
That'll be good.
What, train spotting? Who cares? Whatever.
One of the few times that guy
Okay.
dies.
A minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, starting it back here. When Obi-Wan Kenobi contacts the Jedi Temple for help, which Jedi answers the transmission? This is in counterattack.
Which Jedi?
Which Jedi answers the transmission?
I think it's Poe.
No, but didn't we just? Oh,
No,
maybe
right,
that's
right,
where
right,
he
right.
is.
You're right.
Wait, no, but he wasn't there. Plo Koon wasn't there. Maybe that's
No.
where he is. He's just hanging out. He's like, okay, good.
Yeah,
on.
like,
50 seconds left on the clock.
Maybe it could be Yoda though. It could be Yoda.
I
Probably Plo. What do you
I think it's Plo because he shows up with the boy, the wolf pack, I think.
The boy.
Yeah.
I want to say,
You
I want to
going
say
with
Plo
Plo?
Koon.
Let's go with
That is
Plo
correct.
Koon.
Okay.
Oh,
nice.
good times. That was delicious. Good work, team.
All right, hold on. 30 seconds left on the clock here. I have it paused real quick. Let me update this.
I remember every cameo from the wolf pack. All right, I know exactly when they show up.
They should get their own show.
They
do.
They should.
That would be cool.
They're called Plo's Bros for a reason.
Plo's baby boys.
All right, here we go. Which of the two clones reappeared in the first episode since ARC Troopers in the episode The Citadel?
It was Fives and Echo.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's Fives and Echo because they're now ARC Troopers, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Period.
The real boy.
Period, Queen. You tell.
This is going to be amazing because that is out of time here. And we are tied 14-14.
I was gonna say, I wanted to make
Do
sure
you know
I wasn't
how
off
cool?
tied. So,
Do you know how cool it would have been if we were tied 13-13?
I was thinking the same.
ooh,
thing.
so close, so close.
We went deeper
Okay.
into curse.
No, we're the sequel. That's right. We're the
what
unwritten
happens now?
sequel to the
What
unwritten
happens
game.
now?
You're
I,
right.
So
I think to find a victor, we should all fight to the death.
I
no, we will do.
That's the only thing I'm good at.
How do we decide this, Nick?
Battle Royale.
I am going. Yeah, we're
Roger
going to do.
decisions.
There's going to be a. We'll do a question, and whoever gets the question.
So lightning round.
Yeah, it's going to be a lightning round, pretty much.
Gotcha.
We're gonna set 5 minutes on the clock for this round. So I'll let everyone take a quick break, adjust themselves.
So are you just gonna one after another? And we're just gonna everyone all in?
No, so we'll just have a 5-second round.
Okay, yeah.
Dang,
5 minute or 5 second round?
A 5 minute. But
I was
sorry.
like,
But so how it works is if you're wrong or miss the questions, we move on.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
I'll be here for moral support, team.
Go, guys.
Hey,
Just sit there and look pretty.
Pumps the blackout. He can just be on the
Sit there
sideline,
pretty.
just be like, "Go team."
go.
Yay.
Nice.
oh my goodness.
Good job.
Yeah, we are.
He's just sitting there like twiddling your thumbs, just like, yeah.
Oh, me? Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Okay, Jason, we're
Bella
missing one.
He's in bed.
Yes,
We're missing one.
he's gone.
Come back.
We win
It's
by
okay, we can
default.
start without him.
I believe this round. So I believe this round is Hannah's team.
I think
Or
so.
yeah. Okay.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm ready.
Here we go.
Right, let's do it.
In the Mortis, again with the Mortis arc. In the Mortis arc, who is Shmi Skywalker really? Maybe a second chance here.
The sun.
Ooh.
That is correct.
Boom.
That lightning round, I had to just.
No, I will not be stopping the clock. So every time that we talk
Let
over
me
it as well, unless I have an issue that I need to check over it, they'll stop it. But
All right.
here we go.
Let's keep rolling.
Here we go. Jordan, who leads the reprogrammed battle droids into battle? What droid leads the reprogrammed battle droids into battle?
Isn't that R2?
R2?
That is correct.
Yes, sir.
Good episode.
Yes,
I finally
sir.
contributed.
I remember.
Tina coming in clutch.
My 1 point of knowledge, I know.
All right. In Evil Plans, Senator Amidala prepares a party for what senator?
It's old mate, and he's like got grey skin. And that's where they get the Jogan fruit. Jogan fruit? Something? Is that episode? And she's like, oh, he's
I'm gonna
like
be
an
honest. I kind of hear him buzz out whenever you're saying the question.
What
I
was
was
the
like,
question?
I heard senator.
In Evil Plains, Senator Amidala prepares a party for what senator?
Prepares it. She prepares a party for what senator?
I can see their face. I don't know their name.
What they look like? Say what they
Bail
look like.
Organa, Satine, or Aang?
I'm gonna say Aang.
Yeah,
Aang, yeah, it's not Organa and it's not Satine. It has to be Aang. Senator Aang.
The airbender?
Senator Aang. That is correct.
Wait,
I had it as soon as he said the question.
Whose team got that?
That was us.
Okay.
I said it first. That was me.
But I don't think it was. Had it moved on?
On the record.
No, I mean maybe. I don't know.
In
Well,
this,
he said multiple choice, so why would he add the multiple choice if it wasn't going to count?
Yeah, it was multiple choice, wasn't it? Yeah.
all right. So we'll do this. No one gets that point.
Okay.
Okay, fair. Yeah.
All right.
Erase that.
In this episode, Night Sisters, Asajj Ventress returns to her home planet after being tricked by Count Dooku. What is the name of her home planet?
Who is this?
Dathomir. Dathomir.
That is correct.
Stuff.
To it.
Yes, sir.
Second.
I've been playing Fallen Order, so.
Okay, next question.
I'm just saying,
Next-
there's a version
yeah.
of voodoo in Star Wars, so.
Next question. I am a medic of the 501st.
Kicks.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yep.
Boom.
So they're one of the only medics in the show that has a name.
Yeah.
For real.
That was TK9756.
Of course.
He's like, that was the correct answer, so it doesn't count.
All right. Let's pause here. Okay. Whose armor does Rex put on his handprint? Let me rephrase that. Whose armor does Rex put on his hand?
Echo.
That is correct.
I know my
Good
Yes.
stuff.
What's up,
Yeah, damn. Nice.
Oh, it's just in the back, just like, it was Echo.
In Star Wars The Clone Wars Season 3, which of the following characters does survive? Lux Bonteri, Ahsoka Tano. I don't even know why that put that one in there. Sorry.
Like, well, it wasn't Ahsoka, because everyone knows she died. So.
Yeah, so let's not go to that one. Sorry.
Ahsoka dead as fuck.
She's like a C
Wow.
character, so like who? I mean, who really cares?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, as a matter of fact,
you take that back.
who?
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Sokka?
Here we go.
Ahsoka? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Here we
I
go.
think he's going to a different question.
Different questions. The green skin Jedi general leads an underwater counterattack
Get
on the
Fisto.
Calamari. Yeah.
Get Fisto.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry. Are we allowed to interrupt the question? You said green skin and then underwater, and I was like,
I mean, like,
we
it
were
was,
just talking about how hot he is. Come on.
well, what if it was Yoda? I mean, like, come on.
I mean, well, maybe.
You don't think
His-
Yoda's hot?
Imagine his little claw feet underwater. I feel like he does.
Oh wait, I thought we were still going back and forth. If we can just interrupt people, wait, I'm on it now. I'm on
Yeah,
God,
I was confused.
lightning round,
We're
dude,
going
lightning
back
round.
and
Yeah, lightning
forth,
round.
But now we're not.
Yeah,
Okay.
lightning round.
Well, we were at first.
Bet.
Yeah, it's back and it's.
It was back.
we're here now. We're here.
Was
now.
it? I'm sorry. I thought we agreed on lightning round at the beginning. That's my bad.
Well, this is awkward.
Next question.
Well, it doesn't matter because both teams are tied still 17-17 on my
Oh,
end.
Jesus
So
Christ.
we have 40 seconds. So what we're gonna do here. This is
Listen,
what we're gonna do here for the last point. Each member amongst yourselves are gonna pick one person to answer this question. I will put up the question, and then I will give you time to talk amongst yourselves real quick, or kind of charades or whatnot, because it's kind of hard. But just when you're ready, I will go over to each team, and they will both say an answer. Don't second guess it. If someone says the same answer, we'll go from there. Then we'll have to keep going.
Okay. Well,
Fun.
Sprite.
We're gonna nominate
you
I'm
wanna
just
roll
saying.
tonight?
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
At this rate, it's going to end in a fist fight. So
It's gonna end in a fist fight. So that's what we're
End
gonna
in a
do.
fist fight.
Better
I like
That's the
blackout
only
as
thing
All
our
right, no, we're gonna. Okay, last. All right.
Okay. I nominate Sprite for my team. He's going to be our chosen one.
who wants to go?
I think it should be Scylla.
Okay, yeah, cool.
I wonder who said that. Some ghost
I can't
in
put
the
my helmet on with
Yeah.
my headphones, so we're just gonna here.
I've actually superimposed this very nicely.
Surprisingly well.
Stella, if you lose, you have to make me a helmet. So don't lose.
I've got like 7 extras, so it's all I'm all over it.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Which episode can the Ark of the Covenant be seen?
Are you going to certain teams or?
Do we have to know the name of the episode, or can we describe it? Because I know the episode, I just don't know the name of it. I know that it's a C-3PO and R2-D2 episode, and that's all I remember.
Right, my man. You thinking what I'm thinking? Do you know it?
Can you say the question one more time for me?
In which episode can the Ark of the Covenant be seen?
I know the exact scene.
Damn it, Dominic.
Damn. Oh, she's like, I like Sprite, and Dom's like, bad choice.
I know the exact scene. I don't know the name.
No, he went specific. So now I'm like big brain in it. Hold on.
Tiebreaker here. Can't be easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to remember the name of it. I just remembered if
it's the
I just
episode
remember
itself.
C3PO and R2. Yeah.
I know the exact scene.
But do you know the name of the episode?
I don't know the name of the episode, but I know that the battle droids are loading up the Ark of the Covenant in the background from Wat Tabor into his personal shuttle as they're leaving the planet because the Jedi with the clone troopers are literally storming across the light bridge into the actual city.
Oh yeah.
That battle is led by Mace Windu.
Wasn't Sprite answering?
Oh,
Oh,
I was gonna
trying
say,
to help.
no, he's not answering.
My man Sprite.
He's describing.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah.
He gave it to
right
you.
there.
Sprite.
It's, we're looking at it.
All right.
They're on Ryloth.
Oh, everyone is just like freezing here. I can feel the intimidation here. I can
I feel like I'm gonna
anticipation,
mess
all
up
of it.
by like 2 words.
I know the name. Oh my god! I just thought about it.
I know it, but I don't. Oh my god.
I feel like some really intense music should be playing.
It's on Ryloth.
I know the answer.
It's.
Wait? Am I? I'm not allowed to say it. Am I?
No, it's.
No, they're respected. Yeah.
Oh my god!
I mean, you can describe it. Dom just described the
did
whole
my
episode. in detail.
I know he explained it, but
Say
the
it
title of
backwards.
the
You can say it
episode.
I didn't give you the
backwards.
title of the episode.
I know what the title of the episode is.
Are they? Since we're on the same team, are we able to like message him what it is?
No.
It's the same thing as just saying it.
Come
Dude,
on,
don't say it out loud.
you know it.
Huh?
You know it.
On Ryloth. No, Ryloth.
Yeah.
Ryloth.
That's
one word.
That's a paper clip or something.
Like warmish hot. Warmish
Yes?
hot.
Do you remember Lego Star Wars 3?
Okay, here's what we'll do. I will give
the level on that.
I will give each team that is supposed to represent to, each person that's representing each team to say what they think. And then if you're both wrong, I will give you a hint.
Jordan, go.
Isn't it Liberty on Ryloth?
That is correct.
Damn it!
Thank
Good
God.
stuff.
I am
Yeah.
really glad that you
Liberty
said
on
that because
Ryloth.
I was like this close to saying like something really like generic.
I know
like Battle
well,
of
no,
Ryloth.
because I was like, because I know there was Storm over Ryloth, Innocence of Ryloth, and Liberty over Ryloth. I watched all the
Yeah.
Ryloth episodes like 85,000 times.
Never watching the Clone Wars
Hey,
episode.
producer, no, it's
General,
not. That's not the
general
answer. That's
It's not the
correct
answer. It's
Oh.
not
It's not-
Liberty.
No, it's not.
It's not Liberty.
Then what is it?
Oh.
Well, first of all, this should be thrown out because the format's bad. Because if the first person answered it correctly, you have no opportunity to know if the second person even knew it or not, because the answer's already been said. So that's not a good format. And
Can
it's
we-
victory on Ryloth.
Oh
It's a
my
victory, not
God.
liberty.
I'm just gonna say because literally nobody knew anyway, so
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
At that point, it doesn't matter.
I knew
Let's do
the
another
exact
one.
scene. I knew the exact scene.
We know,
Nick,
Dom.
you
We
should
know.
do it. Nick, you should do another question, but what you should do is you should either be whoever just answers first after you say go.
Yeah. I got one, and this one's not as crazy.
So wait, who's the two people? Me and
you, I believe.
Me and Jason.
Yeah, I'll let y'all too. That way it'll be less
Just
chaotic.
whoever
if
answers
it's two.
first.
Yeah.
Whoever answers first out of you two. All right.
And if they both get it wrong, then just open it up to everybody on every team, and whoever says it first, whatever team they're on, wins.
All right, deal.
The chaos. I can't
It's
wait.
gonna be a bloodbath.
This is what happens when we're on a show, just utter chaos.
Utter chaos.
Okay, I'm ready.
Here we go. Who accompanies Yoda in the rescue mission to Ilum?
Ahsoka Tano.
Kind of breaking up. On my end, anyways.
Yeah.
Rescue mission Ilum.
Who accompanies Yoda on this rescue mission to Ilum?
Yeah, Ahsoka, right? Ahsoka Tano. That's my final answer. I'm gonna say Ahsoka.
Does Sprite answer as well?
Yeah, Sprite has a chance. It's
Well, so he said that whoever answers it first, if they get it wrong, then the
Yeah.
other one, whoever
Oh,
wasn't able
okay,
to answer
yeah,
fast.
That is incorrect.
All right, so now it is Sprite's turn.
Okay. Okay. Whoa. Okay.
Who goes with Yoda on a rescue mission?
The Ilum.
Which
Who
planet is
accompanies?
that?
Ilum's where they
Ilum?
get the kyber crystals for the lightsabers, isn't it?
Yes.
Wait,
Yeah.
I think I have a problem. No,
I think we all do.
I'll explain why I have a problem after Sprite answers if he doesn't get it right.
It's the when it goes on the
Correction. That is
That is
this-
correct. Yeah.
No, so this is a question
That's
from the 2003
Yeah.
Clone Wars, so that's my bad.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Alright,
I was gonna
so
say,
hold on.
yeah, I was gonna.
I
I was
know
gonna say
the
the only Clone
answer.
Wars episode that I know of that has Yoda on Ilum is when he takes Ahsoka with the the younglings to
Yeah.
get there.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, so hold on. I'm going to do a pause because I'm going to edit this out.
Since we're
Yeah,
editing
doesn't
it out,
count.
by
Cut
the
it
way,
back, cut
guys,
it back.
since the correct
we're
answer is
good.
Padme, so I mean,
We're good.
There you go. I was gonna say the
I already marked these
2003
down.
series. I don't know why I know that one better, but I do.
Okay. Final question time. Let's do it. We're ready.
Let's run it again.
Sprite.
Let's
right?
do it.
So let's Sprite.
You gotta add in like a blooper reel where it like cuts out every time you screw up.
All right, we're going to just do this. Here we go. Females on the planet Dathomir are called Night Sisters, but what are the males called?
Zabrex.
That is correct.
Oh, I didn't hear the first part of the question.
Oh.
That's
All
okay.
right.
You said Night Sisters and what's the male, so I just doesn't matter. I still would have had it or would have.
That's
it doesn't matter.
wait.
That's right.
Wait, hold on. What was the answer? What did you say? You said Zarback?
He said Zabrak.
Zabrak. That is actually incorrect.
Yeah, it's Night Brothers.
That is
It's
actually.
Night Brothers.
What happened? So confused.
Ambrax the race.
So we'll skip that one now. This question, yeah. All
Have a
right.
tie? Can we just have a tie?
Yeah. This is crazy.
Y'all about to
I
make
think
me
that's
get.
I think that's where
Y'all are
the
about to make me get
game's
into
going.
character and
Back to
go
places.
get a drink.
I'm really hungry.
Of course you are, Blackout.
We just have a tie? Like, it's fine.
Blackout
All right, how about
like it's tied.
we're gonna fight to the T on this one.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, everyone go.
Fight for the title.
I'm glad Blackout's on my team. Blackout, get him!
Just charges. That's it.
She just goes
Okay.
feral.
All
Last
right.
question. Let's do
Last
it.
question. What enemy helped Boba Fett try to kill Mace Windu?
Or a sing.
Or a sing? Boss.
That is correct.
Okay,
I heard Bespin
that was
first.
a question in round one.
Yeah.
That was a question.
No, it wasn't. No, the question was who destroyed the ship to get revenge. The answer was
No,
Boba Fett.
no,
it wasn't.
he asked that same exact question
No.
before
Exact same
that
question has been asked. And
Yeah.
We're just gonna get a tie. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, it's like never
Say,
done
we
it.
can call. I'm totally fine with
so
calling it
much.
a tie.
I'm good with a tie.
I think
I
it
say,
would be
you
better
could go
for
you could go back and check
our
every
TV.
wrong answer and then just retract the
Yeah,
number and then
17-17 is just fate and does not want to break it. So I think we have the light and the dark side just has to be balanced.
I think
We
finally
brought
found
balance
the
to the
balance.
force.
Balance
There
of
you
the
go.
force.
We brought balance
Beautiful.
to the
All
force.
is as it should be.
Oh, it's perfect.
Execute order 60.
You don't need a chosen
Doesn't mean
one.
I'm
You
a
just
Jedi
need a
now?
bunch of
God
clones.
damn it, dude.
Yeah.
A bunch of old Star Wars movies. Question.
A bunch of clones and a bunch of stickler for
I don't want to be a
exact
Jedi.
answer.
I think that just proves how much we're such big Clone Wars fans, and we're all just such nerds for the show.
Yes.
My goodness.
I'm glad that nobody put me and Sprite on the same team because it would have been not been
You're
17 to
one-sided.
17.
To go that deep
Teams
into
are pretty
the
even.
like the
It would have been 30-0.
Oh, so good. Well, let's close out this show. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us for this fantastic trivia segment. So much happened. It was so cool to see all your knowledge be displayed. If you want, we might go around and give yourselves a plug where people can find you on social media. I'll just call you out as and you just tell us where to find you. So Dawn Cosplay, where can people find you on social media?
I'm on TikTok and Instagram, and it's both are Dawn's Cosplay.
Awesome. Best Ben Fives, where can people find you?
You can find me as well on TikTok and Instagram at bestben.5s.
Love it. Lord Dominate, where can people find you?
You can find me on TikTok, Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube. All at Lord Dominate. I'm the only guy with that title.
Good. Claimed it. Greaser, where can people find you?
You can find me on TikTok and Instagram at Greaser3453.
3453. Nice rattle off. Nice. Good. Commander Sprite, where can people find you?
You guys can find me on Instagram and TikTok on Commander Sprite 326.
Oh my gosh. No shame.
Blackout, where can people find you?
You can find me on TikTok and Instagram. Just Commander Blackout, the one and only.
The one and only.
The one and only. Captain Seller, where we
I'm on TikTok, Instagram, and technically Patreon, but I don't have anything to offer as Captain Sella or Jason Solo. And us as a collective, we also will be starting a Patreon soon to up our quality of video, audio, and eventually, hopefully, to all get together and do some kind of group project once lockdown's over. So.
Yes. You also have the Republic Ranger Instagram where Jason shows off his great work.
Literally the most important one that I forgot to mention.
So, do you want to plug that Republic Rangers? Where is that? Just at that?
It's just at Republic Rangers. Yep.
Amazing. And Erota, I want to.
Yeah, it's Erota.
Yes,
you can find me. You can find me on TikTok at Erota and on Instagram at Kaylee's Creations.
Amazing.
And
well, guys, thank you so much. Jordan, do you want to plug yourself? Were you about to plug yourself?
No. I just was gonna say how much I love every single one of them.
This is amazing.
We love you.
Hold up your weapons, your helmets. Let's show off your best pieces right now, so everyone can just have a wow, amazing show off.
Jason, could you show off my helmet? Because I cannot.
Absolutely.
Here's my helmet.
Not the best piece getting us demonetized.
Is that a backpack, Greaser? That's incredible.
That is a backpack.
Insane.
My pride.
Is that an artwork? Wait, we've got the best in artwork. That is a good looking artwork. Oh, looking good. Look at that blaster. This is giant.
I've got way too much to show off. We'll be here all night.
You could do just a show on that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Look at Sprite. Look at that pose, Sprite. You're just so ready. You practiced that.
Jason actually made this helmet, but I painted it.
I'm just saying, you may not be seeing this Jedi for much longer until he gets some TLC and some armor. Hopefully.
We all need some armor. I peep an Obi-Wan lightsaber. Look at that.
You want to blast right?
We're gonna join the tactical boys.
Yes, that too.
You're packed
that
up.
too.
Make a Jedi chest piece, but then like tactical pouches below.
Yes.
Yeah.
Y'all know my Jedi character be doing the most. The absolute most.
And super quick, we'll just go like a quick fire. What is the #1 character you are waiting to see in Bad Batch?
Ooh.
Wrecker.
#1. Who?
Amanda Cody. He better
Amanda
show
Cody.
I want to see
better show up.
Boys.
Echo.
Who else do we want to see? Echo. I
want to see
really
my boys.
like to see Echo.
Coruscant guards.
Coruscant guards.
That's what's up.
Coruscant
That's
guards.
what
I want to say. Okay, so I much as I want to say Cody, they just confirmed Anakin's going to be in it, so I'm looking forward to Darth Vader.
Ooh.
Yes.
Matt Lynch
That'd
and
be
Darth
sweet.
Vader. That was a bit of hot goss. Yeah.
I want some Stormtrooper action in there. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I want to see what happens
Get
with this
that
like
jump.
child from Camino. Like,
Omega or whatever.
Yeah,
her name is.
Mega.
I could show my shrine to Vader.
little baby clone.
A shrine to Vader.
No, she literally has a shrine to Vader.
Yeah.
That's not even a joke.
It's quite impressive.
Here, let me see.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Republic Rangers, for being on the Star Wars Culture. Appreciate you all so much and loving all the gear and setup. You guys are looking amazing. Be sure to check out all their social medias. We'll link it down below and all over the screen for you guys to find their work. But thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
So much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Should we tell them what's coming up in the next segment, or are we just gonna like surprise them? We didn't talk.
Oh wow, wowee! That was
amazing.
Was a roller coaster. A roller coaster, to say the least.
It was a time.
Oh, but yeah, thanks again to the Republic Rangers. They were a great bunch. They were so fun. That was such a good time. It's like the highlight of my week. That was amazing.
And
we
for
just
those
hit
of you-
150 subs.
Dude,
oh my goodness.
Did we really?
Oh
I've
my
not even been paying attention. Thank
know,
you
and
guys so much.
Our goal is 200, but to the
Yes.
150 that I hear, thank you so much. Yes. Of
And
course.
to those who are in the appropriate time zones, it is officially May the 4th with you. So happy
Yes,
Star Wars Day.
Because I've already had a lot of my May the 4th, to be honest. It's almost the end of my May the 4th. But
I
yes,
still have a little under an hour to go.
I know. We're not even on the 4th days.
I know. Ugh.
Same. Shocking.
I know.
Now, Jordan, what have we got coming up? Do we have for the people?
We have an amazing interview with the amazing armorer played by the amazing Emily Swallow.
She was a delight.
It was a fun time. Now remember, go to the Patreon and subscribe, or whatever it is you call it to do on Patreon. I think it's subscribe.
Join,
subscribe.
Get on it. I don't know, but just be there.
Yeah, because there's gonna be a few questions that we ask her that aren't answered in this what you're about to see, but they're gonna be on the Patreon. That link is in the description below. Tell your friends to go join it as well. Tell your friends to subscribe here and do all that wonderful stuff.
Amazing. And make sure you do hit that subscribe bell if you're watching. And enjoy this interview we have with Emily Swallow, the armorer. It's a good time. We'll see you after this. Hello and welcome back to Star Wars Culture. Today we have an exclusive interview with actor Emily Swallow, or as you might know her, the armorer from Star Wars, The Mandalorian. Emily, how are you today?
I'm doing great, thanks. Happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks for being here. It's really appreciated. So we're just gonna we're gonna start right off the bat. My first question is, what is it like to act in a Star Wars project?
I mean, to be honest, half the time I feel like I'm like 6 years old again and I'm just playing in the backyard. Because I grew up around the time when the first 3 movies came out. And so I would always like build forts in the backyard and play Ewok Adventures. And I wanted to be Princess Leia.
That's awesome.
So I sort of forget sometimes that this is my job because it's just so cool. It's so fun.
Right.
So in terms of being immersed in the galaxy, does it feel like you're on another planet when you're on set?
It does, in a very, very cool way. And it feels like everybody has that infectious Star Wars energy. Like, I think we're all kind of pinching ourselves that we get to come to work and play make-believe with Star Wars.
That's incredible. That is wonderful. Yeah. So you play the armorer that we all love and know. She's got that lovely, she's there. She knows what she's doing.
Yes.
What is your take on the intensity of the Mandalorian way? There are people of honor and loyalty. What do you think of the intensity of it?
Of their particular clan, you mean? Like not taking off their helmets and stuff?
Yeah. They're very in their ways. Do you think that's the best way to be a Mandalorian?
Do I personally? I think that there's probably many ways to be a Mandalorian. I think that it has served them in terms of staying unified in a world, where there's a lot of different people who are trying to turn them against each other and get them allied on their side. I think some of it is more, just about the integrity of sticking to the creed than maybe any practical considerations, but it's loyalty and it's family and it's community. And and they have each other's backs no matter what. So I think because of that, some of the things that to me, me personally, I'm like, really? You can't take off your helmet? I mean,
yeah, come on, just a peek, come on.
but if that helps them identify with others of the same clan, I think, and it makes them feel like they have a brotherhood, I think that why not?
Yeah, I totally agree, definitely.
Yes. So who I have to know for myself, I don't know about Hannah.
I'm dying to
always
know this one.
Who is your favorite Star Wars actor to work with?
Oh, that's not a fair question.
You love them all, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's one of the most wonderful sets to walk into because the whole atmosphere is so collaborative and so playful, and everybody from the actors to the props people to the costume designers to the directors to all the cameramen, everybody is just so giving and so willing to go the extra mile and care so much about what it is that we're doing. And all the actors that I've gotten to work with have been so playful and so dedicated. But it does feel like play in the best possible way. And I appreciate that people have that generous spirit and that they bring that to set with them. It's pretty
Most
rad.
definitely.
That's amazing. Yeah. And just getting to work with, you're in that fantastic armorer suit, and a lot of your scenes are across from Pedro Pascal, and he's in his full suit as well. Is that difficult to kind of bounce off each other and act with someone who you can't see their face and they can't see yours? Is that difficult at times?
It was at first, definitely, especially because I know Pedro from having worked with him on The Mentalist, and we go back to we kind of had a lot of friends in common in New York theater, so I've known him for a while, which was actually helpful then when it came time to have to act opposite him and not be able to see his face, not know what's going on under there. And it was strange at first, but then as we sort of learned what the language was of these people who are wearing these helmets and wearing these suits that obscure basically all of the human characteristics that you look for when you're communicating with somebody and you're trying to read them. You learn to look for other things, and you sort of develop, I feel like I developed a little bit of a sixth sense in sensing things from the other people in the scenes with me. And so then it became really fun. And it was a really cool challenge to try and work out, unlike anything that I've ever gotten to do on camera, for sure.
Absolutely. That's incredible. Incredible. Such a different environment to work in.
Yes.
So we have a very specific question of a specific scene that we have caught it was in the season 1 trailer. And there's a shot of you, the armorer, and you've got one of your tools and you're absolutely smashing a stormtrooper helmet. And that scene we couldn't find elsewhere in the series. Do you recall this scene where you'd having this major fight scene, and do you remember what that was about?
I have no idea. I mean, the only fight scene was the one with the stormtroopers at the end of the season. So maybe it was a shot from that, like at a different angle, maybe something that they didn't use in the episode itself. I honestly don't know.
So getting to fight with stormtroopers and having to do those physicality and all those physical scenes, did you do all those cuts yourself?
No, I did not. I wish that I could say that I did. And I really wanted to. I begged our stunt coordinator, Ryan Watson, and he was very sweet. And he said, that's so lovely that you want to do that. And he said, there's absolutely no way in the time that we have that you could train enough to make it look any good. So I did work with somebody I only had a few weeks. I worked with somebody to sort of get the foundation, because it was based in this martial art called Kali. So I learned some basic moves. I learned some things that would help with transitions in the scene. And it just sort of felt good to understand like what that would be like in my body. But it was a tremendously talented stunt woman named Lauren Mary Kim who did most of the really badass stuff in that fight. And I have to give credit where credit is due.
Nice.
That's incredible. Yeah.
Go ahead, Hannah.
So when you're in the suit and of course your stunt double would have done a lot of the physicality as well. When you're having to just stand there and act, I can assume it gets pretty warm, and especially it being on a set with lights, with heaps of people around, you get very warm under the suit. Is that true? And how would you kind of help yourself stay cool in those long days of shooting?
Yeah, it definitely gets a little bit toasty in there, especially in the helmet, because there's a microphone inside the helmet, so there's a battery pack that is warm all the time, so it keeps it a little bit muggy. And our wardrobe people would carry around fans, and any chance we got in between takes, I would try to hold up whatever opening I could to get a fan stuck in there to try to get a little bit of air. But it, as suits of armor go, I would say that I had it easier than, say, Pedro did. I don't think mine was as heavy, and the leather was pretty supple. It was easy to move in. So it did get a little bit toasty, but it wasn't ever miserable. So I'm
just a little toasty, that we can deal with.
Didn't smell so great at the end of the day.
Now, since we're talking about being on set and wearing armor and all that kind of cool stuff, are there any props that maybe they've let you take home from the set?
Yeah, right. They wouldn't let me take anything.
Nothing.
No. Oh no.
If you could take something, what would it be?
Well, I had a fan make me a helmet, and that's pretty cool. So I'm happy to have that. It is the armorer's helmet. And I also have, because of a fan's craftsmanship, I have some pieces of Beskar, and that's pretty cool. I like having that. I would not mind having the armorer's hammer, that tremendous and tremendously heavy.
I love that thing.
Yeah, they had two of them for me. They had one that was the actual weight and was made out of steel, and then they had a stunt one that was easier to swing, and was, because the one that's made out of steel is probably about 15 or 20 pounds. So actually, trying to hammer with that,
lug that over,
that was a big workout. So they built me a lighter one so that I could look a little bit cooler and not be a complete
you're all
weakling.
together,
right?
Yeah.
That's so good. And especially in just the area or the armorer where you're working in your workshop as such, with all your tools and things like that, were they all usable props and all those that fantastic montage of you welding and melting down the Beskar? So you get to do all those scenes yourself?
I did, yes. They actually had a blacksmith on set to teach me how to hold things, teach me how to hammer. And then within that, of course, there's the accurate way to do it, and then there's the ways you tinker with it so that it looks cooler on camera.
Yes.
But John really had a vision to make a lot of it look similar to some of the sequences in Iron Man, when Robert Downey Jr. is making his armor, I guess.
Right.
Would you call his suit armor? And so that was helpful, because but both of those things were really helpful, because as an actor, I love learning new things. I love, picking up new trades. I love getting to be different people. But it was so helpful to have somebody there letting me know what looked right, what was accurate. So having the consultant there was great. And then it really built my confidence, because I knew that Iron Man was incredible, and I knew that all those sequences were awesome. So I was like, okay, no matter what I do, they're going to make it look incredible, and I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, are there any projects that you're working on right now that you would like to promote? What are some things you're working on right now?
There's nothing that I'm allowed to promote at the moment.
I see.
Nothing? Anything that you are allowed to promote?
Nope, not right now.
Okay, that's all good.
Yeah.
Well, you busy woman.
Have to be very secretive.
Very good.
Got it.
Well, thank you so much for your time today, Emily. It was such
my
a joy
pleasure.
to get to talk to you. And can we just get a final "This is the way" for our viewers?
Of course. This is the way.
Wonderful. Gives me chills every time.
Every single time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Great to talk to you.
You too.
So good. So good.
amazing.
Big wow moment. Oh my goodness.
I
If
want to
you
be best
couldn't
friends
tell,
with her.
if you couldn't tell, we were a bit starstruck. That
Yeah.
was one of
Still are.
Still are. Yeah, that's so true actually. But she was genuinely one of the nicest people I've spoken to. She was just wanting to connect, wanting to tell us all about it. And it was just so interesting, wasn't it? It was just such a
definitely.
wonderful time with her.
Just hearing her say it was just amazing. It was all amazing.
Yeah, it was all amazing. And be sure that there is a part of that interview that you did not see. That is exclusive Patreon content only. So be sure to check out our Patreon. Become a member today, and you can find out that juicy gossip we get at the end.
Yes.
But for now, we're going to jump into our next segment, which is it's one of my most kind of I'm very excited for this segment. I'm very passionate about it, but because we're going to be having a deep dive into what's known as the Umbara arc, or the Battle of Umbara, which was in Clone Wars Season 4, I believe. But we're going to have our good friend Chris come in and join us for this discussion. Chris, hello. How you doing?
Hello.
Wait, you brought me on to follow Emily Swallow. Whose idea was this?
I know, I'm so
This
sorry.
wasn't my idea.
Tough gig.
Well, it wasn't mine. I don't know whose idea it was because it wasn't mine.
Oh, it's.
I know better.
I'm so excited to finally be on the show. I don't think I've been on.
I don't think you've been on the show.
I don't think I've called in or anything. I'm terrible. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. How are you on this fine May the 4th? Is it May the 4th yet where you are?
Not
It's about to
quite.
be.
I still got about 2.5 hours to go. But I've been watching it roll across the whole world, and it is so exciting. People are so hyped. It's awesome.
I know. It's already going. Oh, so good. So good. Now, we've had chats about this. We've had little chats about the Umbara arc, and I've actually mentioned it in the stream a couple of times already. But we're going to do a bit of a deep dive into this 4-episode arc that happens in, is it season 4? You know better than
Yes,
than me.
yes, season 4, around episode 10 approximately.
Yes.
In the middle.
Yep.
Yes, and for those watching, if you just want a quick synopsis of what this arc is about, the Battle of Umbara, or also known as the Umbaran Campaign, was a battle that took place during the Clone Wars on the planet Umbara. It was also an event during which the treason of Jedi General Pong Krell was revealed, whose ultimate goal was recognition by Count Dooku to become his new apprentice. So that's the synopsis of the 4 episodes, but there is a lot more that happens in these 4 episodes, and especially speaking of clones, and a lot of clone journeys we go on.
Yep.
Now, I recently rewatched these 4 episodes and learned and noticed a lot of new things that I'm excited to talk about. But Chris, let's talk about your just initial like overall impression and view of these episodes and what's in them and what they mean.
It was so great. I rewatched them too, and it was so great rewatching them now that we've seen all of the Clone Wars play out, because we can look at it from the perspective of the end. And so I have some kind of new thoughts on it that I didn't have like 8 years ago or whenever this was on TV.
Yeah, I think it was like 20
and
years or something.
really the thought that I had was that this arc was super important because it was to set up why the chips needed to be put into the brains of the clones. Because this shows a situation where the clones are confused with their leadership, and they're confused at their orders, and they're confused about what to do because it doesn't make sense. Because General Krell is coming in, and he is himself a defector. He is sabotaging this campaign by giving just terrible orders to these clones. And of course, this culminates in him ordering them to kill each other unbeknownst to each other, which is just absolutely, oh my gosh, it's such
disrespectful.
Such a psychopathic move on his part. And so this arc really shows, without the chip, that clones are certainly not droids. They are men, like Rex said so eloquently. We are men, and we're not clones. And it shows, that how they react to a situation like this, and how if they did not have that chip put into them during Order 66, they probably wouldn't have done it. They would have just been like, what? This doesn't make any sense. They would have gone up, they would have rounded up
That's not
Palpatine.
nice.
They'd be like, who's this guy telling us to kill all of our Jedi friends? And so this arc really shows the character of the clones and sets up the Order 66 arc and why things happen the way they do in that arc. And it's super, super important. But you don't realize that until you get to the end, which is really brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Agree.
Absolutely. Yeah. Jordan, what do you think of this arc and how this story unfolds? What do you think?
Well, first of all, Ponkrell is disrespectful. He's just disrespectful.
He's not. Yeah.
It really gives us an insight into how Rex operates as far as wonky orders and
that's a good point. That is
shady dealings. Especially because because before that he met Cut LaQuaine and all these other people, and he was starting to realize that these situations aren't as black and white as they claim to be. And this further reinforces that gray area, that everything is much more complicated than any of them ever thought it was,
Yeah. No, it's a really good point where there is a lot of complexity, even though there's, the question of what's good and what's evil. There's a lot of blurred lines and there's a lot of things that is up to interpretation. It's not black and white, and we definitely see Rex's personality and kind of character show in this arc, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I mean, anything to do with further getting to know Rex more is amazing.
For sure.
It shows the personalities of so many of the different clones, and it shows how different they all are from each other, because this is a character study on how different clones can be, because you have all of them kind of acting in a different way. You have Rex, who tries his best to stand up to Krell, but ultimately Rex follows orders. He's not going to be insubordinate up until the very end when he's ordered to execute. But then you have Fives, who just decides he's going to completely disobey orders, and of course he's put into a situation that's really fascinating, because he realizes that if all of his men are marched into battle, full assault on the capital, they're all going to die. So he realizes that he's going to die anyway. So he makes the absolute brave decision with the other clones that are with him to commit an act that they realize might result in them dying at the hands of being punished, to save everybody else and to keep everybody else alive. So that really shows his character and what he's willing to do in hard cases character as well. And then you've got the character of Dogma, which is the complete opposite, where he is just by the book, and of course he has one of those names that is just obvious.
Classic.
The only name that is more obvious than this is I'm a gun die, who then dies. That's the other name that's just like, wow, that's really on the nose. But yeah, he's very dogmatic. It's so hilarious. So it's just really interesting to see the interplay between Rex and Fives and Dogma, and how they kind of take three different approaches. Rex is kind of the middle ground. He allows the subterfuge to happen, but he's not part of it and he doesn't help it. Or why do I keep calling him Echo? I love Echo. Fives. And then Fives is the one that actually decides to go completely disobey orders and save everybody. And then Dogma is the one that is the narc, the snitch of the group.
He's really annoying this whole arc. It's just shut up, Dogma. Come on, man. What I enjoyed as well is that I think it's the very first episode, and we're getting, we've setting the scene. We're on Umbara. Okay, here we go. And we get, I should have timed it, but it should be around 6 or 7 minutes where it's just pure combat of the clones. And there's very little dialogue. There's a couple of everyone move out, or let's go, just a couple of things. But there's this massive chunk of combat, and which is great, visually, that's just awesome. But for me, it kind of hit, I was like, we often think of clones of, we have the Rex, we have the Cody, and then we have those couple of 501st, but then a lot of the clones look the same, kind of shoot straight ahead. They're all kind of standing in like a line, shoot, just forward, and kind of the same kind of combat we see in a lot of Clone Wars battles. But this was a very abstract, all over the place kind of combat. There was it was quite cinematic. I thought for just a simple episode where there was a lot of panning shots of like going down. There was like the trenches they had, and like people getting, climbing over the trees, and it was just so visually stimulating. But it was just I felt like we got to see a lot more depth of combat, not just they're standing there shooting at battle droids. It was they were having to, even like there was like animals and like that big sarlacc pit looking animal that was trying to,
You
get the
guys
clones.
finished playing with the animals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No,
cool.
you're so right. And it's arcs like this that make me wish that they had done more theatrical screenings of Clone Wars stuff. The only arc that they really screened to the public after the movie was the Savage Press arc. And they had special screenings of that in only select cities. Only a handful of people got to see it. And but I really felt like of all the arcs of this series, like Umbar is definitely in the top 5 that would have been amazing to see in theaters as kind of a mini movie, just because of the cinematicness. And this was just kind of peak artistry. Like we've been talking a lot on this live stream about kind of the character development in the Clone Wars and how great that is. But I really want to mention the just the animation and the special effects and the music of this show, and especially in the clone episodes. And the Umbara arc is just an amazing showcase of how all the elements of storytelling have come together in the Clone Wars to make something that is incredibly cinematic and really like nothing else that exists outside itself. And that's absolutely amazing. I love the art style of the Umbara episodes, and that makes the battle just look so cool. Just how it's so dark. There's this atmosphere that's going on. Everything's like fog, and then it's just all these neon lights and all of these weapons and creatures and robots that are kind of like from the Tron universe with like the bright blue glowing lights, and it just looks so cool. It's just so visually awesome. And then, the Kevin Kiner score, especially at the beginning in that 6 minutes of action you're talking about, Hannah, is absolutely incredible. I mean, it's one of the best kind of battle scores in the Clone Wars. So, and we get 4 whole episodes of scenes like this in this style, and it's absolutely incredible.
Kevin, can we just talk about how great Kevin is as far as like music, like especially the last season with the season 7, especially the Mandalore arc itself, had some beautiful music. I don't mean to go off topic, but you know me, I gotta rant every once in a while about something.
We're gonna bring it up later too. Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's just great, especially Race You to the Surface when Ahsoka's on Mandalore and she tells Rex, I'm gonna race you to the surface. You can hear a bit of Rey's theme playing there. I want y'all to go back and listen to it, later. And I want you to hear Rey's theme. But I say that to just basically further reinforce the fact that it's all beautiful, especially in Bar, all that purple.
Yeah, it's all in the equation of making a show or a piece of film or a visual something that is so amazing. It's in that equation of having that music, that story, that journey. And just what you were saying before, Chris, as well, of the different angles clones were taking as well. And it wasn't just like a good or bad. There was a couple of different opinions, and even Hardcase was like, he was
weird. He just wanted to blow things up.
He was kind of just
Hardcase is kind of like Wrecker in the Bad Batch.
Yeah.
I don't know. Could be
true.
fun.
My other son.
And like I really enjoyed his character and his view of things, and I think it was him and not Echo. Oh, you've got me doing it now.
You doing
it. Oh no! So it was him and Five. I was trying to echo you. We have him and Fives. Just they had to go climb over a wall, and they had to climb up the tree to get over the fence, and they're having like banter between them. And it's just, you can see the camaraderie. It's not just kind of implied. It's not just like, oh,
Yeah.
the clones are brothers. Like they should act like that. It's very much, it's built. It's built over years of being in these extreme situations with one another. And then it shows also in the end when they go to execute, who's in the lineup squad? Who's in the firing squad? I think it's just random. Well, it's just a couple of the 501st that have to.
Yeah, I think it's
do it.
random clones, and then it's being led by Dogma, I believe.
Yeah.
But
and
at some
then
point, you see Oppo as well, who is leading the 501st to kill the Jedi and Revenge of the Sith.
There you go.
He's the one with the Aang symbol on his.
That's why I'm mad.
Airbender.
That's why I'm mad, because he shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that scene, that's a real confronting scene. I remember when I first watched it, and I obviously didn't know what was going to happen. Like, I thought they were gone. I was like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, bye. Like, they're dead. Because it was just the fact that they did it right up to that last second, and they couldn't do it, was just a real heart-wrenching moment of the tension. Again, with the making of it, like the music, the tension that was building up to that moment, and then the Brotherhood of Clones. It's just indescribable, but it's phenomenal. And like what I said before, I love how it's not just implied, that they really do show how. And so with the clones, they all kind of come together when they realize how wrong General Krell is. He's annoying from the get-go. Can I just say, from the second we meet him, like, this guy is not a good time. Like, if he calls like CT 5555, like, just say 5, just say it. It's so annoying.
Stand
It's
at
like,
attention when I address you.
ooh, it's just so grating, isn't it? Oh, it's just.
But that being said, the guy who plays him, Dave Fennoy, is the nicest guy. He was the first person I ever interviewed from the Clone Wars cast, and he's absolutely amazing. Yeah.
That's almost annoying that he's so nice in real life.
I know.
It's like, damn it, why are you gonna be so nice? Oh, that's so
the nicest
good.
people who play the best villains. Because they know.
Yeah, they know.
I just always got a sense of like pompous, like, I'm better than my clones because I'm a Jedi type attitude from him, just to how he walked and how he spoke to them. And that doesn't really sit right with me. So it was, in the most disrespectful way possible.
Right.
F Punk Crow.
and because it's that very interesting storyline of that he wanted Count Dooku's approval, and like he wanted to become his next apprentice, and that was like a really interesting storyline. I found. I was just like, what a random.
He was right. He was right though. That's the thing that is so amazing about the Clone Wars, is when you have people say really crazy things, they're usually right because everybody's being deceived. And Krell is right that the Sith would win. And so he was actually doing the right thing from a selfish perspective to save himself. He would have ended up murdered at Order 66 if he hadn't. He was going to die anyway.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I wonder what happened to him after Order. Oh, sorry. Hang on. He died. What am I saying?
He got killed by Dogma, who was tired of getting burned and finally saw the light.
Which I think that was a very poetic way to bring that to a conclusion. I love that it was Dogma, and again, his name. Come on, they could have worked harder on that name, but I think that was a fantastic conclusion to that storyline of specifically Dogma. But it was even just the conversations that would transpire between them, when, especially early on, when Krell would give them an order and Rex like says yes because he's a good soldier, but then Fibes is like, Dad, mate, that's like not okay, we're not going to do that. And then Dogma's just like, just listen to him. Like, that whole discussion I love. It's just like, yes, like, again, it shows the individuality of all the clones and the different characters and that they have begun to have and display. Chris, you said before a really good point of it. This really set up the whole conversation with the chip, and how that was important in terms of for like the Sith. Sith or the Separatists.
Papa Palps.
Yeah, Papa Palps had to make sure they were in check because they were really smart guys. They were really good thinkers. They would have absolutely not gone through with Order 66. So that's a really good point. I really I think that's a great little kind of this seed of look how creatively and individually they are thinking to this is why we can't, we have to train them and chip them. What do you think, what else do you think this arc did for the series and set up for the clones for the rest of the show?
I think what's really interesting about this show is I wish that I had seen it not having seen Revenge of the Sith. And I would love to talk to some people that were maybe kids and grew up watching the Clone Wars and didn't see the Star Wars movies, because I have such a different perspective on it, knowing what was going to happen in the end. I could pick up on things right away. And I want to know how effective this show was at hinting and building up to Order 66 from the perspective of someone that did not know Order 66 was going to happen. So there's so many moments in this episode and the Order 66 arc in season 6. There's stuff in the Deserter with Cutler Queen. There's all these little things that are all hints about what's going to happen and character development towards it. And it's really, really brilliant. And I think that, I would just be so fascinated to know, what people's reaction would be to Order 66 if they did not know it was going to happen, and then realizing all of these hints that they had gotten. It's fascinating.
Yeah, and the previous couple of segments ago, Dom made that good point of like the especially the whole arc of Fives figuring out the chip and that they have it and what that means, and like exactly what you're saying now as well, getting those little seeds along the way, and then when Order 66 happens and hits, having that shock and just wow moment of, oh my, everything is literally hitting the fan. It's what the hell is happening. Would be in the same moment. We need to put a thing out to people, like if you are like have never seen Revenge of the Sith and went through everything. I'm surely there's someone out there, but we got to hunt them down. That was really hard to say. Find and hunt them down. Hunt them down.
Some people.
Yeah,
it's a new word.
Absolutely.
Bounty hunters. Let's go.
Before we wrap up this segment, Chris, what are your, just give us a prediction of what you are looking and hoping to see in this Bad Batch episode? We're getting so close to now.
Oh, the animation just looks so good. Like looking at the character trailer that they just put out like yesterday or today or something. Like I was just looking at it, I'm just like, wow. It's just like, even it looks better than the season 4 stuff that we were just talking about. Like it's just so clear and so detailed. I think it's like 4K now. Like it's nuts. So I don't know. I'm just so excited to visually experience it. I don't know what's going to happen with the characters or the plot. It's all completely new territory now. But that's fascinating, because now that we're past Order 66, we don't know what happens. So now we're all on the same page. We all don't know what's going to happen to these characters, and that's super fascinating. But I'm just excited to enjoy the absolutely amazing special effects and visual animation that Disney Plus is investing so much into, be a flagship for their network. It's super exciting.
It's an exciting time. It's an exciting time. I absolutely agree. It does look very crisp indeed. Well, thank you so much for this fantastic chat about this very emotional arc that transpired at Umbara. Very interesting thoughts about how it's seeded, what is to come, and we're about to find out more. So thank you so much for your time, Chris. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Actually, where can people find you on social media before you go? Oh my
at Culture Site, no. At Seek3PO. At Seek3PO. If you can see it, it's right here. I think it's a little off the screen. So at Seek3PO on Twitter.
Excellent.
Love that.
Again, thank you so much for your time.
Bye, Chris.
Bye.
Oh man,
clones. Gotta love them. Gotta love the clones.
we
They are
have
too good.
yes, you know,
What do we
until
got
they
up next?
betray us all.
I know, right? Get wrecked. Yeah.
Up next, we are going to talk about arguably the best conclusion to a show I've ever seen in my entire life. We will be talking with two amazing people about said conclusion to said show.
Oh, yes.
We will be talking about the Siege of Mandalore with Ben and Claire.
Emotions.
It's
Let's
yeah,
get them in here. Ben and Claire, are you with us? Hello, hello.
Hello there.
Hi. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.
there,
Can
hello
you hear
there.
me?
Ah,
It's
so
Ben.
good. How are you guys? Is it May the 4th yet? Is it there? Is it ready?
It is, yes.
Yeah, by an hour or so, yeah.
Well, okay, see, we have an inside joke, and it's that I think Ben is two different people. So, Ben, are both people celebrating May the 4th right now, or
Are
just
you
one of
both
you?
there?
I don't know, Ben. Is it it May the 4th? He's too camera shy right now. I'm
Okay,
keeping him off
okay.
camera right now.
We'll leave him alone. then. We'll leave him
I've got the
alone.
other clone stashed in the other room.
Okay.
I like this
They can't
clone
come
thing.
on.
Yes.
But yeah, it's May the 4th around here, I think. Officially.
Oh, incredible. Officially May the 4th. My May the 4th is almost at a close. I'm coming to the end of my May the 4th.
Mine's
But
just started. It's 12:02 for me.
I know. Wait,
Love that
there you
for
go.
me.
2 minutes in. Good
It is
stuff.
it is 1:02 a.m. here.
Okay, so you're an hour and 2 minutes into May the 4th.
I'm an hour and 2 minutes into May the 4th. I
Best
got
day of the year.
Oh yeah, arguably the best day after Christmas.
Yes.
It has been a very long night.
It's been a long night, and
I got my matcha. I got my bang energy.
I'm honestly surprised you guys are still alive. I really am. I'm proud
thank
of you.
you so much. Thank
I
you.
have my candy.
Yeah, I've got some.
I have
some
more.
too. I don't know if
I have Skittles on the
got this in
floor.
America, right? Skittles on the floor,
Ooh.
specifically on the floor. You guys have this in America? This is an American thing, right?
I don't think so.
It's like watermelon. They're like little watermelons.
We have that brand. I just
brand?
haven't seen watermelon.
Look at the watermelon. That's delicious.
Yeah.
I used to work at a candy store, so I would know.
There you're onto it. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here because we've got a lot to talk about.
Yes,
we have a lot to talk about.
we do.
We are discussing the Siege of Mandalore. Arguably the most
favorite 4 episodes of a show ever.
Yeah, same.
The best Star Wars movie. Let's just put it out there. The best Star Wars movie.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Siege of the Sith, best Star Wars movie.
A lot happens. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of emotions. Ooh. A lot goes into this. Let's just start straight off the bat. Initial thoughts and your very first experience watching the Siege of Mandalore, and well, it unfolded over the couple of weeks, but we get to the final episode, and that's it, and that was the Siege of Mandalore. Ben, I'm going to throw it to you first.
Yeah.
What was your first experience and feeling watching the Siege of Mandalore?
Oh man, it was just amazing seeing it all unfold, and it's too bad we couldn't like watch it on a big screen like it was a movie, like it was intended to be, because it really is like, just as that crazy person that created that petition that wanted it to be on a big screen, that guy.
He was crazy. He seemed insane.
Yeah, just insane. But I fully agree with that petition that it should have been on a thing, and I'm still holding out for
that. Was the other
that's one of the other ones, maybe one of the other ones. But it's it's sad that I basically watched it on my phone in bed. It wasn't on a big screen, but it was still like just so.
I watched it on the big screen.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest screen I've seen it on so far.
Yeah.
But man, it's so incredible to see it finally unfold and see Clone Wars like finish at the top, because it didn't always have to be that way. We've seen other shows not do that. Cough, Game of Thrones. Not
not too much. Not too much.
Not go that route. So it's nice to see Clone Wars, like legitimately the best episode of Clone Wars, are at the end, and like it's incredible, and just like Clone Wars continue to build on itself to where you're looking and you're watching this, and it's like, my God, this is
feature quality animation and storytelling and everything's arguably some of the best Star Wars storytelling we've ever seen. Anything just incredible, and how they pulled it off, I think, was just amazing. And I just, just jaw on the floor every time, and I still get goosebumps every time I watch it.
Oh, yeah, the goosebumps for me. I don't think that's ever going to go away. Hey, that's just there's a couple of those scenes. Ooh, the emotions hit ya. Claire, what about you? What was your first feeling when you first watched The Siege of Mandalore?
I mean, so I watched that 4-episode arc on a 60-inch 4K TV. And
4K
it is
must be nice.
it was Black Friday present to myself. So I and I was speechless. Especially at that the last scene when Vader picks up Ahsoka's lightsaber and then the camera pans out and you see. So by the way, disclaimer, I actually just within the last 3 hours watched the entire arc. So this is all fresh. It's really fresh because I don't think I've seen it since last year. I've been very busy.
You needed recovery time.
Oh yeah. This is raw.
Let it sink in.
So the owl from Rebels is in that last scene. And it pulls out, and I'm like, and as someone that actually just a few weeks ago finished Rebels for the very first time, I was just like, Filoni, what have you done? It's just wonderful. And it is just honestly one of the best things that what we have seen. And it just I'm speechless. And obviously I grew up with Star Wars, so it's not like I didn't know what was going to end up happening. It's I knew that this was coming. I knew. But when it cuts to Rex and Sidious, and he's just execute Order 66. It's just everything
chilling.
just goes silent, and he's just it's beautiful, and the sound mixing in this episode, I it is so good because the music cuts out when he says that, and it just silent for a couple of seconds, and then just action and just shoot. It's so good.
Absolutely. And definitely that whole hangar scene, once they get right to the pointy end, and Ahsoka, Rex, and the droids, and that whole struggle to get off the ship before it plows into the planet or the moon or wherever it was heading to. That there's been amazing. We just talked about the Umbara arc.
Do we know what planet or moon they crash into?
I never heard what it was. I'd be very curious to know.
I mean,
that's meaningful.
I don't know.
Good question.
No. Well, everything in Star Wars is meaningful, even if you don't want it to be. But
just corner Filoni and ask him about it. What is this planet?
What is it?
When we get him on the podcast, we will ask him.
Yes.
And then we will get a child to ask him, because that's his weakness. It's his kryptonite as children.
That's incredible. But we have this whole scene unfold of the hangar, and then the whole battle of trying to get off this damn ship. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been amazed and wowed by a lot of battle scenes and a lot of combat scenes in Star Wars, and go, wow, that looks great. In this scene, I don't think I inhaled for about 10 minutes, because I was just my whole body was just, every muscle was tense as can be, and I was just get off the ship. Like
that
like
entire episode just doesn't stop.
yeah,
It just keeps
yeah.
going and going, and
Yep.
like they have that one moment of just like to breathe at the beginning, and then Rex cries, and then we all cried, and
Like,
then
Right.
oh, Rex
goes
crying.
into
Oh my
it.
word.
Like I legit
Incredible.
forgot where I was. I was sitting in this chair, but turned the opposite direction. I forgot I was in my house for like that
An out of
whole
body
30
experience.
minutes. I was like,
Yeah,
like just
yeah.
immersed in this world, and
Insane.
it was a surreal experience. And I feel that way every time I watch those 4 episodes. Like
Yeah.
It
every
most
time.
definitely was. It was like probably one of the, like, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, I think that the very first Star Wars movie that I saw in theaters was Revenge of the Sith.
Me too.
Because like I a baby, but I'm not like actually a baby. I was just like not allowed to watch violent movies. When I was a kid, my parents just didn't want me to go and see that. And apparently Attack of the Clones was super violent. And Revenge of the Sith was actually the very first Star Wars movie that my parents didn't know if they wanted me to actually see at all, because it was rated PG-13 and I wasn't 13, because that's how it happens, right? So like I had to beg my parents to go and see this movie. And like my parents are massive Star Wars fans, and that's why I am too. And like it's just, I saw that, and then I've actually seen the stitch together between the Siege of Mandalore arc and
Right.
like because somebody put it on YouTube like a year ago and lined up the scenes scene for scene, and if scenes are happening the same, it's such a beautiful like masterpiece that like Filoni made. Like the fact that Ahsoka is standing at the helm of the ship, and she's hearing through the Force what Anakin is doing, and you just see her pain, and she doesn't understand what's happening, but she just like knows that something is wrong, and you just hear it, and just your skin just crawls because you
It's just
see what's happening. Like you see it in your head, and you know what's happening, and it's just like it's so powerful, and like the music is the same too. The like I will forever appreciate the music in these final 4 episodes of the Clone Wars, and it's just like it's so powerful. And like I'm sad, like when Disney obviously, when they bought Star Wars from George Lucas, they canceled the Clone Wars. I kind of want to know what they would have done if they would have just continued and finished season 7 before Disney took over. But honestly, I think it's better that it happened the way it did.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like the animation in it is so good. And like if you like, I watched season 5, a couple episodes from season 5 the other day, and then I watched the episodes tonight. And it's just such a massive leap, a 10-year, Ben, is it like 10? It's 10 years, right? Like we had like almost 10 years between season 6 and season 7.
No, not 10 years, but I can't. It was
don't even remember.
It was canceled in 2013.
Okay.
And it came back in 2020.
Okay, so 7 years?
Yeah. So it's,
7,
you're close.
7-year gap. And like, by the way, I also haven't seen any of the trailers for Bad Batch. So I'm gonna go into purposely.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going into tonight completely raw. So like when you guys are so for those of you who are watching the stream, we're gonna have our mine, Jordan, and Hannah's cameras up while we are watching the stream.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see like my sheer reaction to like all this. And like you're going to like see like I've never seen I haven't seen the animation for this. I think the only thing that I've seen was the initial announcement trailer, and that's it. and that was almost a year ago now.
Yeah, that was
So I think they
Been a while.
announced it.
no,
When did that come out?
when did they announce this?
I have
I
no
remember being
idea.
You know,
They
honestly,
announced
I
it in the past.
in the past. Honestly, I
Fast,
think
yes,
they
inside
announced it
Nailed
a
it.
year ago. I think they announced it a year ago today.
Yeah, I feel like it could have been around
I
maybe
think,
August.
yeah,
Because we knew about it like via leaks and rumors and stuff like that for a while before they
Yeah.
actually announced it. It was like last minute they announced it, and
Yeah.
then we got all the trailers and like that. So
Mhm.
we rarely haven't known about it a whole long time.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
July
Mhm.
2020 was with the first announcement.
So not even a year yet.
Yeah, wow,
Yeah.
that was quite
Very
a quick
odd.
turnaround. Yeah, but
Dang.
just talking about the kind of the conclusive nature of season 7 and what it brought for the story of some of the characters. Even though we got more. So if we think about for Ahsoka and for Rex and Maul as well, actually.
Yeah.
We do see them later on. We actually see all three later on at some point. But there's quite a bit of time and quite a lot has changed since then. But in terms of the Clone Wars era, do we think that was a round place for the conclusion to happen? Do we feel like if the chapter has closed on that was the Clone Wars era? Like we know how Rex and Ahsoka got where they are, and then we figured out how Maul is what he's kicking about doing. Do we
So
think
that's
that was the conclusion?
Yes, it's funny that you think that you said that, because I always thought that the way I looked at it was that was the perfect way to wrap it all up for the Clone Wars era, and then Bad Batch was going to begin the chapter of like the Empire and everything after that, because obviously we
Yeah.
have all the Empire stuff, but this is like how we're gonna start it. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But Ben, what do you think about this too? Was it a good conclusion? Was it a conclusion?
I ended up being extremely satisfied with the conclusion for everything. And I was someone that would when the Clone Wars was canceled, 2012, 2013, that was like one of my biggest things was like, I know the show wasn't going to go on forever. I just want a conclusion. I just want an ending, a good ending to just wrap it up and give it a good send off. We didn't have that. Ahsoka walking away, it was a good ending, but it wasn't good ending for the show to just leave off on. And that was what was so unsatisfying about that. And even, season 6 was great, but it didn't do anything with Maul, didn't do it really anything with Ahsoka. So coming back to this, I think they picked a really nice chunk of arcs. We got, the Bad Batch arc, which was obviously setting up the Bad Batch as we know now, but also a great arc for Rex. We got the Ahsoka Martez sisters arc, which I know not everyone's a fan of. It's not my favorite arc of all time, but it's an arc that showcases Ahsoka. It showcases her living outside of the Jedi and her kind of coming full circle and like being away from the Jedi, then coming back and realizing what the Jedi are supposed to be. And then you have the Siege of Mandalore, which is those two coming together, and what happens, and giving us that good ending. And, even still to this day, you can go on Twitter and there's, the complete the Clone Wars, hashtag complete the Clone Wars, stuff like that. People still want some of those arcs that are like that. There's a bounty hunter arc or whatever. And like, yeah, I would like that too, but I'm still okay with this. I'm still okay with this ending. I love that we're getting Bad Batch now. We're going to get a somewhat continuation with some different characters. That's great. But as far as Clone Wars goes, I'm happy. I'm satisfied. I don't want to continue going back to. I'm glad. I asked Disney. I was really mad at Disney in 2013 when they canceled the Clone Wars and they didn't give it a good ending. And all I wanted was an ending, and they gave it to me. So Disney, we're good now. You can keep going with what you're doing.
Yes, absolutely. And because that was definitely a big thing of we had a lot of different endings, like what you were saying, like, oh, it could have worked, it could have not worked here, and the Ahsoka leaving the Order, that being the ending, would have been the same of feeling of it's an ending, but that's not what we want. We want like what happens, and I like how you touched on it there as well, Ben. That the Ahsoka arc, yes, it's not the most action packed arc in the whole series, and it's not like the most like visually amazing arc, but it was really necessary, and it was really important for her to have that story and kind of go through that life outside of the Jedi Order.
Yeah.
Claire, what do you think about this in terms question of conclusion, and was it what we needed for the Clone Wars?
Well, I mean, The Bad Batch is season 8, so
Yeah,
Basically.
you're in that camp.
yeah. I mean, so with the Clone Wars, I think that this was obviously there is always with any project that goes on TV or in the movies, there's always. I'm so glad I can. I'm so glad I can mute that. It's great.
Yeah,
I love this
I like
mic.
how that was.
It's great. It's wonderful. I personally think that this Clone Wars, like the Clone Wars, is finished. We have its conclusion. Filoni has completed what he started. I don't think that we need any more. And as somebody that like I watched the Clone Wars in the first couple seasons, and I stopped watching because like the Clone Wars came out in what 2000 2008 2009 2008. So like that was, and then it was, and it was canceled in 2013. So that is about the time where I didn't think that Star Wars was cool, because I was in high school and I was like, nah, that's not that's not.
They always go
something
through that phase.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say we all have a phase of that. That's so funny. Yeah.
Yeah, and like that was like a couple years of my life that like it as a show that went on for 6 years, 2008.
Yeah.
6 years. Yeah. Over that 5-year arc, I remember playing with like Clone Wars Legos with my siblings, and then going from that to I don't like Star Wars. This is stupid. It's for kids. To now, this is literally my job, and like this is like talking about Star Wars on a daily basis. It's like it's my dream job. This is what I've always wanted to do. I've and it's so interesting to see like we have now gotten a conclusion to something that I didn't even like when the Clone Wars got canceled. I didn't even know. I was not aware of the cancellation of the Clone Wars until about 2016, when like 2015 2016 when The Force Awakens came out, and I was like, oh yeah, they didn't do it. And then I saw season 6, and I wasn't aware that they had canceled it. I was just like, oh, so this is the last season. And I don't think to this day I've seen seasons 4 and 5 of the Clone Wars. I don't think I have.
Really?
I think
wow.
Yeah, I don't actually know.
You're missing out on a bit there. There's a bit in those.
Well, the thing is that like I know that me and the last guest that y'all had, Chris, me and Chris have gone through and watched all of the important episodes, but I'm still currently there's a lot of
you got to build it up. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Clone Wars episodes, so I have there's definitely a lot of them. So I'm going through right now. I think I'm halfway or 3/4 of the way through season 2. So I'm trekking my way through, but I have like work and a bunch of other stuff that I have to do. But to answer the question, if the seventh season finished Clone Wars for me, I think it does. Now, the one thing that I will say is, Filoni, I see you stealing Chris Seekell's design for the helmets.
Here we go. I like this theory. Expand on this.
Hannah, I don't even know if you know this. So have you've seen the Save the Clone Wars poster, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So
got one.
You've got one.
Yeah.
I think I have one too.
Celebration.
Yeah.
Or do I? Maybe I'm making that up. I don't know.
We have both of us have something from the Clone Wars. I don't
swear
remember.
I have one. No, they have gave him out at Celebration. Of course I have one. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
We
incredible.
have one.
Yeah.
We have one.
Yes.
So we have so in I think 2014, 2013, 2014, Chris actually had a pixel art made that said hashtag save the Clone Wars, and it is scarily close to
Ooh, we have
the
to find
actual
this.
design.
I want to see this, and we have to post this. That's
Let me see if I can find it, and then I will share my
So
screen really quick so you
interesting.
guys talk for a second while I go and look at this.
So, speaking about the conclusion of Clone Wars of what we got and the end scene. Let's just talk a little bit more specifically what happens in these episodes, because there's
Right.
a lot of moments that happen that are just stunning and amazing and impactful, and not only visually but also the dialogue. And I feel like I'm very interested to hear your take on this whole scene. But I like to call it the other great throne room scene of Star Wars and Star
Oh
Wars
yeah.
Galaxy.
Oh yeah.
What was your take and impression and your feelings when Maul and Ahsoka were having this dialogue where Maul was figuring out what was going on, that there's this plan and he's trying to convince Ahsoka of what's going on. What did you think in this scene?
I was flabbergasted and thrilled, and it's like top 3 Star Wars scenes for me. Like it's up there.
Yeah.
That scene is so incredible for so many different ways, and it's just like they're so nuanced because what's so brilliant about what Filoni did with that is bringing Maul in. And I know some people are like, "Oh, you're bringing Maul back. What are you doing?" Like this was the best way to go because like Maul is this guy that was pushed out of the car, the Sith car, on the way to Order 66, and he
Yeah.
comes back. He knows everything. He knows all this stuff. He knows what's going to happen. He shows up. He's like, "Oh, the Clone Wars began without me." Like he's just like, "Oh, this is no big deal," but he realizes, like, he figures out that, like, yeah, Sidious is grooming Anakin. Like, okay, I'm gonna kill Anakin just to screw over Sidious. Like that's what he's gonna do. And like just the whole idea of like Sidious having all this, Maul having all this knowledge, and then showing up to Ahsoka, and then Ahsoka actually having to consider this, having to consider like, hey, what if I do go with this guy? What if Maul? Yeah, he's being manipulative, whatever, and he's not doesn't have the best of intentions, but if she had joined him, stuff might have gone differently. Who knows what would have happened? And I love that idea. And of course, Ahsoka doesn't. Ahsoka believing in Anakin. I love that her kind of last mistake before Order 66 is still believing in Anakin, still saying, no, I know Anakin, he wouldn't do that. And that plays into, of course, Rebels and all this kind of stuff. And, her breakdown of like this and her even in The Mandalorian, her being so distraught over what happened to Anakin, she doesn't want to train Grogu. She's like, okay, this kid has attachments. I can't do this again. So that whole scene is just like, and it's just visually breathtaking. The music, the choreography, because they got actual like
yes, and you can
actual like Ray Park and it was just amazing. Like it's just incredible, and it's so meaningful to Star Wars, and I think it's like almost the peak of like that arc, like emotionally and like everything, because like everything is downhill from there in regards to like the story and like that one choice, decided Ahsoka's fate and really, the entire galaxy.
Yes, and I think that's what those really pivotal major moments in Star Wars are, is that there's a lot that had been leading up to a certain point, and then there's a lot that comes after. So it wasn't like it was just two people in one room. They have a chat and then they get a bit angry and then they start fighting. Like that's really all it is, they're just standing there talking. But it's because of what's happening on either side of what's led up to them being in this room and what's about to unfold, which makes it there's so much tension and pressure and just amazement of this scene that I just absolutely love, which I totally agree with you. Like everything adds to it. The music, the choreography, it just makes the scene so chilling. It's just it's I was in complete amazement with that whole
great.
dialogue.
So
Oh,
good.
so good.
So
Claire, how'd you go? Did you find the art for us?
yes.
Kristen.
I do. I have it. Hey Nick, can we get me the ability to screen share? And then we can we that
We
is fine.
can-
Thank you so
We
much.
can analyze how
Yeah.
close.
We can speculate to see if
Speculate.
We'll make
Dave
a final
Filoni's-
verdict if Chris Seekell
Yeah.
needs to sue Disney over this.
Where the
Yeah.
where the solicitors? Yep,
Alrighty.
Get a lawyer on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the people in chat that are watching can have final. We can have a courtroom battle right
See-
here
yeah,
on
see
Star
how
Wars
close
culture
this
I don't have a
tonight.
gavel, but I have a mic stand. I can.
That's fine. Whack it.
That'll work. That'll work. I love it.
Already. Still disable the screen
Dave
sharing.
Claws.
Hmm.
Siege of Mandalore was what I just had no idea I needed. I
But
didn't
what's
Me
funny?
too.
What's
Okay, cool. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's see if we can do this. So can you also make that like the main screen?
Here we go.
I see
Looking
it.
Good.
That's a
Alrighty.
gorgeous poster.
Yes, it absolutely is. So Nick, is this the main screen on the thing? You can make it, you can select a specific screen so I can talk over it and it doesn't switch.
Yeah, you're on it right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like
Yeah, it's
I want to
showing
make
it.
sure. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so this is the official poster from Lucasfilm. It says Clone Wars with this logo, and this is the logo that Chris made in 2013, and that is pretty close.
I remember this one.
Yeah. Just whack it on a helmet and that's it.
So this design is scarily close to that design. So
That is
in the
actually-
chat,
that's pretty
what do you guys think about these two? It
That is
just
scarily close. Yeah.
it's scarily close.
Yeah. Let's get the lawyers. Chris,
Yeah.
that's your design.
And like this is something he made in like 2013, 7 years before this was
Insane.
made. So my question is, did it just happen to look the same? Was it coincidence, or did Dave Filoni see this and say, "Hey, I'm gonna take that. That's a good design." What do you guys
Right.
think? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, let us know in the
I mean,
chat.
just the baseline of like hashtag Clone Wars save is in direct like response to save the Clone Wars. Like
Yes,
it was
it
a
is.
thing that us the fans came up with as like, hey, Disney, and some of us weren't as nice back then about what came before the whole save the Clone Wars thing, but it was this rallying cry, and then it went away for a little while, and then they're like, oh, okay, Clone Wars saved, hashtag, throwing that back out, which was just amazing, and seeing that on screen, that whole trailer. Just speaking of emotional, that's just a whole other thing.
Yeah.
But like this is pretty big, guys. I don't know what the chat's saying, but I think there's
Is there
enough
even
evidence
a
here.
difference? Is there even a difference? That's a good point.
Hey Nick, can you actually show the other logo as well on the stream, because it wasn't showing my screen, and it looks like for some reason the stream is frozen. One sec, we're gonna. Okay, let's see. I'm just making sure that we're all okay.
We can prove our argument.
everything's looking fine on my end.
Not to toot
Okay.
my own horn, but I did also
can
come up
you-
with. Go ahead.
Nick, can you overlay the other
Yeah, give me a
thing
little.
from the
Keep talking and all that stuff, and I'll
Yeah,
bring
yeah,
the stuff over in here. Just give me a
Thank
little
you. Okay, sorry guys. Yeah, we will pull that into the stream so you guys can see it as well. But let us know in the in the chat below what you guys think, and then we'll finish it. Sorry for cutting you guys off. I just noticed that
No,
stuff
it's
was
fine.
in the chat.
That's so good. Yeah.
No, I created it's a pretty big one. It's kind of, I've seen it a lot, like shared around even in the years since. It's kind of like a Save the Clone Wars, like just like a square logo with a clone helmet on it. That's one I made. And so I'm thinking maybe it was a combination of the two, kind of these two things that were coming about. I will say though, I think going back to, what was it? You'd have to review the footage from that Clone Wars panel from Celebration Europe, I think it was, where Filoni kind of laid out everything and he said, okay, this is what was gonna happen, because I guess at that point they were like, we're never gonna show this to anybody. We're not gonna get to animate this. So here's all this concept art of Siege of Mandalore and all this kind of stuff. And I think the Ahsoka helmet might have been in that. I'm not sure. Obviously, if you watch that stuff, you watch how Filoni explains it, and you compare it to the Siege of Mandalore, there are some things that did change. But I'd be curious, like, where did the Ahsoka helmet come into the whole thing? Because it's a pretty big deal.
Nick, it looks like we're frozen right now. Sorry guys, if you guys are hearing this. We are having some bandwidth issues, and it looks like the stream is frozen for right now. But we're working on it.
Frozen in carbonite. Call an Ugnaught.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'm not getting any errors over here so far. So like, I don't know if it's YouTube or what's going on.
It might be YouTube. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just
So
keep
just
talking for a
keep
little
going.
bit. Let's just not move on to a different
Because
topic. Let's just
the
keep talking about it.
Ahsoka helmet I found to be really symbolic of just the whole Clone Wars meaning, and especially because it's very much like an Ahsoka and Captain Rex kind of story through these 7 seasons, and I just found this a fantastic kind of combination of these two character journeys that we've had. And even just that scene where she's back on the ship, and he calls her in, and she walks along and she sees all these helmets that they've painted, and Rex is just so humble, and he's like, oh, I know it's I don't know what he says. He's like, I know it's a rough job, but as soon as the boys heard you were coming back, like, oh, again, it's just like one line and you're like, oh my gosh, my heart. That is like the most caring thing ever.
It's so amazing to think about, like, these clones, like you see Ahsoka like go away from the Order, and she is someone who, I mean, would have been seen as like a disappointment, someone who was a failure, someone who was, this kind of a point of shame for maybe the Jedi and the Republic, because she's someone that got accused of murder and then all this stuff, and then they're like, oh, well, everything's fine, just come on back and we'll have you back in the Order. And she's like, nah, screw you guys, I'm gone. Like, and she's just gone, and then these clones admire her, they love her, they're like, oh my gosh, she's back, we're gonna paint our helmets to symbolize her and like pay homage to her and say how much respect we have for her. They're still calling her commander, even though she's not a commander, and she's really upset about that. But ultimately, it's just their ultimate respect. And then Order 66 happens, and you have all these clones with painted helmets shooting at her.
Yeah,
like it's just totally turns it around.
Like, what a freaking turnaround! Oh my goodness, yeah,
it's just
that was
crazy.
It was just a crazy, crazy time. And I think again with the symbolism, Star Wars is so good at that. It's so good at it's showcasing that really well. And like what you said, like when they're chasing her with her like image on their helmet, and especially at the end, when
it's like after Order 66, if any of those clones survived, which they didn't, unfortunately, but like it would be interesting to see the clones like take off their helmets and go like, wait, we were trying to shoot and her there are things on our helmets. What's the deal here?
It's on our helmet, so why did we?
Do they have memories of what happened? I don't know. It would be. It's just weird. Like, what are you doing with your? Are you a? Just Order 66. It's a weird thing, but also very tragic. Very and we might be experiencing it again tonight with Bad Batch, which doesn't. I'm
We gotta buckle up for this one again. And actually, just one thing. Also, another thing about the siege, the whole across all the episodes is the amazing tie-ins to Revenge of the Sith, which made sense. It made total sense, but I was not at all expecting the kind of the amount and how accurate the connections were. Like it was just real, like scene for scene, like that. That classic that they were on that call with Yoda and Mace, and they were just talking.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Oh, it's just a perfect synergy, and it's just like, oh, hey, we were just here in the movie 15 years ago. We were just there. What happened? I love that so much, and I think Star Wars is known for its mirroring and its callbacks and its connections, and it just shows how good this were. Do you have like a favorite like Revenge of the Sith lineup moment from the Siege of Mandalore?
Ooh, I think the one that really sticks out is when Obi-Wan calls Ahsoka again after the kind of the initial attack has happened, and then like you're actively like watching it, trying like, okay, where in Revenge of the Sith is this? Because I love the whole like all of the fan edits that like they put the initial attack on Mandalore and like the opening scenes of Revenge of the Sith, like they edit them together, and it's like kind of assumed. We really don't know like if those scenes happened at the same time, but I like to think they did. And like when you get to the end of that and you have like Obi-Wan's there and Bo-Katan's there, and they're like, what happened to Count Dooku? Anakin just killed Count Dooku, and you're like, oh crap, like this is going farther than I thought to, and he's like, oh, I'm off to Utapau. I'm like, oh god, he's going to Utapau. What's gonna happen? Like it's getting really thing, and having her say, also another thing that will make you cry is the fact that Ahsoka says something along the lines of, tell Anakin, and she doesn't say it, but Obi-Wan finishes, I will. And then you fast forward to the Revenge of the Sith scene where Obi-Wan's saying, you were my brother, Anakin. I loved you. And people say that that's also echoing what Ahsoka wanted to say, which is, you're my brother. I loved you.
I love you. Yeah.
Which is a lot like,
Ooh,
Ahsoka saying, Ahsoka in the Martez arc is like, where'd you learn to train? Oh, my brother taught me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I just thought of. I was just like, oh yeah, she really did think of him as an older brother. That real close knit connection and bond. Yeah, and like again, it just adds all that emotion behind it. Yeah, I think that the fact that Obi-Wan, he said it so matter of fact. Well, it was matter of fact, but he was like, this wasn't going as planned. Anakin just killed Dooku. Like,
yeah, he's not like thrilled about it. He's like, yeah, Anakin like freaking murdered Dooku. I wasn't out of it. I don't know what happened. I just wake up and he's dead. And he's it's definitely weighing on Obi-Wan at that point that like things are going down, and Anakin's relationship with the Council has even deteriorated even more. And Ahsoka knows this, and just like how they fit it in, and like having the disadvantage of like having Revenge of the Sith, and all of us knowing like, and people leading up to attack the end of the Clone Wars going like, oh, Ahsoka has to die because she's not in Revenge of the Sith, and it just wouldn't work and whatever, and then she shows up in Rebels and whatever that happens, like, and she's still alive, she's in Mandalorian, like she never died. So going forward into that, you have Ahsoka being a part of the story, but not being able to be in Revenge of the Sith. She wasn't even thought of yet when that movie was written.
I know.
And then going into this and sliding her in at those specific moments and giving so much more context to that. And when you're watching that scene in the the whole meeting room with Mace and Yoda and all that stuff, you can't watch that scene without thinking about, oh, Ahsoka is going to show up. Like she's in the scene. She's coming. She's just there, and as Anakin and Ahsoka just miss each other, and it's so heartbreaking and so beautiful. It's just beautiful storytelling and synergy.
Yes, absolutely, and that moment that Yoda says to Ahsoka, "More to say, have you, Padawan?" Oh.
And then then Mace is like, sorry, citizen.
Yes,
like,
I know.
Yo, screw you, Mace. Seriously.
No. no. Sit down. No,
No,
don't
you know, I,
dare
you know
speak
what?
to her like
I
that.
was sad when you died earlier, but not anymore. All right, when you lose your hand and get thrown out the window, I'm happy.
That's good. Good.
Right.
You know, how dare you speak to her like that? That's so true.
But I
That is
love
so true.
you're me. bringing up
Y'all
photos.
can't see me because my camera decided to give out, but we're not gonna do Mace Windu slander. I'm just gonna say that. Now y'all have a good conversation while I fix my camera. Goodbye.
Yeah.
All right, we'll leave Mace
so
alone.
good.
Yeah. So just to let everybody know, we're gonna have a quick intermission. We're gonna be right back in a couple minutes. We're gonna let the stream kind of buffer a little bit. We're still having some visual issues, so we're gonna pop over to a BRB screen. Don't leave. We are going to be back with more in a couple minutes. We're just gonna kind of let this stream catch up, and we'll be back.
Don't touch
Chat-
that
we can-
dial.
We can
Don't touch
chat
the
in
dials.
chat. And we're back. And we're back. Hopefully the crowd goes wild. Hopefully we're looking good now. We just a couple of bandwidth issues, which is that's always expected with a
Gotta love
6-hour
it.
stream, surely. But we were in mid discussion about the amazing cuts between Revenge of the Sith and the Siege of Mandalore. And actually, one thing I do want to bring up as well, I really thoroughly enjoyed Bo-Katan's like involvement in these episodes.
Yeah.
It's like you could have gone with someone else. You could have, there's a lot of other major characters like probably wouldn't have made sense because it's on Mandalore, but like a Saw Gerrera or someone of that stature that
Right.
we know really well and that we've seen a lot of before. But I love the involvement of Bo-Katan and her energy and connection with Ahsoka and how that plays out and how they were so different and kind of against each other before, but they've come together with this common goal and experience. And I love that relationship. What do you think of that Bo-Katan and Ahsoka kind of team up, Ben?
I love it. I mean, just going back to, what was it, season 4, where Ahsoka and Bo-Katan met and then tried to kill each other.
Yeah.
Like, and their character development, and then, her showing up and, them working together to free Mandalore. And I love, Bo-Katan's, whole demeanor about, they've been tiptoeing around this whole Mandalorian Republic invasion for so many seasons, about, they'll turn against the people. And then, Almec does it again. He's like, you'll be an enemy in the eyes of people. And Bo-Katan's like, I'm fine with that. I don't even care anymore. I just want Maul off my planet. And, their whole team up, and Bo-Katan really, you can see it's weighing on her. You can see that she was the, top lieutenant of Pre Vizsla. She was, involved in the horrible things that Death Watch did, like, burning villages and stuff like that. Like, she was totally complicit in that kind of stuff. She was a bad person, but she's starting to turn the corner and almost, I feel like, starting to feel sympathy for her sister's cause, and kind of, see her point of view in regards to, like, Satine saw so much destruction, saw her planet destroyed, and so many people die, and that's why she turned into a pacifist. She's like, I can't let this keep going on. And Bo-Katan is facing the same decision in this arc. You see that, I think it's Shattered, where she's kind of looking over the destruction, and she's like, I don't know what to do. Like, this is awful. Like, and Ahsoka tells her this great line. It's like, your people need a new kind of leader. And we don't know what happens after that, is what the most interesting thing is. Like, we know things go south. Basically, the Republic turns to the Empire, and you have an Imperial occupation. That's what happened in Rebels. And then we get to Mandalorian, and she's like, she has the Darksaber, but she doesn't want to take it because she's afraid something will screw it up, and she can't take it from Din. Like, there's so many things happening. I love, Bo-Katan's trajectory, and it starts here. It starts in the Siege of Mandalore, where she's on the cusp of, like, okay, I got what I want, but is it what I want? And how can we move forward and stop killing each other? Because there's just been nothing but war and violence and terror on Mandalore for so long. I think it's fascinating to kind of get it from her point of view as a character.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you touched on there is that fantastic moment where Ahsoka, says to her, they need a new kind of leader. And I think that has a fantastic little tie into what we thankful we saw her in Mandalorian. Oh my goodness, she was amazing. Katie Sackhoff was amazing as Bo-Katan in Mandalorian. But I think that's a lovely little tie in there. And I actually, it was only once you just said it just then, I was like, oh, maybe that was a bit of a setup there of they need a new kind of leader. Where my prediction for Mandalorian season 3, not to go off topic, but is that Bo-Katan and Din are gonna figure out what the hell is going on in Mandalore and figure out how to get it back. And so it's like, okay, Ahsoka has this plants a seed in Bo-Katan's head of, they do actually need you. They need someone like you. Clearly the rule of a pacifist for Mandalore didn't work out. Rip Satine, amazing. Rest in peace. And yeah, it's a wonderful moment between them, and like what you said, it lines up what an amazing journey Bo-Katan's about to go on, which I think we're going to find out more about, of what is going to be up to with what it's got to do with Mandalore.
The whole new kind of leader line, is in line with, like, what's happened. Satine didn't work out. Pre Vizsla didn't work out. Darth Maul didn't work out. Bo-Katan needs to find her own path, and that's a very common thread among Star Wars heroes, is kind of being led down a path and going a certain way, and going like, I have option A or B. Maybe I need to consider option C. Luke, either die or kill your father. No, I'm gonna do this other thing. I'm gonna save him. Like, I'm gonna, even Rey is like, faced with impossible decisions, but she makes the right calls. It's all about making the right calls and, doing things your own way. And Bo-Katan, I'm curious, like, where those gaps and what happens in the whole, what is it, the whole thing with Moff Gideon and, like, him coming in. Like, there's a lot of stuff that happens we still don't know. I think Mandalorian season 3 is obviously going to be a vessel for telling a lot of that story, which is going to be fascinating.
There's going to be a lot in that. Claire, what do you think of this involvement of Bo-Katan in the Siege of Mandalore and the part she played? Did you like her involvement?
Yes. I personally think, like, I do not think that these 4 episodes would be the same without her.
Yeah.
And as you said, obviously not to get too off topic, I think I agree with you. I think Mandalorian season 3, mind you, this show is called The Mandalorian. It's not about the Jedi. I think that the introduction of Grogu, Baby Yoda, and that storyline is done. I think that they are now going to move on to other things. I think just for a little bit of speculation for The Mandalorian, I think that they have now set up the perfect situation to have like a Luke Skywalker show, either that being animated or live action.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the way that they want to go with it. And then they're now going to get into this Mandalore arc with Bo-Katan. And I think what they're probably going to end up doing is they're probably going to have one season about them getting there and then figuring out what is the problem with Mandalore. And then the last season, I only think the show is going to last 4 seasons. So we have probably 2 more left. And then the last one is going to be like the resolution of, well, technically Din is the leader of Mandalore, but I think what they're gonna have to do is they're gonna put Bo-Katan into that position, and they're going to rectify or ratify the Darksaber rule, where Din can forgo that and give it to Bo-Katan, and then it will be like whatever this fight is for like another season and a half, and then maybe that's where Darth Maul comes back in. We don't know. But to get on to topic, for this last the Siege of Mandalore, I personally think that her involvement, not only did her involvement in this final season for like foreshadow her coming back in season 2 of Mandalorian, I think that's the whole reason why they did it, because they wanted to reintroduce this character as someone that is a major and main like character that's coming forward to go and do stuff. But like I think that is the reason why she was there in the first place. And I personally just think that like they did a really good job with her character and what she did, and the way that they, like, the story that she's not like Satine. She is not like her sister. She is a different type of leader. And I would really like, in the Bad Batch, I would really like to see maybe what happens to Mandalore, or maybe we will see. Maybe we will see. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what we don't know what we're gonna get into in this next show. I mean, it was revealed yesterday that the first season, is going to be 16 episodes.
Right.
And that begs the question: do we know if the Bad Batch is going to get a season 2? And do you know if we're getting a season 2?
There was an interview on, I can't remember where it was, where the it was, I can't remember where it was, but I think it was CNET had an interview with Brad Rao, who is one of the guys in charge of the show, and he confirmed that there's 16 episodes. And the guy straight up asked him, like, is this going to get a season 2? And he's like, we can't talk about that right now. I would say yes. I would say at least season 2. Even Resistance got season 2. So, even though I don't know how they seem to be, sinking a lot of money into this. Anybody that knows Clone Wars history knows that Clone Wars was a very expensive show. It was a show that, normally speaking, you don't sink that kind of money into an animated production. but things
I
have
mean,
changed now, and they're pretty.
If I'm not mistaken, sorry to cut you off.
No, go
Season
ahead.
7 costs over $1 million per episode.
That sounds right.
I
Because
think it was. I
Yeah.
think that came out last year. They were like, yeah, no, we sunk $1 million into every episode of season 7, which means that if we're going to take that number into account and maybe even up it, we're looking at maybe a $20 million season for the Bad Batch. I mean, with the amount of subscribers that Disney Plus has, I mean, like, they can obviously afford it. It's fine.
I mean, obviously, you
whatever.
look at Mandalorian, like they're sinking
Yeah.
a lot of money. Well, watch anything else, like watch a WandaVision, watch Falcon and Winter Soldier. They're putting money, high budget, feature quality TV is the standard now. It's no longer like low budget stuff. That is what people want. That's what people expect, and that's what we're getting right now. And the same thing goes for animation.
Yeah, I mean, the first season of the Clone Wars, I think, if I'm not mistaken, every episode was all. Let me look this up. I think it was like way lower than that.
Yeah, if you compare season 7 to like season 1, you can tell there's a difference in quality. Just a little bit.
A bit of a drop off a little bit.
And there's admittedly there are several episodes like Trespass from season 1, I think is a great example of like they early on they were really starting to get the stride of like the animation and making things really beautiful. It still wasn't quite there. Whereas you're watching season 7, it's like, oh, some of this is live action. What is this?
So according to a article from 2008,
wow,
Lucasfilm says that each half-hour episode of the Clone Wars is budgeted to be $1 million, which means that before season 7, they put $100 million into that show, just for the animation, for the show itself, outside of the promotion. $100 million.
That's what happens, and this is before. This is way back when there wasn't this kind of money put into any series, much less animated series. But that's what happens when you have an eccentric billionaire running your company. They just throw money at it. George Lucas loved the Clone Wars. Like Dave Filoni, like introduced him at Celebration. Like, this is our biggest fan of the Clone Wars is George Lucas. He threw money. He had nothing else to do with it, just throw money at it, and that's why it looks so good. That's why it ended up being. And honestly, I think Clone Wars probably set the standard and said, "Hey, look, animation. I mean, good. It doesn't have to be look like crap if it's done TV."
Yeah,
I mean, Star Wars: The Clone Wars is literally like at that number, that is the highest budgeted per episode capita for any TV show ever. I mean, like, I don't even know what would come second to that, but like, look at the shows that were also on Cartoon Network at that time. We had Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. We had that's the one that comes to mind around that time. I mean, we had Chowder. I think Regular Show came out around that time too.
These are also American. Sounding.
Yeah, these are they're very American TV.
Very.
This is American TV. So like these were the shows that were on Cartoon Network. They were all 2D animation. I mean, like what was on Nickelodeon? Like we had like iCarly and Victorious and stuff like that. And they were all children's TV shows that didn't have massive budgets, but they were all really popular. And then we have the Clone Wars. And like it's $1 million per episode.
Yeah.
So my question is, what was season 7? Like, I mean, let me look this up too.
I think it might season 7 had the advantage of being made in the future. It had they were breaking new ground with the first 6 seasons, whereas season 7 there was a huge jump. And I'm sure, and I think even Filoni complimented Athena Portilla because she was one of the big, she was overfinanced and stuff like that, and he said, hey, she actually found ways to make the show like more cost efficient and make things better at a cheaper price. So they definitely was a lot of innovation there, but I'm sure and they also have massive resources with Disney, whereas Lucasfilm literally up until 2012 was an independent film company, independent animation film company, that was just doing this stuff on their own.
So, according to an article that I found from 2018, The Mandalorian apparently costs $10 million per episode for season 1.
Yeah, Chris just Chris said maybe 15 million per episode.
Yeah.
But
So
discrepancy there, but it's still insane.
they're
Insane.
sinking
But it's worth it.
so
You can
much
see
money
it,
into
though.
this.
You can see it. Though. It's
So
definitely in the
Yeah.
quality of it, as we were saying before, and I think Chris said this in our previous segment too. The crispness of the trailers and just what we've seen so far of what is to come in Bad Batch is super exciting. But I don't want to get my hopes up, but I'm very impressed already.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna look, it's a good looking show, and we're 55 minutes away from it, or 54 minutes,
something
which
like
is
that, yeah.
just
wow,
just insane.
I
Well,
can't believe
guys,
that we've gotten to this point. Wow.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much to the both of you for coming on for a chat. Claire, I believe you're sticking around and you're going to
Yep.
hang around. Yeah, hot shot, excellent. But Ben, thank you so much for jumping in and having this chat about Siege of Mandalore, reliving some of those very emotional moments. But
Thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here.
appreciate
Pleasure on this very special occasion. Happy Star Wars Day, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Official. I think it should
May
be
the
official for everyone
fourth-
at this point.
Yep.
But this was a lot of fun talking the best Star Wars movie ever.
Oh,
Yeah.
the best. Let's get that. Well, the petition is going. Let's sign it. Too good. Thank you so much, Ben. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, the hype is real. We are so close. We are so close. 53 minutes now.
53. We're
It's
so close.
53. We're so close.
We are so close. I am so caffeinated. Oh,
Yeah. How's that matcha treating you?
whew. I too much. There's been too much calories and sugar gone into me, and I'm just like, oh,
Just feeling it.
ooh, we need water.
I know, right?
Need some water.
What was I going to mention? Oh, do you know what my favorite scene is, Claire? Let's just have a quick chat. We're here now.
For sure. Yeah.
You know what my favorite scene out of the whole Clone Wars is? When we mentioned it before. It's when Jar Jar is juggling the plates for the it's like the trade. It's the Trade Federation, right? It's like
Yeah.
they have to juggle the plates. Too good. So funny. We've heard a little bit about we've heard a little bit about what is to come in Bad Batch, but you have not seen any of the trailers.
No, I haven't.
That's really interesting. Is that do you usually do that with new Star Wars content?
No.
No, just Bad Batch. You've tried this?
I run an entire company. So I honestly I purposely have kind of avoided it. This is the first time that I've really done it. I don't think I saw very many trailers for Mandalorian either. I'm not a really big person to watch the trailers. I mean, the last trailer thing that I had watched was what is the last trailer that I've watched just in general? I did watch earlier yesterday. It's now the 4th. Happy Star Wars Day everybody. Woo. Woo. Pat yourself on the back. We've been live for 5 hours now.
5
Jordan, you're
hours.
back. Hello.
He's back.
Yeah, we have now been live for 5 hours and 12 minutes. So we're getting there. And we're not done because
we're still going.
Guys,
we're almost there.
We have to finish this, so the next segment that we're hopping into is our last minute predictions for the Bad Batch. And then we're going to go on break for about 70 minutes while we go and watch the episode. And then we're going to come back and discuss until we can't discuss anymore. Until all of us.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm ready. I'm not sure if I'm
Jordan, are
ready for
you sitting there with a blanket?
Sure am.
You feeling it?
What time is it where you are? And if you're in the chat, let us know what time it is where you are.
Everybody, let us know what time is it where you are. Where are you watching this from, and what time is it? For me, it is currently 2:10 in the morning.
Oh jeez,
Yeah,
man.
it's 1:10 for me.
Oh, my word. It's 4 p.m. in the afternoon for me. But I'm still pretty tired, to be honest. But I can't really complain. It's like the middle of the night.
Hey, I mean, like, honestly, and what's really interesting is, so you guys, this is your very first marathon stream. I've done this multiple times. So off topic, I'm an ex-Twitch streamer. So I literally went live for 3 to 6 hours about 3 times a week. Every week for months. I'm just playing video games. And like, this is my very first Star Wars stream that I've done. So, also just for anybody that is currently in the chat right now that has not subscribed to our YouTube channel or gone and checked out our Patreon account, please go and do so.
We spoke to him.
We're supposed to be
do it.
We're supposed to be sharing that, but it's getting late and we're forgetting. We have
Subscribe.
about 16.
Go watch the
This
Patreon. Follow us on
Star Wars
Twitter,
culture, late at
TikTok. I've been trying to post content for y'all on TikTok, and y'all need to go follow it because I need to feel appreciated.
I love it. Yeah.
So,
Star Wars
So,
culture. Culture slate. TikTok. Or is it both?
So let's get into some discussion, shall we?
Yes, because a lot has happened since me and Jordan had a conversation 5 hours ago about our predictions and about what we were thinking. And
We've
they
talked
might
a
have
lot.
changed.
We've had a lot of guests.
There's a lot of happened.
A lot,
A lot of thoughts, a lot of new ideas thrown in there.
Yep.
So let's think of our predictions. Have they changed? Jordan, have you had any other new thoughts of what we could be seeing in these episodes?
not really. I'm just ready to watch it at this point. Like,
I know, I'm just hanging out.
I'm
for
just
it now.
ready.
Yeah.
If we don't see R2 and C3PO, I'm gonna die. Not to be dramatic, but
honestly,
I love how dramatic you are. That's just the best. It's just so
okay. So on the whole, R2 and C3, they have literally been in every single Star Wars thing. So I would assume that they're going to be in this at some point. I mean, they were in Solo too, correct? Is Solo
I actually
the
don't
only?
think they were in Solo.
Okay, so I think that Solo is the only thing that they've not been in. Somebody in the chat, it's late. Were they in Solo? I don't think so. I know that they were in Rogue One in like a pan shot just to have them in there, but I think Solo was the first time that they were not in there. But tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. I think they've been in majority. So if they don't pop up in here, even if it's just like a passing through an episode, like there they are. I would be surprised. But there's a droid. The Bad Batch have a droid or something, a new friend, don't they? That was.
It's Omega.
That's right.
It's Omega's the droid. That's my new prediction.
No, I think there's like a storyline of it. I think there's a gonk droid that's meant to be. Chris, you can maybe fact check this. I don't know. There's a gonk droid that's meant to be like their little friend. Like it's with the Bad Batch crew a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it's meant to be the one that Wrecker was actually bench pressing. Bench pressing? Is that the pressing? I don't know.
That's bench pressing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
R2 had R2 and C3PO had a cameo in Rogue One, but not
Yep, that's
Solo.
what I said. That's why I said 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. 11:11. Oh, it's 11:11 in Pacific time. Well, it was.
I mean, it was
4 minutes ago. Yeah.
couple
man,
minutes
I'm
ago.
delayed. Yeah.
So Jordan, what do you think is going to happen in the first episode? I have some predictions, but I want to hear from you.
I think we're gonna see a little bit of Order 66. You know, just a little snippet, nothing too major.
Do you think that they're going to start it exactly where they left off from the Clone Wars?
I think so, because there was a leak, and there was like a leak of the episode description, and it said they're dealing with the aftermath of everything. So quite possibly,
yeah,
it was like not. It was don't know if it was real or not. So we'll see. But based off that, that's what I'm thinking.
We will see in 45 minutes. We are getting.
I can't believe it. Yeah, this came really fast. Actually, super long but super fast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Talking about Star Wars is literally my favorite thing ever. Like I like the two things that I talk about literally the most are 21 Pilots and Star Wars. That's it.
That's incredible.
And
Good combo.
like yeah. So like I can talk about Star Wars literally forever. As long as I can stay awake. So it's gonna be a trek to come back after watching this episode, but I think I'm gonna be so energized. One of my predictions.
Sorry, just before that, I was just gonna plug a reminder that we're gonna be still here on the stream as the episode is airing wherever you are. Obviously we're not gonna show the episode. And we're not gonna be talking during the episode, so we can all be absorbing and watching and listening to what the episode is going on. But
I might even mute
you
y'all.
you can sit with us. You can come sit with us and watch it where you are, and you can have a look at our reactions. Maybe get up on another device or something, and we can watch it together.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is me, Jordan, and Hannah are gonna keep our cameras on for that hour, and then we are going to, or at least I can't speak. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have our cameras on, and we're gonna be watching the episode. So you're gonna see all of that oohs and ahs and stuff, like our reactions of things happening. And then when we come back, we're gonna actually go and go through the chat. We're gonna go and see your reactions, and then we're gonna dive deep and see what goes on. And we might even, I think we should also take some callers as well, just to kind of see how what you guys thought, and actually hear from you guys fans about it. And even though that it is so early in the morning, we want to be able to talk as long as we possibly can with you guys to get stuff out and talk about it, so we can just continue this conversation that we've been having over the last 6 hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's gonna be fun.
Stick around.
This is where the fun begins.
Yes, absolutely. But Claire, let's hear a couple of your predictions for this first episode.
So actually I lied. I think I've seen the initial trailer from the Bad Batch, and I think the reason why is because I had to review it for a trailer breakdown that I wrote for Culture Slate. My prediction is that what we saw in the trailer, all of that's in the first episode. We haven't seen anything from episode 2 onward.
Yeah, I would agree there.
I don't see them showing us anything else. Because usually with Star Wars stuff, they don't really show very much from if we look back to The Force Awakens, the stuff that we saw in The Force Awakens are in the first, I think, 30 minutes of the film, 30 to 45 minutes of the film. We saw very little of anything at the end. I mean, the only shot that we saw was Kylo igniting his lightsaber, and that was it. From The Mandalorian, most of the stuff that we saw in the trailer happened in the first episode. When we got season 2 of The Mandalorian, same. I think the Clone Wars, showed a little bit of everything from the
first, like the 4 arcs that we did, that we had in Clone Wars season 7, but we only saw a little bit from each first episode, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that we've only seen just the very tip of this iceberg, and as we
The
said,
tip of the iceberg.
as we said,
That was really good.
that was good. As we saw, can't speak. As we discussed earlier and said earlier, this first season of The Bad Batch is 16 episodes. So this first episode is 70 minutes. 70 minutes. 70 minutes. So we're actually going to go and break for 70 minutes while we're watching. All of us will be in and out, so you guys can see.
Listen,
our stuff.
I'm gonna tell y'all if I like the episode or not.
Yeah.
Y'all may not see me until tomorrow's episode.
Oof.
Imagine, just tap out. That's hilarious.
Just like, I'm done.
No.
Yeah.
Let's get on to the Revenge of the Fifth.
I think.
Which also, by the way, we're going to be here tomorrow too. We have so much podcasting this week. Oof.
Tomorrow? Oh,
Yeah,
tomorrow for you. I think it's the day after tomorrow for me. I think. I don't know
Time
how that
zones.
works, but it works.
Yeah.
Oh,
Day
one of
after
those
tomorrow.
things. That's right. I'm
No,
like
so
on
we're
another planet
gonna
now.
be we're actually gonna be back here talking for the Revenge of the Fifth episode for here in the States. And I think it's gonna be 6 for you, Hannah.
Correct.
And then we're gonna just be talking about a bunch of stuff. And then we're actually gonna have our friend Din back for his we're gonna be interviewing Din from F105 about his new song, just to give a little tidbit. But
yeah, we are here every Wednesday for the good times. Every Wednesday, it's always a good banter time, and
Yeah.
we've had some hot topics. We've had some hot topics that we've discussed, which has been so fun, so enjoyable. We've had some amazing guests in the past. So yeah, stay tuned for that
Yeah.
every Wednesday at I can't convert it. For me, it's 10 a.m. For you, it's 7 p.m. Eastern. I always get it mixed up.
So right now, it's 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, and then it's 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Australia.
10 a.m. on Thursday. Yeah.
I got this. It's not 2:22 in the morning. I'm not half asleep, not at all. Jordan, what are your predictions for this first episode of Bad Batch, and then going into this first season, or presumed first of many seasons for the Bad Batch?
So you were talking about how the trailer has like
the first
episode or something like that. So I think Rex is coming back like tonight. Like I think we're gonna see him just based off that logic.
Oh yeah,
he might be making a comeback, and it's gonna be great.
Yep, I absolutely agree with you.
I still want Cody. Where's Cody? What you doing, Cody?
Yeah. So we know that from we just talked about the Siege of Mandalore arc. We know that Rex got his inhibitor chip pulled out. What happened to Cody? Did Cody have Ben? You're back. Hello.
You know who would have a really good opinion on this? Ben Hart. Star Wars
left. I was here the whole time.
Jump on in.
Yeah,
Ben, what do you think?
I can't sleep, so whatever. I'm still here. What was the topic? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
So we are talking about our final thoughts and predictions for the Bad Batch. What do you think is going to be in this first episode? What do you think is going to be in the subsequent episodes? And what are your thoughts and opinions? And what do you think that we're going to see in just 35 minutes? What do you think?
It's coming, yeah.
It's coming.
I like your idea about
Bad Batch is coming.
Yeah, it's coming. I like your idea about like not having like most of what's in the trailers is only what we've seen. from like the first couple episodes. I like that idea.
Mm.
I don't know, but like I'm still like we've got a lot to cover. This is called Aftermath, the first episode. We're probably talking about the aftermath of Order 66, the aftermath. We see in one of the trailers, we see, Palpatine, the first galactic empire.
Yes,
Like that whole thing.
yeah.
Like it's going to be interesting to see that from the clones' perspective of like, okay, what is this deal? Like, are they all just like in their Order 66 mode, like, oh yeah, new Emperor, Palpatine, Galactic Empire, all this kind of stuff. Like, are they going to be in that? I'm interested to see where that comes from. And this is supposed to be predictions. It's not supposed to be rambling about what I think I'm going to see. But I think we're obviously going to get like Tarkin, laying the law down and saying, hey, go get those guys. And there's okay, I almost gonna say a spoiler. I can't say that. I know something. I can't say certain
Stop
things.
it.
Oh,
Shut-
stop it.
You shut your
Stop
clone
it.
mouth.
I was gonna say
Wow.
that thing, and then I realized no, they don't know that.
You
Okay,
shut
kill
your
me.
clone.
Afterwards, you have to tell us what that was going to be.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
sh-
you'll
no
know in a few
spoilers.
minutes. You'll know in a few minutes.
You
You'll
shut
know all
your
about it.
clone mouth.
I know it's in the first episode, but you know what? I will say, I'll make a prediction here. I say we will see Commander Cody in this first episode.
Commander Cody.
We haven't seen him in any of the
time
trailers,
has
anything like
come.
that. No, I just want to get his perspective.
Execute
And
order.
he's like the
what's
one
his
clone
sense?
guy. Like maybe he's come back from View to Power or whatever. Or just some other, familiar clones or whatever that survived.
Yeah,
Because some of them didn't like
familiar
Greed.
faces. Yes, some familiar helmets, if you will.
Yeah.
Just in the chat, someone had a really good question. It's kind semi-related. Steph says, "Would Ahsoka have a love interest soon?" I mean, I'm not sure if it's in the Bad Batch, but just as a general question, that's quite an interesting question.
I mean,
We
I know
don't-
there's a lot of people who ship her with Lux.
Yes, would Ahsoka have that love interest soon? Well, the Ahsoka show is coming up. Maybe there could be
True.
a I don't know who would she? Maybe Lux, live action Lux and Ahsoka team up. That would be cool.
Ugh, I have so many complicated opinions on Lux.
But
I love the Lux opinions because they're all over the place. Some people love him, and most people I think hate him. Let's just put it that way.
Really?
My
I'm
opinions.
full Lux camp. I love Lux.
My opinion.
I like Lux too.
Good, yeah.
My opinion on Lux is very similar to my opinion on Kylo Ren. Great character when you try to ship him with people with Ahsoka and Rey respectively. That's when I'm over it and I can't do it.
Interesting. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, and it was a process for Ahsoka kind of getting over him, and then he fell in love with someone else that didn't make it. Then that was the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then
Rest in
he
peace,
and then he shows up. I can't remember if he survived. He was in that Inferno Squad book. Spoiler alert.
Really?
Surprisingly,
Really cool.
and I don't know if he survived that or not. Because he was kind of involved in rebellion stuff. So maybe we'll be interested to see where he goes after that, after the Clone War.
That's a possibility for you, Steph, in the chat there. But back to Bad Batch discussion. Yeah, Cody, I think we're going to see some familiar helmets and some familiar faces, if you will, in this episode. And specifically how it's going to start, I think it's going to be like a cool, really well done action sequence of their like Bad Batch is just mid, cutting up and shooting. Well, not cutting up. They don't have lightsabers, but shooting up some battle droids. They're going to be
I have a
just
question.
doing their job, and then it's just they're going to be hit with Order 66, and then they're going to be so confused. And a lot of the episode is them figuring out what's going on. They might go back to the ship or the headquarters, and like all these clones are going, "We need to kill the Jedi," but they're not getting it. I think there's going to be a lot of like them figuring out what to do in that intense situation. That's my prediction.
Guys,
Yes. Claire,
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Oh, it's getting close.
This is a really slow, like 30 minutes. I have
Oh
to
yeah,
say.
this is it is late in the
Has
night.
anybody checked Disney Plus to make sure they haven't dropped it early?
I've
I'm
been
about to
checking
check
every
right
couple
now.
minutes.
Actually,
Disney
my prediction is that I'm going to get it first. I reckon Australia's going to get it first.
Not
That's
yet.
shocking.
Australia's definitely gonna get it first. Just watch.
Right? There's just something about us. I know. We're just amazing.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, wait, the first 3 episodes are up. I'm just kidding.
Stop.
Whoa, triggered me for like 1 second there.
I don't like
Ben,
that.
Ben, it is too late in the night for you to be making those kinds of jokes.
That was disrespectful.
Calm yourself.
Yeah, I'm just here to troll you guys to keep you awake.
Okay.
Please do.
But-
Please
Kick
keep me
out.
awake.
Goodbye. No, I'm kidding.
Goodbye.
I do
Kick
have
him.
to bring up some news of the Star Wars randomly released these two little nuggets of goodness called Star Wars Biomes and also Star Wars Vehicle
Yeah,
Fly
so I saw
Throughs.
that, and apparently it's only in Australia. Is that true?
Confirm. I'm looking at my
Because
Disney Plus on
Australians
my
live in the
phone.
future.
I
Yeah.
know. We are years ahead of you, clearly. The Star Wars biomes, or the description is flight of the surface of some of the most iconic Star Wars biomes, planets, and moons.
Love
So
it.
I wonder if this is some sort of like a not like an ASMR, but more of like like a visual walkthrough or
Yeah,
something.
I'm curious if there will be like a VR element to it that you can like be in it, maybe.
That would be
not I
really
own
interesting.
any- not that I own any VR equipment, but it would be a cool
Yet.
feature if so. But
Yet.
there's also a vehicle fly through thing. I think.
Yes,
So
vehicle fly-throughs.
That sounds really interesting.
The description of that is fly through some of the most iconic Star Wars ships and vehicles. Very interesting. Is this question? This isn't a part of Star Wars Visions.
I think it's something different.
Visions, what's that?
Visions is like animation.
That's right.
Short
Sorry, my bad.
films, stuff like
Yes.
that.
Correct.
Which,
Yeah.
by the way, do we know what studio is doing Visions? I can't
don't
remember.
Think we know that, do we?
It's Culture Slate. They're doing it.
It's Culture Slate. I love it.
It's one of our many talents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Secrets out, guys.
It's me. I'm doing it. Sorry, I didn't drop that bomb.
I've currently got biomes playing. And just as we're chatting here, it's
Oh, don't flaunt it.
I know. I was like, I don't know if I should mention
Way to
this.
I don't know. We might get it
I
in
know.
like 28 minutes. So
Oh, that's true.
hopefully
We should watch that instead of Bad Batch.
Oh my god.
y'all watching Bad Batch. I'm watching Biomes.
Watching
Yeah, Star Wars
I'm on
biomes.
Hoth, y'all.
Yeah. Do you have it?
So-
Because I'm watching Hoth right now. That was a good call.
I saw a leaked screen cap because one of your fellow
okay.
Australians was like posting about it. So
Classic. I
It
know.
was Chris Hemsworth, wasn't it?
We're a bit rowdy. That's all that lives here. Chris Hemsworth and me. That's all that. That's
Damn it,
all.
Hemsworth.
That's you are the only two people on that island.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Well,
that's about it.
Yeah, I'm not.
So Ben, what is one thing, and I'm gonna ask this to everybody, one thing that you guys want to see in the Bad Batch? Ben, you can go first.
Cad Bane. I want
Cad
Cad
Bane.
Bane. I haven't seen him in a while. He wasn't in Clone Wars. I
What's
think
he
he's a
up
character.
to?
He's out there somewhere. You know he is.
Oh yeah.
And by extension, I will say I know this is crazy stuff, but hear me out. Adapt the bounty hunter arc from Clone Wars. That was going to be originally in Clone Wars. It was just going to include Boba Fett and Cad Bane was going to train up Boba Fett to face off against him and all this stuff. Do that, but in Bad Batch. Do it. Filoni, do it.
Do it.
Wow. I like
So
that.
I
like that
hear,
a lot.
yeah, I was gonna say, I hear your Cad Bane and raise you a teenage young adult Boba, because I also think we might see him, just because
Very good point.
not only do we see Fennec Shand and they might know each other, but Daniel Logan, who played young Boba Fett and voiced Boba Fett in the Clone Wars, has been tweeting about Bad Batch. Or not tweeting, but he's been like sharing the posters. Like I saw him
Like an
share the
unusual
poster.
amount, like a suspicious amount.
Like because
Suspicious
he
amount.
still supports
doing,
Star
Logan.
Wars. he still supports Star Wars, so like it's not unusual. But it was just weird that he was like sharing all the posters, and I was like,
That's
"You're
a
not
little,
slick."
that's a little sus.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What you got going on back there, buddy?
I would also love
Um,
to meet him.
He seems like a great guy. He seems like really nice, like really
We
down to
I promise you that we're going to get him on this show.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And then
So
same with Tem, like just such nice people.
Yeah.
Just very
Yeah.
quintessentially nice people.
I mean, my goal is to eventually get Mark Hamill on this show. But here's the thing. So I want to get Hannah and Jordan at Celebration doing a panel or a interview with Mark Hamill. That's how big I want this show to get. And we have gained so many people today. And well, you know, we're flying real high, man.
Oh, why are you shooting so fired so low with this whole Mark Hamill business? When George Lucas is out there, get the flannel,
True.
go with the flannel. Come on.
We gotta get the attainable ones first. And
Star Wars culture, main stage, Star Wars Celebration, George Lucas. Come on.
Yeet. I love it.
Another one of just going back to predictions for the show. Another
Yeah.
one of my not predictions. It's just like I just want it to happen. Well, actually, it could definitely happen. Is definitely with Cutler Quain. We mentioned it before. This is one of the ones that like we started speaking about on this stream, and I'm like, as the day's gone on, I'm like, yeah, I want that. I think
Totally.
just their outlooks are just going to line up really well with the Bad Batch and give him some perspective and give like the Bad Batch perspective of what it's like to be a clone and live outside of the Empire or the Republic, as it were.
Because Cutler Quain kind of is like a preview of like where Rex and all those guys end up. Because like Rex are just like, hey, they're just out there fishing, whatever. They've just been decommissioned and they're just out on their own. Like, but that's what Cutler Quain wanted. Like during the war, he's like, okay, I'm just gonna have a family and be on my own. Like, I wonder if Cutler Quain could have like a, I don't know, like a underground thing where he's kind of helping clones get out of the Empire or whatever. That would be interesting to see him kind of like come about and like, how he's affected by that. And, we know there's stuff happening on Seleucami. I think it's, what is it? Stas Ali is on Seleucami, Revenge of the Sith, I think. And she gets shot down on a speeder bike. Like there's stuff happening.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. My brain took so long to catch up that. Yes. Yeah.
So
yeah,
but Cutler Quain, is he still there? Is he affected by Order 66? What's going on? When the order comes down, what's he gonna? He still has that chip in his head, even though he left the.
That's a good point.
So, like,
that is a
what
really
happens
good
to him?
point.
I just remembered. Does the Bad Batch have the inhibitor chip in their head?
Very
Do we
good
know
question.
that?
We don't. I famously got in line at Celebration at a panel where Dave Filoni was. I got in line. I'm like, I'm going to ask the question: do the Bad Batch have the inhibitor chips? And then the panel ended, and they told us all to go home. So I never got a chance to ask.
How many people were you?
Oh, there was
behind?
like 20 people in front of me. I was never going to get up there. But
Shame.
But I'm wondering now, like, and we could get that answer in about 20 minutes. I think we're gonna open probably, as you guys were talking about a second ago, with like, okay, Bad Batch doing their thing, they're in a battle, whatever, and then it's gonna be like, oh, the droids are shutting down, and the war's over, and we got to go back to Camino because there's a big speech that the Palpatine's gonna make, and all this kind of stuff, or maybe it's Order 66. I don't know, but stuff's about to happen, guys.
Yes, it's about to unfold.
Oh, is it? How much
Yeah.
it is going to happen?
Oh, absolutely. We have 21 minutes.
21.
I just can't. I can't wait. So, and it's like we mentioned this before, but it's just like thinking about overall what this is going to do for the Star Wars community. I started this speaking about this in the stream of we've had a tumultuous 5 years of Star Wars. There's been a lot of things to say and experiences and a lot of negativity with many things. Just as much we have had the positives. We've amazing Mandalorian season 1 and 2, amazing positivity for that. And say what you will about the sequels, but I feel like Bad Batch is gonna do a similar thing that Clone Wars did, where it started, everyone's like, oh, this is a good show, it's niche, but people, not everyone saw what the show was gonna become. I think that's gonna happen a little bit with Bad Batch, maybe not to the extent or like the what's the word I'm going for, not to the scale, there we go, not to the
Right.
scale of Clone Wars, but I think the same thing's going to happen of, oh, this is just good fun, good action, Star Wars, content. And I think that positivity is what this fandom needs right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you think that the Bad Batch is going? It's obviously not going to get. I agree with you. I don't think it's going to get like the numbers or the reach that the Clone Wars did.
Mm.
Do you think that it's going to get the rate? Like, did Clone Wars season 7, Ben? Maybe you know this.
Yeah.
What did better on Disney Plus? Was it The Mandalorian or was it the Clone Wars season 7? And do you think that the Bad Batch is going to get up to that point? Do you think it's going to be way lower? What do you think the numbers are going to be for tonight's episode? How many people are going to be watching? And what do you foresee happening going forward?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know the numbers exactly in regards to like Clone Wars and Mandalorian. I know back, but I think it was late last year or early this year, it was like, oh yeah, Mandalorian is like the biggest show on the planet, and then Clone Wars is like number 2. So like,
Yeah.
they were both massive, massive hits. And so I would expect Bad Batch to get maybe similar numbers, maybe not quite, because Mandalorian's Mandalorian. It's huge. It was coming back,
See,
especially
I personally think it's going to get a lot lower. I think it's going to get a lot lower reach, specifically because it's a cartoon, and
Yeah.
people are like, and I think that's like one of the biggest things with the Clone Wars and that like the animated shows as well, is because like people like the Clone Wars isn't, and we spoke about this earlier, or you guys spoke about this earlier. The Clone Wars is a children's TV show. It is a cartoon, and so is like
Children's.
Rebels and
Mm.
children's. Here's the thing: those last 4 episodes of the Clone Wars are not for kids.
Yeah, that's
Like
I
they
wouldn't show
are
my child
for
that.
adults.
Look away.
Like they
Yeah.
are for the adult
like
audience.
kids can watch them, but they're not going to get the same like experience that adults
No.
will out of it.
Yeah.
And the thing is that like a lot of kids haven't seen Revenge of the Sith, and Revenge of the Sith is dark. Like
Mm.
Anakin goes and kills all the young, like it's like it is the darkest time in Star Wars, and I like honestly like it's just it's such a like it's such a powerful like story. It's such a powerful like point in Star Wars, and
Mm.
like I think just people like I've seen this online for years that, oh, I haven't seen Rebels, I haven't seen the Clone Wars because it's
Yeah.
and the topics that are actually spoken about and described and shown in the Clone Wars, in Rebels, are very adult topics, and especially with the Bendu, and like specifically talking about like that
Love Bendu.
talking about like
I want Bindu in Bad Batch.
me too.
Hells yeah.
That's what I want.
like talking about a spiritual, like the things that the Bindu taught Kanan are like those are very deep adult topics that most adults don't even like identify with or can't even understand. And as somebody, not to like throw us completely off topic, but to just dive into that specific topics, but just for a little bit, the fact that the Bindu is basically teaching that, like he's teaching the tenets of like a mixture between like it's like a mixture between like a couple different like real world religions like Buddhism, and talking about like if you find peace within yourself and you let go and you don't have any of these attachments, and like that's kind of like the entire Force is like a lot of people don't understand like the Force itself is a mixture between like a bunch of different religions. Is talking
Yeah.
like it's a mixture between, I believe it's Buddhism, Hinduism, and Ben, do you know what the like the mixture is off
Yeah,
off
you
the
got
top
the
of my head?
first two right. I don't know what the third one is.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's probably like a bunch in there,
Yeah.
probably a little bits of each, a bunch of them, but like there's probably some core ones. I know Buddhism is something that George Lucas has been into for a long time.
Yeah.
Studying.
Because I think that's his personal belief system, but not trying to get a whole political or religious, but like
No, but it's
that's
a spiritual. It's a
yeah,
spirituality. Yeah,
it's the
a
spirituality of it, and it's like it's talking about like a very real like belief system, a very real thing, and then applying it to like what is basically a children's movie. And here's the thing that's so interesting about Star Wars: the Force is basically universalism. It's like the belief in some spirit, but we don't necessarily know what it is or whatever. And like when I was a kid, like I was taught like then the reason why I was allowed to watch Star Wars is because like my parents were religious or Christian, and they were like, well, the Force is like God, and and that
Yeah.
applies for all religions. And like I just see as, and this is the reason why I'm like, well, the Force is my religion. That's kind of what I believe and stuff. And it's like it's this universal power, whatever it is. And Star Wars is based on like such a human concept and such a human like understanding of what spirituality is. And like but like linking that back to what I was saying is when Bindu is talking to Kanan and that specific topic, he's like, you need to let go and you have to not fear and you have to um uh Chris said in the chat, Lucas said that he is a Buddhist Christian, which is really interesting. I've felt that way in certain
Yeah, I
parts of
think
my
he said. I
life.
think he specifically said Methodist Buddhist.
Is that what he said? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was from a
So-
recent live stream he did with his wife.
Interesting. Yeah, I actually didn't end up watching that, but like like you have like talks in Star Wars about death and what happens after, and obviously we have Force ghosts, and that is kind of like like it is
It's an
kind
interesting
of
thought. Yeah, it's an
it is a
interesting
very interesting thought, and like I mean, what is the tenets of the Jedi code are: do not fear death, do not have attachments, be detached from like things, because these are the things that lead to the dark side, that lead to greed, fear, anger, all of these things, and they're very and like they are very heavy topics to be baked into such a children's, it's like adult themes baked into a children's book. That's basically what Star Wars is. And it's like these really really deep subjects, and that's the reason why like if you get into like some of the deeper circles of Star Wars fandom, people can have really really deep philosophical conversations about these topics.
Just get
And-
Din from F105 on your show to
Yeah.
talk about Star Wars. He will get very deep and very
He
philosophical
gets-
very quickly.
yes,
He's
yes.
fascinating to talk
Incredible.
to.
He's actually going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's gonna be a
maybe
good
we can
time.
ask him
We'll
about
tap into
that.
it then. Just thinking back to Bad Batch, though. Thinking back to Bad Batch. I think, in my opinion, this whole idea of, everyone's got midichlorians. Everyone's got, some level of that in their blood, whether it's, like, usable and alive is what makes it the difference. And I remember when season 7 came out and Rex had that moment where he could resist Order 66 for those like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And a lot of people actually, Ben, it might have been. What did Star Wars Underworld talk about this discussion a lot? Whether the
Yeah, we
fact the
did.
question, yeah, maybe that's where I'm getting this.
Yeah, this is Mr. Dominic Jones and his theories, and this was leading up to Clone Wars. He said that like Rex would resist. He predicted he basically called it in regards to like Rex was strong-willed enough to resist Order 66. Not for very long, but he did, and he was able to like say find fives and give Ahsoka that piece of information that saved both of them. So
it's definitely that question of how much of that is kind of this sense of force, and also that amazing scene where Ahsoka is trying to figure out where the chip is, and she has that "I'm one with the force, force is me," and he starts to say it. I think he's just saying that because she's using the force on him, but just that whole idea of the force is all around us. It's around us.
Okay, there's one thing I need to say really quick. Okay, so so getting into the philosophical stuff and getting into like Clone Wars and Rebels and the very deep topics that it does, you can look at Bad Batch and go, okay, well, it's a bunch of dudes with guns. Like, how deep can this
Just
get?
a bunch of bros being dudes.
How and maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it'll just be some fun romp. And it's them trying to take care of kid. It's what five dudes and a baby. It's trying to take care of a kid. Like it could be that. But what if it's a bit deeper than that? What if we're underestimating this show? And I know a lot of people are going to underestimate it because it's a cartoon.
I mean,
that's
people
whole
underestimate the Clone Wars all the time, and it's amazing. And it has like
Exactly.
Then you have people like my dad who were confused at the end of Solo 2 when Darth Maul was alive. So I had to spend 2 hours explaining how and why Darth Maul was still alive.
Oh boy.
That's brilliant.
Think about this though. We don't have any Force users in this show. At least not yet. How will we deal with this? Or do we have Force users already in this show and we don't even know it? Here's a theory that I heard.
Hunter has heightened senses.
That's
a very
that someone on Twitter, I can't credit them because I don't remember their names, but they said, basically said that Hunter is force sensitive.
That could
be. He's a force sensitive clone. That's why he's able to touch the ground. He can hear like pulses, electromagnetic stuff. I'm not sure what his is the most ambiguous like power.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that maybe there's something more there that we're not catching.
I think
he has Finn's force abilities.
Ugh.
A feeling.
Don't get me started at 2:00 in the morning.
Hunter, how do you know this?
We have 6 minutes, guys. We have 7 minutes. My bad.
Oh my god.
I tweeted just now. I tweeted Dave Filoni and asked him if he can tell Disney Plus to release the episode a few minutes early. He hasn't used Twitter since the end of the Clone Wars a year ago, but I'm still holding out hope, guys.
Your tweet is going to be the one that's going to ping his phone, and he's going to be in bed, and he pick up his phone and go, "Oh, okay." He's going to call Bob and go, "Hey, Bob, can you put it up just a little bit early for him?"
Fires this. They've been streaming for 7
My buddy Jordan is tired. He wants to go to bed. He just wants to watch Bad Batch.
Bob, please.
Solid once.
Bob, I'll even listen, Bob. Listen, Bob. If you're watching this, Bob, can I call you Bob, or do you prefer Mr. Iger?
Can I call you Bob?
Okay, listen, Mr. Iger. I will settle for Galaxy's Edge tickets if you just really don't want to release the episode a few minutes early. I will settle for that.
And then he's like, "This is Iger, not Chapek. You called the wrong Bob. I'm not in charge anymore."
Oh my gosh, that's so true though. Oh my goodness, guys! I can't believe how close we are. This is insane.
I can't wait for Batch.
Fun question.
Yeah, I know, right?
I have a fun question.
Yes, it is.
Hannah, since you were checking out biomes a little bit just now, what's everybody's favorite planet?
Ooh, yes.
Ooh, interesting.
Felucia, like 100% times.
Not space Vietnam.
My favorite planet. My favorite planet is Ilum, because Ilum is Starkiller base.
Yeah, that's true.
That is so
And
true, though.
and you like it. By the way, so for those of you who don't know this is actually not confirmed.
Not quite, but they've been hinting at it.
Here's the thing. So we see in Fallen Order, Cal and his ship force jump, and you see what is Ilum in the game, and it is literally a reverse shot for shot thing from Starkiller base. It looks exactly the same. It is crazy. And we are 5 minutes away, guys.
I know. I think we're all just sitting here trying to refresh
We're
our
just
Disney
like
classes, aren't we?
please let's just
Stop
like
talking.
we're
Go, like, keep refreshing, keep refreshing.
Yeah, refresh.
yeah. I'm like the second
Oh.
this happens.
A reminder, we're going to
just like,
stay on. So if you're watching,
Yeah.
try to get maybe another device or stream it on the TV or something
We're
on an
gonna
Xbox. Because you can see us. You're going to see us
Keep-
like visually react with you.
We're gonna
So
crash
stay
Disney
on.
Plus. I can just tell.
Oh my
know,
See,
right?
I'm trying to upload the page. I was trying to reload the page and it stopped for a second. We're gonna crash this website. I can already tell.
Let's do it. Like
So
challenge accepted, honestly.
by the way, do you guys remember that The Mandalorian didn't come out on Disney Plus for 15 minutes? Do we remember this?
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it. Okay. Well, I mean, like, you also have to remember that The Mandalorian came out 3 weeks after Disney Plus launched. So, like, I'm hoping
Yeah.
their servers are a lot larger this time.
Yeah,
they
we'll
bought,
see.
They bought more of that Amazon cloud storage.
Or we're just gonna be sitting here in 10 minutes screaming like Batman. Where is it? Where is it?
Where is it?
Baloney!
I can't scream because my voice doesn't get that loud, but I can do. I want to do the mall scream, but with Filoni. Filoni.
If I screamed, I would wake up people in my house, and that would not be cool.
Agreed. Yeah, let's not do that, especially at 3 minutes till. Let's go. We are now just sitting here waiting. Come on, come on, Dave. Come on, you got this shit. Come on, let's go.
New Year's, just
Dave,
count down, count
Oh
it
my
down.
god, right? Ugh, it's like trending on Twitter. People are like, where is it? Ugh. Literally, if this doesn't happen in the next 3 minutes, if it doesn't pop up, oof. I'm so excited for this though.
Oh, there's a Hot Toys is doing just dropping new figures. They got an Echo now figure that
They do? Cool.
I will never
Really?
own because because
Damn it, Ben, you got me excited. That got me all nervy. You're like, oh, I thought it dropped. And then you're like, over here, like, sweet.
I told you I'm here to troll.
We are all here waiting for this. You have no idea.
All right, let's pull this up and pull on Disney Plus. I'm getting in position. Figure on the
For the
trigger.
next 2 minutes while we wait for the episodes to drop, I'm gonna take this time to talk about why Fin Post should happen and why whoever disagrees can stop talking to me.
Go ahead, do it. Go off, Jordan.
So my first reason, after years of research, my hypothesis and thesis consist of why the hell wouldn't you do that? What? I mean, hello.
Wow.
Thank you for my research.
It's 60 seconds was what I'm saying.
Yep.
Making some very great points.
60 seconds, guys. Ooh. So there's so much anticipation.
Listen,
Okay,
if they
so
don't drop this in 15 minutes,
If-
I'll just go watch Falcon and Winter Soldier again.
What if the guy that was supposed to put it up just fell asleep?
Ooh.
I will
what
beat
if-
him up.
Yeah. Yeah, he would be
So-
more than fired. What's past fired?
Bob from social media. I hope you had some
He would be
coffee.
blacklisted from just life.
Are we going there?
So for those who are watching us live here, What we're going to be doing in literally like 45 seconds is we are going to be hitting play on our screens to watch the show. We're going to put a counter that says like 70 minutes up on the screen with our faces on our thing, so you guys can continue to talk. We are going to watch the episode, and when it ends, the second somebody gets so if I finish first or whoever finishes first,
we're
we are just going to start talking, and we're going to be back in about 70 minutes, and it looks like it is 3 a.m. here.
Yep.
And we got the first episode right here. And by the way, just to let everybody know, it's actually 75 minutes.
I hate it here.
Okay, guys, so we are going to be back. So Nikk, switch over to the screen, and everybody, may the force be with you. We will see you in about an hour and 15 minutes.